How much time? Okay, you want to just go over the very beginning?
Hello and welcome to the SSL Gold Cup, the World Cup of Sailing. Today we are at the qualifier series. It's round number 3. We have 8 teams we're going to show today. My name is Thomas Bjørnlykke, and here in studio with me, of course, we have a real sailing expert here from the SSL, and you're actually close by here. Please welcome Jan Dorset.
Hello, Thomas. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. It's wonderful to be here. Can't wait to get this started, this qualifying series round number 3. And it looks like the wind is coming in, and we should be able to get racing underway pretty soon here.
Yeah, we're going to have all the boats on the water right now. We just watched them here from our tower, our studio, where we are going to see the boats coming out, and it's looking very good. But Jan, we are going to see some different things here. It's the SSL Gold Cup. So what do we know about that? Because we are calling it the World Cup of the world.
That's right. This is the World Cup. It's like the World Cup in football, but in sailing. So we're very much based off of the program and in which in the manner in which we do things in the Football World Cup. So we have 56 nations that are participating in this, and we are right now in the qualifying series. Here we go with the qualifying series. You could see on your left we had round 1 and round 2, which have already happened in the last couple of weeks, and today we'll be looking at round number 3.
Yeah, and we are going to see, you can see they're representing their nations. So Czechia, Bulgaria, Turkey, Portugal in the European group, and then we have the South American group. There's also here today Uruguay, Chile, Peru, and Venezuela. So that's going to be quite a party we have here today. It's going to be some battles, and there's only 2 of each of these boats going in to the next round. And talking about the next round, then you can see there is a grand final, or there's a final stage. When they qualify here, they go into the next round. You can see they're going to the 1 out of 32 finals in Bahrain, where these finals are going to be. And then you can see some of the other seeded teams are coming in the next round. So right now they're battling to come in to the first type of the qualification. And Jan, how does this work with the seeding?
Yeah, just as you said, exactly that. Right now they're trying to get themselves qualified for that 32nd of the final, which you see on the left-hand side of your screen. And basically, what happens on the right-hand side, you see there are already some teams that have been qualified, and these teams have already been qualified due to their nation ranking in the SSL ranking system.
Yeah. And with this here, then let's see a little bit about what has been happening on the waters before going in to meet the teams.
-10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
5 of the second round of the qualifying series saw an epic start. After nearly avoiding equator, Lithuania put the pressure on the Slovenian boat, forcing them into a do-or-die move in order to keep their speed. Equator needs to beat Lithuania to stay in the running for the qualifications to the final series. But surprisingly, they gave it away by not forcing Lithuania to tack. After an upwind dragleg, Slovenia was still in the lead and kept that position, finishing first.
Congratulations.
Lithuania taking second place ahead of Ecuador. Final race of the second round of the qualifying series saw a big split right from the start, with Ecuador on the left side and both the other teams going right. This move paid for Ecuador as they rounded the weather mark first with a comfortable lead, followed by Lithuania and Slovenia. After yesterday's mistake, which cost them the win, Ecuador was able to keep the lead and finish first. Slovenia nailed the event and qualified with Lithuania for the final series of the 2022 SSL Gold Cup.
It was very dramatic, very close racing. We enjoyed it so much, and obviously coming out with the win, we are extremely happy, and we have a ticket for Bahrain. So we are in the finals, and we're looking forward to battle with the best teams in the world.
See you on the 11th and 12th of June for the next live. And don't forget, the inaugural day of the SSL Gold Cup is on the 13th of June at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne, Switzerland.
Wow, Jan, just seeing these pictures of the last round where we had 3 teams battling it out here on the waters of Neuchâtel Lake, here in Grand Song, where the SSL qualifying series is. And Jan, today the weather is a little bit like the same time. The wind is a little bit light and coming up. So are we going to expect the same battles on the water today?
Yeah, we should be expecting more or less the same battles that we saw last week. We have the wind, which is coming out of the north today, just like we had yesterday. As a matter of fact, a beautiful day of sailing yesterday. Yes, we have wind coming out of the north. It is coming in. It generally comes in around this time, so it's just filling in right now. And as we saw just on the picture before, the boats are going out, and we expect that wind to settle in a little bit more.
Yeah, and with that said, let's go into the race schedule of today, because that's going to be very interesting. We're going to have 4 races. That's the aim. We are going to be in Group 4 in the first round, and then we switch to Group 5 for 2 rounds, and then Group 4 again. So we're starting in the European group, going to the South American group for 2 rounds, and then going back to the European group. And it's expected to start here at 11 o'clock in the qualified series of the SSL Gold Cup. And you can all see there are some social medias. If you want to know more and there's happening things during the day, then follow us on the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, and all that. But Jan, we're going to compare these teams here that's coming in. So what are we going in this European group? Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Portugal, and Turkey. What do we know about them?
Yeah, that's right. So as you see here, these are the 4 teams that will be racing today. We have Bulgaria, the Lions, which are SSL ranked number 59, and their captain is Javor Kolev. To the right, we have the Czech Republic. They call themselves the Czech. They are SSL ranked number 30, and we have Andrej Tepli. Just underneath them, we have Portugal with the Navigators, SSL ranked 31st with Juan Rodriguez, as well as Turkey, the Young Turks, SSL ranked number 34 with Alishan Kaynar.
Yeah, and I have one question, because this is the first time some of the guys out there and girls and skippers around the world is watching this. So what does the SSL rank mean here on this paper here? That's how they rank as a team, or what is it, Jan?
Yeah, that's right. That's the team ranking right there. So we see here that we have 3 teams that are are really at the same level of ranking. We have Bulgaria, which is just out of that. But for the time being, we see that Bulgaria has been sailing actually relatively quite well. So even though they're ranked 59th, we see them that they're very much in the running.
But let's see if we can get the provincial overall when you're saying this with Bulgaria, because they already been doing some races the last 2 days, and we have some results today. They're aiming for 2 races, and tomorrow it's the Golden Day 1 race. Czech Republic is in the European group in the lead with 11 points, Bulgaria 7 points, Turkey 6 points, and Portugal 5 points. So there's a lot to fight for, because number 1 and number 2 goes into the finals in Bahrain, where they're coming there. But today, they're only getting 4 points for winning, 3 points for second, 2 points for victory, and last is getting 1 point. So it's a little bit opposite than the low point system from wheel sailing, and tomorrow everything counts double. So if they're only doing 1 race today, Jan, they only have 4 points fighting for, but there's 8 points on the stake in total if the wind is keeping being there.
Yeah, we see with the Czech Republic, you see that they have 4 points, 3 points, and 4 points in those 3 races that they've done. So they've been first, second, and first. They've been sailing very well for the time being. And as we were talking before, Bulgaria, which is ranked 59th, you see now they're sitting in second position. We have then Turkey and Portugal. Turkey and Portugal are actually should have been at the same amount of points that they were, but Portugal did get a penalty for, I believe, a late entry.
Yeah, I think it was a late entry doing that one. But Jan, now when we have the teams here, let's go to the team lineups. Because we have the teams on it, and let's start with Team Czech Republic. You know something about them a little bit more, because we are so lucky that Jan, he's the expert of sailing. So here we have the team of Czech Republic.
Yeah, so here we have the helmsman as Petr Fiala. We have the tactician Ondra Tepli. We also have the trimmer, which is Sara Gletslova, as well as a main trimmer, Thomas Vika. Those are just some of the names that we have on this. We'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about them as we're racing and let you know a little bit more about their pedigree. You should know, however, that we do have an Olympic participant on this team.
Yeah, and when we are looking into this, then we also have Team Portugal coming in. And Team Portugal, I've been seeing them then. They're a very focused team, and they are a little bit older than the rest of the team. So what do we have here on this Portuguese team?
So we have a tactician, we have Hugo Rocha, and we also have the helmsman Alfonso Domingos. We see here that we have Diogo Costa, as well as the main trimmer. Here again, we have a very, very strong team. We have many participants that have been to the Olympic Games. We actually have 5 people that have been to the Olympic Games, some of them having medals.
Yes, and then we are going to see Team Turkey also coming in here. Team Turkey is coming in also, and they have a quite an unknown guy on this team. I know him quite well, Alican Kainar, also the tactician.
That's right, Alican Kainar. He has been to the 2012 Olympics as well as the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. So he has 2 Olympic Games to his active. We also have the helmsman Haluk Babajan, who we expect a lot out of him. We also have the trimmer Sergen Birini Jeholo, as well as the trimmer. We see she's right there, Beste Kayanakch. And we'll talk a little bit more about them in a little bit.
Yeah, and then last lineup is Team Bulgaria. Before we go into see and hear a little bit about the sailors, so Team Bulgaria coming in. I had the pleasure to talk with this team before they're going on the water. They're actually the only team that really race on lakes. That's quite amazing. That might be why they're performing so well here. But who do we have here?
Yeah, that's right. They do sail a lot on lakes, and as a helmsman here we have Yavor Kolev. As a tactician, we have Luben Tenekejev. We have a floater, Ivan Georgiev. We have also another grinder is Johan Kolev, and we have Boris Minkov as the bowman.
Yeah, and when presenting Team Bulgaria, let's go into an interview with Yavo Kolev.
Well, we were trying to not have expectations from the results. We are pleased that we are still in the leading half of the fleet in our group. It is difficult to sail with all these rivals. There is no outsider in the group, so yeah, we have a leader now, but the battle still continues and it's very close. So yeah, every race is like a first race.
And it's quite interesting to hear the team here, especially the captain of Team Bulgaria coming in saying it's quite difficult sailing on these conditions. But let's go to the captain of Czech Republic and hear what they feel about the racing here.
Yes, we are happy how it is going so far. We have managed to stay consistent and had a really good start. Speed is also fine, the maneuvers are also good. Like so far we are very happy with how the way it goes. I'm not sure if I expect it to be as good as it is, but of course I take it and I'm happy that we are in the top so far.
So amazing to hear the captains, how they're talking about the difficulties being here on the water and really looking forward to it. But one thing is for sure, we have been speaking with the sailors and the participants. They're very proud of representing their nations here at the SSL Gold Cup. And to those of you just joining in, SSL Gold Cup is the same as the World Cup of Sailing, just for nations. So that's going to be we are going to see one thing that's very important when we're saying representing a nations. We're going to meet the nations and hear the national anthems. So let's go start with the national anthem of Czech Republic. Wow, Jan.
Yeah,
How
that's
amazing.
That's just unbelievable. Just you could see how proud all these teams are to be here, and we really can't forget that they're coming from across the world. Some of these European teams obviously are closer to us here in Switzerland, but many of the teams, some of the teams that we'll be seeing a little bit later on, are coming from across the world.
Yeah, and when saying that coming from around the world, please welcome Team Portugal. Wow, Jan, just see how proud they are representing their nation. And in the middle, you saw a guy a little bit smaller than the other ones. That guy is quite famous. He's actually on the Olympic also campaign in Portugal, but he's very big in the virtual world of e-sailing also, Diego Costa. So amazing to see that. And with that said, let's jump in to Team Turkey and meet them.
Bir, iki, üç. Türkiye!
Wow, just seeing how the captain Ali Khan is coming in there. But there's a mix of genders here on the team. So.
That's right. We have on the team, the only woman that is actually sailing on this team is Beste Kaynakce. She's a 470 specialist. She's very young, and she has quite a few titles, junior titles, as a matter of fact, and junior world championship titles, quite often ranking at least in the top 10, if not in the top 5.
Yeah, wow. And so if you're seeing these teams, they're collected with 9 persons in each team, substitutes, and needs to be a mix of genders. But with that said, let's go to the surprising team, Team Bulgaria. And Jan, what a team, Bulgaria. And that's a team that we're really meeting here in the HQ where people are collecting. You know a lot about them because we have quite some talks with them.
Yeah, we have had quite a few talks with them. And as a matter of fact, interesting to see on this team that there are actually 2 women. There is Ina Ilieva as well as Maria Alexandrova. And so it's great to see that we have 2 women on this team. And as we were saying earlier, they are the second best ranked team, or they are the ranked team number 59, and they're actually in second place right now. So they, according to the SSL ranking, they are the lowest in this group.
But they're doing a good
But
performance.
they're doing a great job. They're sailing absolutely wonderfully. Like we said, a lot of lake sailing experience, and that comes in handy around here.
Yeah, and before we're going on water to our online, not online, on water reporter, then let's talk about what you're going to see today. We're going to do a race here in the SSL Gold Cup. That's a classic format. It's called an LA2. It means that you're going upwind from the start line. Then you're battling it upwind, attacking all the way, going around the mark 1, then an offset mark, racing downwind to a gate mark, and there you go around to what side you believe is the best, the skippers on the water. Then they go back upwind, rounding the top mark, offset mark, racing towards the finish line. So if you're all new to this, then it's a very, very important way of looking into this. But sometimes they do this 3 times. So they do a LA3.
Yeah, that's right. I believe that today they're not going to be going to do 3 laps because we actually do have to get quite a few races in today. So we're looking at potentially 4 races in, so 2 per fleet. So this is probably going to be twice around, just as we are seeing right now here on the course explanation.
And that's going to be a great battle we're going to see. We're going to see the battle in the start. We're going to see the battle at the top marks. That's where the battles are going on. But with that said, let's hear how it's going on the water. What our online reporter is seeing out there. The teams are preparing for getting to a good start.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Hello Marco. What's going on the water? I can see some of the boats behind you. What are they doing?
So apparently jury said that we will have an orange flag in a couple minutes. Oh, here it is. Right now, we got orange flag. That means 10 minutes to start. All the teams just finished their warm-ups, sailing a little bit upwind, a little bit downwind, checking their kite, checking their retriever line, checking everything. And now they're just going to play around right here under the start line, figure out their time on distance, and all those key and crucial aspects to the start. Yeah. Finally, I can say it's summer in Switzerland. We have sun. It's warm. I had to wear sunscreen today, and so I'm very much looking forward to racing today. We have a bit of a breeze from the north, obviously here. It's not strong and very strong at the moment. It's around 5-6 knots. Hopefully, we're going to see it build throughout the day. And yes, that's what we're looking at today.
So, Marco, one thing that's very important for us and all the viewers, we can see you are almost in a polar t-shirt out there. How's the wind conditions?
Yeah, not much at the moment. Hopefully, as I said, it builds. I can't. It seems like there is some extra pressure coming from the north of the lake and working its way here down south. Hopefully, we will see that come in maybe in the second, third race for today. At the moment, it's looking, as I said, 5, maybe 6 knots. And it's going to be interesting to see what strategy all these boats choose to go for, because as we've seen, in these conditions, the left side of the course always pays, but who knows? Maybe they see something different than I do, because obviously I'm just a commentator and they're the professionals here.
Thank you, Marco. And Jan,
Thank you, guys.
That's quite interesting here. We'll come back to Marco later. He's our eyes on water when things are happening. But 4.5 knots of wind direction is coming from 50 degrees. So what are we going into there?
Yeah, we can see here that you can see that the wind isn't quite established on the lake right there, because you could tell that there's we've got some puffs that are trying to get there. It is relatively early in the morning here, local time. Relatively early, not really. It's we're pretty much close to 11, but we're seeing the wind, which is finally settling in. Generally, it can come in around 10 o'clock today. It seems to be a little bit more lazy than some of the other days. But as Marco said, the wind should be building, and we expect to have a little bit of a stronger breeze. We should note as well that in this region we do get some thermic breeze, so that should add to the northern wind that we have already coming in this morning.
Yeah, and when we're speaking about all these things here, don't worry out there. When you're watching this SSL Gold Cup, these boats are huge. They have huge sails. They sail on different conditions. So even in light wind, we are going to see these boats speed up and actually fight for it. It's only when we're coming below 2 knots that these boats are actually not sailing. We experienced that once in one of the races 2 weeks ago. But today, because of the big sails here, there's something with the angles of the boat. They really need to think differently than when there's a higher wind pressure. So
yeah,
how
of
does
course
it feel
they have to change a little bit the way that the angle at which they're sailing, but also we can't forget, as you saw earlier, they're going to be going twice around that track, which means that they will be hoisting the spinnaker twice, and that's 2 times where potentially we could be seeing some action. We've seen that in the last qualifying series with some teams that have been having issues putting up their kites and especially bringing them back down. So those are always very delicate moments in the race course.
Yeah. And if you're brand new to the SSL Gold Cup, one thing you need to know, when they're assembling this nation, the reason why we talk so much about the captain is that the captain is choosing the team. He's chosen as a captain for the SSL boat, for the nation, because of his position on what we call the SSL ranking list. So what is the SSL ranking list?
So yeah, very important to talk about the SSL ranking list. Basically, what the ranking list does is that it takes into consideration all the races that a racer may have done, or you as a spectator go and check it out. Go on the SSL website because if you're an avid racer and you've been doing some regattas, you should be on there. You may be surprised to see what ranking you have globally or nationally.
So the SSL global ranking list is choosing the team captain for the SSL Gold Cup, where you represent your nation. And here we can see Team Portugal coming in. And I know one thing with the Team Portugal, the captain first arrived yesterday, so he's actually not on the boat but looking beside it. So so right now they are trying to steer it another way going in there, but see there, the young caster is getting ready with the sails, and they are testing the boats on the water.
Yeah, right now is a really important period here. We see race committee right there with some information on that boat. It says LA2, so that's what we were talking about. That means twice around. There we go. We're getting a zoom in. Beautiful. We see that's 70 degrees, so that's telling us the axis of the race course and the sails that they'll be using. And we say light sails, so that would be a Genoa. Those are the front sails because we can change those out depending on the wind conditions. Obviously, everybody has to have the same sails for this to be equal between all teams.
Yeah. So 4 minutes to the start, and Jan, everybody that knows something about sailing knows this start is very important. So if you're new to sailing and you're here cheering on your team and very interesting what's happening with your nations and all that, then this is a very important moment. There's 4 minutes to the start. So Jan, as a sailing expert, what are the guys doing? They're really trying to test things and get in position, but what are they thinking out there?
Yeah, right now is really a crucial moment. So in terms of what they've done is they've basically they're lining themselves up. They're making sure that they're getting the start that they want. Well, what does that mean? The start that they want. That means that do they perhaps want to go and get a start closer to the race committee boat, or perhaps closer to the pin end of the line? That really depends on what they're seeing out there on the race course and whether they think there's maybe a little bit more wind on the left-hand side or on the right-hand side. Whether the wind is turning left or turning right. And so the strategy is what they've been deciding up to now, and now we're talking about tactics. So we've had the strategy, and now we're applying the tactics. And the tactics is what is actually happening in comparison to the other boats. So you'll see them now jostling around, and this, as we said, is a very, very important time.
Yeah. And what you're seeing here is what we call the tracker mode. This here, we can see the overview of all the boats, and later today you'll see the boats splitting up, and here you can see the battles, how far they are away from the starting line. There's two things we need to look in for a good start. Either the boats needs to come with a very good speed, or they needs to be in a position where they have the rules on their side, because it's all about seeing if you can make the other boats having a bad start or have yourself have the best possible start.
Yeah, we see on the race committee boat there, speaking of the rules, there is a new flag that has just gone up. It's the one in the middle. It's a blue flag with a white square in it, and that is the flag P, and that basically says that all boats have to be on the correct side of the starting line before starting. It's the most friendly flag. They can change that flag out and change the rule in the last minute. For the time being, it's a very friendly flag, allowing the teams to be able to do what they want. Here we go with the number one, the bowman right here, which is giving some indications as to the amount of time and the distance that they have to the line.
Yeah, and now you can also see they're starting battling for position. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds to the start. They need to time it with speed. They need to time it so they're not getting a penalty because the other ones are positioning them in a better position according to the rules.
Yeah, the leeward boat has been always a very powerful position here that we we can see here the Czech Republic is trying to keep that leeward boat positioning right there, and that gives them the power to be able to luff and squeeze the other boats out should they need to.
Yeah, and now you're getting into it. 1 minute and 10 seconds. It's now or never, because 1 minute, it around takes 1 minute to speed up and come to that starting line from where they are. And you can see the bowman is pointing, telling the skipper, telling the tactician what's happening. They're looking into it, and it's there. They're working for it, and they're working for
there
position.
we go. That was Turkey that just went up head to wind, and pretty much.
This is interesting, Jan. Can you see here? Which boat do we have in the front? Can actually, if they keep that position, they're a little bit too fast, then they could cut off the other boats. They're all coming at the committee boat. The boat here, the boat here close to us is the committee boat. And they
we have Bulgaria. This is the Bulgarian boat right here, letting them know that they can actually get the 28 seconds left to get into the starting line. We see that they're actually very, very close right now, and so the issue right now is going to be getting luffed by that leeward boat, which may make them go over the line. Now they are over the line right now, but that doesn't really take effect until about 10 seconds from now. So they can go below the line. We'll see what happens. We're 5 seconds. They're still above the line, and there's some good speed. It looks like there's some good speed for Team Turkey, and it looks like here we have what do we have? The race has started. Do we have an individual recall? We have to take a look at the flags on the race committee. It looks like looks like they managed to save themselves. They were on the correct side of the line before the start. Very interesting start.
Yeah, and already now we have a split here in the battle. The last boat crossing that starting line is going to the right-hand side of the course. There's two sides, the right-hand side and the left-hand side. And what is about, if you're new to sailing, you cannot do like a race car, just sail straight up to the marks. You need to zigzag, or what we are calling tacking up way. Here we have Team Turkey. They had the slow start according to the measurement, but they are actually going opposite the others. Let's see, here they are. They're going to the right-hand side.
That's where we have a split right here. That's Team Bulgaria, which is the closest to us right now. And we saw that, they really had that very slow start, very slow. And that basically meant that they had to go to the right-hand side in order to keep some pressure and get some speed. They are actually right now in a very good position. Here we go. So this was a couple seconds before the start. The starting line is between the two orange flags on the two motorboats right there. So we see right there that they're just above. And like we said, the rule in the last minute is that they had to be on the correct side of the line. And that's what they're doing right now. They're plunging down just below the line, and they just barely managed to do that. So had that been another flag, a black flag, for example, that would have been a catastrophe. They would have been out. But with this very lenient flag, we saw that they managed to themselves a good start. And I believe I was saying that was Bulgaria, but it was not. I believe that was
but if
Turkey.
Yeah, it is Turkey going to the left-hand side. But you see here on the graphic, there's quite a split. Bulgaria is in the lead, followed by Czech and Czech Republic and Portugal in the right-hand side. Left-hand side, we saw Turkey going to the left-hand side, and straight away they tacked towards the right-hand side because there was less wind over there. So right now they are 85 meters behind, but you need to look at the in the top. You can see it looks like Turkey has more wind into the sail. They're winning a little bit more momentum. So it's all about finding that wind pressure out in the water.
Yeah, now everybody has done one tack except for the Czech Republic, which is now on their second tack, and it looks like as though they've decided to come back into the center of the racing area.
One of the things when they are underwater, you can see how the skipper, the helm, or the driver, we can call him a lot of things down there, he's steering the boat, getting information from the tactician. That's the guy behind him, and he's getting information from the rest of the team. And right now they're watching all the other boats, what they're doing. Bulgaria going to the right-hand side, followed by Portugal.
Right there on the left-hand side, that's Luben Tenekejev. and he's a tactician. He comes from lasers. He's been sailing lasers for quite a while now. He's also a very young guy. Most of his best results come from sailing a laser 4.7.
Yeah.
And right there at the helm, we have number 10, which is Yavor Kolev. Yavor Kolev, he has been doing some match racing, quite a few match racing, has more experience sailing on bigger boats. Right there next to him, we have the number 1, which is Boris Minkov. He comes from small boats as well. He was in bigger and national championships. He's been 2 times national championship in Bulgaria as well. So we have some very good guys on that team.
And now we are back on the tracking. You can see Czech Republic went to the left-hand side. Turkey are in the middle of the race course. Portugal are close to them, and Bulgaria going to the right-hand side. There's some basic rules of sailing. It's called starboard and port side. Right now, they are all of them sailing to the right-hand side is port side. And when they're going to do a turn towards the mark, they will be in starboard, so they have the right of way. We'll have a small battle is coming where Bulgaria will tack in front of Portugal, in front of Turkey, and Czech Republic, they went all the way to the opposite side, but it's quite dangerous what they're doing, because if the as bear away and go behind. So that's an interesting battle.
Yeah, there's a little bit of strategy and tactics in there. For example, we know right now that the Czech Republic, they are leading the group with 11 points. And so for the other 3 teams right now are between themselves. They are almost have the equal amounts of points on the scoreboard. So really, there's no point in really fighting Czech Republic between themselves. That's why we're seeing 3 teams coming together. I'm not so sure that it has anything to do with the weather conditions or the tactics or the strategy in terms of the wind.
No, but it's quite interesting. We see and then they're very to each other. I know it's saying 20, 80 meters in between the boat, but in the SSL 47, that's a very wind shift, a small change of your tactic can change the whole thing. And it's all about finding the correct angle to go towards the mark so they can go straight past the mark and not doing too much tack. Because every time to do a turn and attack, what happens with the boat, Jan?
Yeah, they lose speed, obviously. Yeah. And so the question is, you know, trying to get up towards that windward mark, making the least amount of tacks possible, and also being on the correct side of the race course. Now, what's really important right now is this first leg out of 4, as you see on the top of your screen. We're on race 4, the teams are just really trying to get to that mark. Now, they're not really playing against one another. They're really trying to make their boat go fast. They're trying to fine-tune the boat in order to be able to sail as close to the wind and as fast as possible. Will be next legs. Right now, we're really seeing more of a drag race and trying to figure things out. It's really interesting now. We have the Czech Republic, which is back in the middle of the racing area, and we have the Turks who have decided to go onto the left-hand side, and now we should be able to see a cross between Portugal and the Czech Republic. So the Czech Republic, having gone on the left, it's like attacking. That was a risk, leaving others on.
We have some advantages that they don't have on the water. We have statics. We have simulators here where we can see things, what's happening, and it's quite interesting battle right now because we can see they're looking for wind, they're looking for speed, and sailing the SSL 47 is a mix of data and it's a mix of feeling on the water. And when the wind is light conditions here, they need to sail with another angle than with a harder breeze. So right now they're trying to find that because yesterday they sailed with much more wind than today. And they're trying to go to the top mark, and it looks like the teams attacking a little bit too early.
Yeah, yesterday we were seeing at the maximum, which for these boats is quite a lot. Obviously, as you can see, everybody is still hiking, even though we have less wind. Now, like we said in the beginning of the race, they are all with their light sails. So a light sail is a bigger sail, and so there's a little bit more surface area. So they've changed sails between yesterday and today, and not only do they have to figure out what you're saying, which is the angle to the wind, because there's a little bit less wind, but they also have to figure out the setting for their sails. Now, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the people that you're seeing right now. You know that you might be that might be from your country, depending on where you're looking at from across the world. These are the very best sailors from each nation. So each one of these guys and girls are really at the top of their game right now.
Yeah, and what we just saw before with the beautiful picture here of the team was attack. Turned the boat opposite, and the battle is quite cool because they are going, you can see that's Czech Republic we're watching, but you can see there behind we have Team Turkey, we have Team Portugal. Portugal is going to the left-hand side. Turkey, they already arrived on the left-hand side and going up to the mark, and then you can see Portugal is below the mark, sailing with a lower angle. You can see almost these yellow lines, that's called ley lines. That's the optimal angle towards the mark. So what will happen when they come up there?
Yeah, the optimal angle. You can't forget that the wind does shift around there. So what the line that we might be seeing on your screen, the yellow line, may not exactly be the line that they're experiencing out there on the water. But we definitely see Bulgaria is leading right now and is the first boat to come across. So they are definitely putting themselves into a very, very strong position, being second on the leaderboard, and right now getting up to the windward mark in first place.
Yeah, it's very, very great race by Team Bulgaria here. And then we have a small battle behind them. You can just see them here. They are more relaxed. You can see Team Czech Republic is behind them. But we have a small battle behind them where we have Portugal versus Turkey. You can see it there. You can see Portugal just tacked in front of Turkey while we're seeing Team Bulgaria rounding the marks up there. So now there's coming something new. They are hoisting a big sail called a spinnaker.
Yeah, before we get to the spinnaker, there is one thing. Turkey and Portugal are now going to have to both tack around the mark. They are going to lose some speed because they're basically almost doing a 180. Yeah. Then we have the Czech Republic, which will be coming in close. So we'll see now, right here, as you were saying, to the spinnaker, which is right here on the offset mark, which is that yellow mark, which is just going behind the boat right now. They're going to have quite a lead from Portugal and Turkey, which are only getting around the mark right now.
Yeah, and there you can see they're rounding the mark. That was Team Portugal. You can see almost the mark is this yellow buoy in the water, and now straight away behind them you can almost see their Team Turkey coming in. There's around 20 meters, 30 meters behind them, but now they're so close and they're going to launch this spinnaker. They're going downwind, and there's something with wind shadow, Jan. What's that all about?
Yeah, there'll be wind shadow as we see, but just right here we're coming into the picture. There we go. We said they would catch up because the two boats have lost quite a lot of speed in that very aggressive maneuver around the buoys. Now, this is a really interesting time right here, and let's see what's going on with their spinnaker. We see on the left-hand side of your screen right there. That's Bulgaria, which has decided to jibe. So they've already put in their maneuvers, and it looks like they're going on the right-hand side of the racecourse right now. And we should be seeing the other boats hoisting their spinnakers. So this is a delicate time right now. We want to make sure those spinnakers are hoisting.
There's a spinnaker in the water. Is it?
Looks like it's okay. Looks like they were downwind quite a bit. It wasn't the fastest. We've seen boats being able to hoist their spinnaker within one boat length, and that was a little bit more. Here we go. Why is that spinnaker not coming up? That's going to cost them dearly right there.
It's a little bit slow here from the Czech Republic. And there it goes up. You can see how they're fighting for it. And there you can see the trimmers.
I think that was Turkey. I think that's Turkey right there. Wow. Yeah. So the move was to basically hoist and then immediately jibe. So they didn't set up their, as we've seen some other moves. We've been talking about sambucas and things of this nature. There are several different names for that maneuver.
There are.
But
You guys have a lot of things. But the interesting thing here, Jan, is we can see they all did what we call a jibe. When they're going downwind, they do a jibe. When they're going side by side, but you can see they're all going to the right-hand side, following Bulgaria. Bulgaria have a very good upwind leg with a lot of breeze in the right-hand side, and they're trying to find that. So right now it looks like all the wind on the water is on the right-hand side.
Yeah, we're seeing the right-hand side. Maybe we can explain a little bit that, because it looks like everybody's coming back to the left. Well, actually, when we say the right-hand side, because when we look at the race course, we're always talking about the right-hand side as we're looking at the race course, as we're going towards the windward mark. So the right-hand side of the race course stays the right-hand side of the race course. Otherwise, nobody can figure out where we're sailing or which side everybody's going to. So that's one thing about when we say the left or the right-hand side. Another thing you were talking about, Thomas, is jibing. Now, jibing is the equivalent of doing a tack, but only downwind. That's, I think, the simplest way to be able to explain that.
It is. And there they're going. You can see it looks like they're actually sailing slower downwind with the spinnaker up than they sailed upwind without the spinnaker. And they're actually doing. So it looks like the wind breeze disappeared a little bit. They had a speed of 8.4 upwind, and now downwind they're sailing around 7 knots. So it's like the breeze disappeared. So that's what they're looking for out on the water.
You know, when they're going upwind, they're absolutely trying to go at their fastest. When they're going downwind, at their fastest, going closer to the wind. So that's about a 45-degree angle to the wind and to where they can get to the mark. Right now, they could, if they wanted to, go straight dead downwind on a run and go straight towards the mark, but they would just be going absolutely slower. These are asymmetrical spinnakers, and for them to be able to go faster, they need to get closer to the wind. So yes, they could be going much faster if they wanted to, but then they wouldn't be getting to where they need to, which is that lower gauge. So they're heading further down, and so yes, they can be going slower. They have the spinnaker.
And now in the battle, Team Turkey, they are almost caught in a sandwich between Portugal and now, if say something, then check the best position here. They are coming from behind. They for the other also Turkey of Team Turkey approaching them. And when you look at, you can see how Team Turkey, beautiful picture. They're not getting caught by
going a little so the right position, and they're a little. So now we're seeing that speeds increase just a little bit, but in order to avoid getting attacking team, the team that wind shadow. The problem being is they're going further away from their objective.
Yeah, and they all, you can see from just looking at to make sure all the time, because right now the 3 boats are battling for position, and it looks hard for Team Turkey, and that's good news for Team Bulgaria. They just sail away. Oh wow, beautiful pictures here.
Yeah, they look very calm, but they're talking. Everybody is talking exactly about. Everybody has a job, and they're doing their job. And there is no discussion about what how good the dinner was last night. There is none of that. So really. If we look at what they're doing, they're always also adjusting their sails a little bit. You see that sometimes they're easing out, sometimes they're sheeting in. Looks like right now they're getting ready to do a jibe right here. So we see that we have the guys that are on the pedestal on the grinder right there. Bernardo Plantier, he's getting ready to do a jibe.
Yeah, he's getting ready to do a jibe, and you can see it's because Team Bulgaria did a jibe. So straight away, the other teams are looking to them and deciding, hey, are we going to follow? And you can see Turkey did it behind because they were caught in this sandwich between Czech Republic and Portugal. So they're trying to find some wind in the opposite side. But they might have some issues when we're approaching the gate marks. Because now we come back to the starboard port side rule once again.
Exactly. So now Turkey, by putting an early jibe, may be setting themselves up in order to be able to get to the correct side, depending on which gate they want to get to.
And you can see on the graphics, Team Portugal is actually getting closer to the leader. They are so close of taking the lead, and now they're getting to jibe, and they're actually jibing in a position where they can aim for the gate marks and sail straight through them. That's the marks that's coming in the bottom where they can choose which side they want to go to. Where Team Bulgaria and Team Turkey, they did it quite early.
Yeah, we see there number 8, which is the helmsman, Alfonso Domingos. He's been 3 times to the Olympics, so a lot of experience right there in placing his boat right now. He's on a starboard tack, so he should have right away over the boats that are coming into the gates, especially over Turkey.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting here what we can see on our data in here. Portugal and Czech Republic went to the right-hand side. They're outside of the ley line and can speed in towards the gate mark, where Bulgaria is choosing to go towards the center, and Turkey is going all the way to the left-hand side and trying to aim for the gate marks. And that might be very costly for Team Turkey at the moment, because right now they're in 4th position. They're losing momentum. The other boats are speeding up. They have to breeze, and all of the teams except Bulgaria needs those points, because they are very close, where Bulgaria, it looks like they will go in and take the overall lead soon.
Yeah, so it looks like they've been sailing very conservatively on this downwind run right here. They've been in the middle, not taking too many chances, as we saw a little bit more battle in the back of the game. Now we see they have about a 40-meter lead. Now, what that's going to be allowing them to do is basically putting themselves in a position. Now, here we go. They're taking down the spinnaker. This is a very crucial point. They've been doing it well all week. I think they've had just one little hiccup on one of the races, but it looks like they're doing fine. And right now they're rounding that mark. Hopefully they don't round that mark too fast and lose too much speed. But let's see how much of a distance they do have.
It's a split. That's going into a split. Portugal going opposite, and you can see how much Turkey lost in jibing away from the battle. Oh, the spinnaker is in the water, Jan.
Oh no, that's terrible.
No.
That's going to be that's the equivalent. Oh no, that was the equivalent of pretty much putting an anchor down into the water, and that's lost a lot. So now we'll see the 2 teams behind them coming back very, very quickly, and now they need to get that speed up. So that taking down that, we were talking about those spinnakers coming down, and that was right there. We just saw a classic example of putting the spinnaker in the water.
There's a battle opposite, Mark. You can see that's Turkey versus Czech Republic. They're coming in at the same time. Czech Republic's on the inside,
right away.
so they have the right away. But if they're touching the mark, they will get a penalty. They're very close.
Oh, it looks very good right there. So now you see that first of all they took their spinnaker down really late, the Turks, and now they're on the leeward boat. It's going to be very difficult for them. They're probably going to attack immediately in order to try to get into some fresh wind and make sure that they don't have any problems. But
they're in trouble. They cannot just tack because the Czech is cutting them off. What a battle we have here. And then Portugal, suddenly they have all the time in the left-hand side. They can sail all by themselves because Bulgaria, Czech Republic and Turkey going to the right-hand side, Portugal going to the left-hand side. The only issue Portugal has is that the whole race we have been seeing less wind in the left-hand side, where the wind pressure has been in the right-hand side. So that's quite interesting. See, Turkey bears away, and then they're doing attack behind Czech Republic.
Yeah, and I think you're really good at the math calculation, but it seems to me right now, Bulgaria being in second overall behind Czech, really what we want is Portugal really needs to get in front of Turkey in order to be able to climb up and get closer to Bulgaria. So it's really important right now for Portugal to be in front of Turkey in order to put some points on the table.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting what you're seeing here, this overview we have here, we can see the battle, the tactical battle. Portugal going to the left, they are now in the lead. Bulgaria going to the right, they have more wind speed. Turkey keeps in the middle like they did in the first upwind leg. And Czech Republic just following Bulgaria. So, who is taking the right decision? It's the last upwind leg. It's the last time they're going upwind. And I think this is here where we're going to see the positions overall when we're coming downwind.
Here we go. This is the replay right here of where we see Team Portugal dropping the spinnaker and going into the water. Oh, that is, if that spinnaker fills up with water, it's just basically a floating anchor, and it will stop the boat dead in its track. So that's a very costly move. It doesn't seem, I was just looking at the boat speed, it looks as though they didn't lose too much. So they were lucky. It didn't stop them. But, however, now the spinnaker is wet, and it's just like putting on a wet T-shirt. It's going to be very difficult for them to be able to get it back into the boat, get it back out the next time. So this could create problems on the next time that we're going to be seeing Team Portugal hoist their spinnaker.
And I was just going to say, Jan, putting on a wet T-shirt in this hot weather here in Switzerland might be a great idea and cool you down, but they don't need to be cooled down and slowed down in this race. All points count in this European series. It's all about getting as many points as for today. They have this race, then they have break, and then they're coming back doing another race later on. So all point counts, because maybe the last race will not be sailed if they're unlucky, if the wind disappears. So they really need to focus here.
Yeah, each race counts, especially today. They really need to make sure that they're getting staying one another, because tomorrow is Golden Day, and tomorrow each race will count double. So double the amount of points. Finishing first will get you 8 points instead of 4, etc. for second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, and now we see the tactical battle. Portugal is in the lead according to the stats in the top left corner. Bulgaria dropped to second. They're under pressure by Team Turkey. They keep themselves in the middle. And Czech Republic, like the last time doing upwind, they are far, far away from rest of the fleet. It's like the upwind leg for Czech Republic is not their competence here. They have a little bit issues with that one, but downwind they did a great job. And now you can see Portugal did attack going upwind, and maybe Turkey will follow them in the middle, but Bulgaria, you can almost see how those boats will cross into each other if they continue doing the lines.
You know, there's something I was thinking to myself on that first windward, and it just seems very awkward. I don't understand why they don't have the speed, and I'm just wondering. Now, this is a total hypothesis, but maybe they have a little bit of seaweed that has gotten around their keel. If that is the case, then that would definitely see them slow down, not be able to have the same speed and not have the same angle. It's just bizarre to me that they keep losing. I don't understand why, and this perhaps is a reason.
They're trying to find wind. Remember the first upwind leg and the first downwind leg. All the wind pressure was in the right-hand side, and right now it looks like all the wind pressure moved to the left-hand side. And this is the game of sailing. You can see on the stats on the top right corner, Bulgaria just lost 20 meters to Turkey. Turkey is almost taking second place. Portugal keep themselves in the lead, but Bulgaria is going to the right-hand side again, where the two other fleets are in the middle. The two other boats in the fleet, and Czech Republic continues sailing the right-hand side like they're doing their own race, like when we saw Antigua Barbuda doing their races, and suddenly they came back. See, here you can see the puzzle. Great view, Jan. Can you tell a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically the playing game, the playing field right here. Right, and it makes of sea. Now is got the better hand here and has gone off to the left-hand side. So things are just getting switched around all over the place, and we're having these comebacks. Team Turkey, the last one to go around the gate position. Portugal dropped the gate, and now they're up. So we're really seeing everything is open. We're on the third lap, on the second windward leg, and one more. spinnakers.
Right hand and yeah, really looking out together with, and even the tactician is going out, putting some weight outside the capture. They're losing momentum to the stats, but they will be having one favorite when they're coming up there. They will come from what we
and from we have Charlie Plus that was indicated as they were going around that gate. They is now this that the first around in 20 minutes. Time is 5 minutes. So interesting thing about now to this new mark be as a no more well, they don't anymore. They'll be getting to that windward mark and they'll have to immediately head, which means that they'll have to go from a close hauled position to reach position, which means that bear jibe, and we could be seeing a lot of action at that windward mark.
Yeah, and one thing we need to know is all these boats here, somebody when they're talking about sailing saying, hey, the one team has a bigger sail, they have a better mast and everything. But one thing that is for sure with this type of racing, the SSL Gold Cup, is that
that's right. Exactly the same. Been the same. All the ropes, everything, color, same place. Everybody has exactly the same gear. As a matter of fact, speaking of the same gear, a decision was taken because we had an issue last week. If you were joining us last week, you saw perhaps that there was a protest that was made on one of the teams because they had a cell phone as they were using as a compass. Due to that rule, the rules have now changed, and now cell phones, tablets, or even the watches that will indicate to you. Obviously, we can't say any watch makers, but the electronic watches that tell you where you're going, what your speed are. All that is not allowed anymore.
Yeah. And with that said, see here, Team Bulgaria dropping down. They're losing momentum. They're now 350 meters behind. It's been looking so great for Team Bulgaria, all the races. And now Team Czech Republic is so close to them to attack them. And it looks like Team Turkey has found some speed and approaching the leaders. So this is going to be a huge battle what's coming up here. So let's see how that will unfold, because Portugal trying to defend themselves. You can see here against Team Turkey. Turkey is just behind them. Bulgaria and Czech Republic is already on the ley line, tacking towards the mark, but they are far, far away. But if they have more speed than the other boats has, the other boats needs to bear away. But it looks like the gap is too big. So we have two battles, Portugal versus Turkey, Bulgaria versus Czech Republic, when we're going downwind.
Yeah, and like we said, we have to see what's going on this windward leg. It seems as though the boats really aren't that far away. We have only 480 meters between the last and the first boat, which everything can change. So this is going to be the mark at which we're going to be seeing it either make it or break it. Very, very interesting. We see it looks as though Bulgaria will be able to make it. Without having to tack again. I'm not so sure that Czech Republic is going to be making it. They might have to do another double tack. This could be a catastrophe for the Czech Republic if they have to do this.
Yeah, and let's see what the Team Turkey is doing here. You can see they're so focused. The helm there, he's so focused on doing the tack the right position. They really need to time it. They are a little bit under pressure by Portugal. They might go a little bit further out the ley line than Portugal to have a bigger angle on it. You can almost see it here. Portugal, they might tack a little bit. You can see there the tack coming in. Great tack by them. And then Turkey, they might go a little bit further out to have more speed into it and go that way. So let's see. There we go. You can see they're just behind them. They have the gap. Both of them tack towards the Charlie minus mark.
Charlie Plus.
Charlie Plus mark up there. where they need to round and then hoist the spinnaker.
Here we go. They're getting very close to that mark. Just a couple 100 meters left, 160, 150 meters left until they get to that mark. Now this should be very interesting. Now we have seen some issues with some penalties that have come up here before. Let's take a very good look at this. This should be very, very interesting. Look, now everybody's really getting ready to do this. It's there are 9 people on that boat. There's that pink marker we were talking about earlier. Now the spinnaker is going up. There's a lot of things to do.
They're preparing it.
Yep. They're opening up the mainsail right there, slowly, making sure that they're getting around that mark. No problem. We don't want to see any issues with that mark. It's taking a little bit of a time to get that spinnaker up, but that's not too bad. We're about 2 boat lengths in order to get the spinnaker up and drop the jib.
And now you said something about rules, Jan. We are looking into it here. When we are seeing the next mark rounding come in, you can just see, oh, they're taking down to here. You can see there in the front, there it comes out. There's something called a bow split coming out there. And if they launch that too early to be able to hoist the spinnaker, then they will get a penalty.
Actually, it's not so much a question of too early. It's more of a question of if they put that bowsprit out and then they stop. Oh, what's going on with that spinnaker? It looks like the halyard has been dropped just a little bit. Looks a little low, that spinnaker. There we go. They're getting it back up. It looks all right. Yeah, so I was saying it's a question of basically if they stop pulling out, if they pull it out and they stop sort of taking the spinnaker out, if they stop working to put that spinnaker out, then they can get a penalty for not stopping. You can't, for example, take that bowsprit out maybe 3 or 4 lengths before you get to the mark and then put your spinnaker out. Everything has to be fluid. You can't take it out if you stop taking the spinnaker out.
No, you only take it out when you're going to use it, and that's when you're sailing downwind. Now you see the battle. There are 2 battles. There's already a split between Turkey and Portugal going downwind. Interesting. Turkey going to the right-hand side. Portugal keep themselves at the left. And here you can see Bulgaria. They've been doing such a great race.
Portugal is matching Turkey right now on that jibe that we just saw. All right, here we go with Bulgaria. Now you see they're taking out that bowsprit and they're working out on making sure the tack is going out to the front of the bowsprit. Here we go. Now we need a hoist. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put that spinnaker up. There we go.
Yeah, and
now it's better to put it up a little bit later and make sure you're not getting anything tangled than to try to put it up too early. However, at this level of racing, 1 boat length makes a big difference.
A huge difference. And if we see Bulgaria here, they've been doing such a great race in the first 2 legs, upwind and downwind. And then in the second upwind leg, they took a decision keeping themselves in the right-hand side. But again, it looks like the wind just disappeared there. You can see here Team Czech Republic coming in very late for the others. And now we see both Portugal and Turkey going to the right-hand side, where Bulgaria actually lost this battle. So will we see them maybe continue to the left-hand side? That's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's you know, according to the information that I have with the race information. It looks like there are some pretty big wind shifts.
Yeah, big wind shifts out there. Maybe we should ask Marco about the wind shift, what he sees and feels on the water. So, Marco, can you hear us?
Yeah, guys, loud and clear. How's it going back in the studio?
It's good, but we are very interesting of these wind shifts because we saw Bulgaria doing very great 2 legs, and then suddenly the wind disappeared where they were. So now we are having a jibe battle between Turkey and Portugal instead of Bulgaria in the lead. So how's the wind pressure out there?
Oh, it's surely been interesting because first upwind, pressure on the right. Most teams got it right. But then downwind, pressure was on the left. And so we saw big gains and big losses. Snakes and ladders, guys. That's how it's working. Now all the teams have committed to the left side of the course. Some of them for tactical reasons, I believe, especially Turkey here matching SSL Team Portugal. But also, I believe, because there's more pressure effectively on the left side of the course.
Yeah. Thank you, Marco. And I have to say, Jan, seeing the stats, Turkey and Portugal so close to each other, and you can really see they're very close, and they are in the center of the race course, jibing, and trying to win it, because Turkey can pressure Team Portugal. Maybe we can be so lucky to see inside from Team Portugal, then we can almost see the Turks being behind them.
Yeah, we can see right here that we have the crew, which is on the leeward side of the boat, and they're trying to get some heel into that boat. Just earlier, we saw them a little bit further out in front, you know, making sure that the back of the boat was not dragging into the water. And so we're seeing a lot of crew work here in order to make sure that boat is as fast as possible. Now, the concentration is absolutely ultimate. There we go. We see the guys, the pitmen, which are back towards the mast, and so a lot of working the boat in order to make sure that they're going fast and to make sure that they can sort of catch up on Team Portugal. They're quite close, 178 meters. Now, if they can get a wind shadow, as we were talking about earlier, onto that. Oh, there we go. There's a jibe for Team Turkey. So it looks like Team Portugal didn't see it coming. Are we going to see an immediate jibe from Team Portugal, or are they going to try to keep on going into some clear air?
Yeah. And there behind we also see Team Bulgaria. They're keeping to the left-hand side of the race course, and you can see Team Portugal continue going that way. So now we have this battle. Where is the wind? Who's doing the tactics? Who is finding the wind? And then also Team Turkey putting themselves in a good position where they have the right of way when they're approaching the finish line, if it continues racing this way.
So
or will they keep themselves in the middle?
The helmsman on Team Turkey is Huluk Babacan, and we can see him back there, just very, very concentrated, just barely speaking, talking about what he's feeling and telling about what he's going to be doing with the boat. We see now in the background, Team Portugal has also jibed to match Turkey. They don't want to let him go off. They want to stay in between Turkey and the finishing line. We see everybody here. We see everybody just moving down ever so slowly. We saw the number 3 there, Typhoon Array, making sure that he was working on that boat handling.
Yeah, and now you can see Portugal reacting on the jibe from Team Turkey. They need to follow them. They are afraid of getting in a position where Team Turkey can take the advantage and have the right away when they're approaching the
Here we go,
finish
Team
line.
Turkey, that's going to jibe right here. Now let's look at the boat handling skills right now. I'll be very interested to see if they can do a little pump coming out of that jibe. Now we would see all the crew on the leeward side, and then hopefully they all come back at the same time. See if they can get just a little bit of a pump out of it. Doesn't look as though they did that maneuver, but and it doesn't look like that jibe really helped them to come back. It looks like the distance is still more or less the same, about 200 meters.
And you can almost see how they're crossing each other all the time. Team Turkey, they want to do one thing. They need to get a little bit more wind, and they're coming from behind. That means they have the wind breeze before Portugal. And at the same time, they want to try to get in a position where they can pressure Portugal. But see, it looks like Portugal is doing a great job. They are really getting more distance to Team Turkey if we are looking at all the stats. So right now, Team Portugal, the leaders, are defending that position very well against Team Turkey.
Looks like Portugal just jibed again right there. So it looks as though there might be a little bit more pressure on the left-hand side of the left-hand side of the playing field right here, and it looks like we're seeing Bulgaria coming back into the picture.
Yeah, but it looks also hard on all the stats we have here. It's like the wind is coming and then disappearing, coming and then disappearing, because right now they are below 7 knots of sailing, even with a spinnaker up. So that means they're sailing slower than when they sailed upwind at the moment. So that's pretty hard for them. So let's see who will win this battle, who will find the win. Turkey again, jibe opposite. So they're really doing a competition of tactics against each other.
Yeah, we see the helmsman right there. He's, we see him looking around, Alfonso looking around, all around him, seeing what's happening, seeing maybe if he can't jibe a little bit more. Here we go, they're going into another jibe. That's quite a few jibes that they've been putting in, just trying to keep that pressure. It looks like we're looking probably a couple wind vanes that are just coming down, so you could have pressure maybe in one place and then not in the other. So they're really trying to stay in the pressure. And when I say in the pressure, I mean in the wind.
Yeah, in the wind, and that's where it's going. It's the wind pushing these boats forward, speeding down wind, and you can see here, it's like Portugal lost all wind momentum. It's like they slowed down. It's like the wind died for them.
You see Mafalda right there, number 1. She's the bowman. You see how she was so lightly walking back like that, even on these big. Yes, the 40. Yeah, but nimble.
Yeah, and you can almost see relaxing. They are just having a break right now. No, that's not how it is. They are laying down, Jan, to push the boat a little bit forward to capture the wind much better. So if you're new and before,
that's with number 3. He's also a grinder. He's grinders are big, and those have to be out really weight. In a race, too much weight back, we're getting drag, and more drag you have the slower goes. So it's really important for these big guys to be able to stay out in front.
They're now approaching the finish line, but you can see it's like Team Turkey behind them have more speed on it, and there's still 160 meters to the finish line, so it's not home safe yet for Team Portugal, especially if Team Turkey is getting that speed into the wind, because it looks like Portugal is losing the momentum a little bit here. Oh no, they're celebrating it now.
Look, they look very happy. There we go.
There we
One
go.
boat length to go. Look, they're cruising. Actually, they've got quite good speed. Cool, calm, and collected right there at the helm. Not celebrating before he gets across the line. Congratulations, guys. Taking the win on race number 4 here on this qualifying series number 3. Portugal really needed that. They've had a little bit of an issue in here this week with that penalty, not putting on so many points on the leaderboard. I'm sure they feel real good about that, and that's going to bring them right back up into the standings.
Yeah, and now we come to an interesting battle, because it looks like, when you see this graphic, that Team Bulgaria has catch up with Team Turkey. While Team Turkey has been doing this giant battle with Team Portugal, they've been losing momentum, having a hard time finding wind. See, almost coming on pearls like a string. But it looks like Team Turkey are safe and taking that second place. But it's not over yet. See, they're coming in, cruising in. Yeah, they might be
coming
happy.
in fast. It looks like Bulgaria, did manage to come back and get back in touch with them, but a little too late right there. Yep. So congratulations, Team Turkey, also needing to put a lot of points onto the board right there. So congratulations, Team Turkey, for that wonderful second place here in race 4 of this third qualifying season. Third qualifying session. Here we go. So these guys not quite as excited as Portugal, even though I'm sure that they are rather proud of what they've been doing here. As soon as this team goes in front of that blue flag, which indicates the finishing line, and we have Team Bulgaria, which is now crossing the finish line.
Yeah, and there we go, finish line there for Team Bulgaria, and they look a little bit disappointed. They were in the lead, leg 1, leg 2, and then they kept their strategy going to the right-hand side, and then the wind disappeared and turned to the left-hand side, and Team Turkey and Team Portugal saw that one. And I have to say, it's amazing to see Team Turkey getting second, because they had the baddest start of all the 4 boats and really had to fight their way back into the race. So great. You can also see they're discussing it there.
That start was pretty incredible. Team Bulgaria, that must be tough, because they were first at the weather mark, and now finishing third with 1 minute and 34 seconds behind Portugal. So they lost quite a bit, but unfortunately today the biggest losers is the Czech Republic. They are still on top of the leaderboard, but that lead has dwindled.
Very much, especially when you're only getting 1 point and the winners are getting 4 points. So if you're new to this, and we're going into the scoreboard in a little bit later, then winning an SSL Gold Cup race gives you 4 points. and then 3 points second, 2 points third, and 1 point for fourth position, and that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, if they could have won, if they could have had won today, then they would have put 4 points on there, and that would have given them a great lead for tomorrow, for that golden day, giving them a big advantage. But now, they're very, very close to the other. So we're looking perhaps in this field on a four-way run on the golden day tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the first race of the day. We potentially have a second race for this fleet a little bit later on. We'll see how the wind continues and if the wind deals with it. Nothing here is yet to play, has yet played out.
Yeah, and you can see they're still celebrating. Hey, we finished the race. We are a team. We came in, but again, it's the last place. And there's one issue here, because if the wind disappears and lightening up today, this might be the last race before the golden day, and then they can be in a situation where there will be 2 races on the golden day, and all races on the golden day counts double points. So Czech Republic needs to cross their fingers that they will have one more race today later on, or else this has been a disaster for them, because now this European group in the qualifying series, all the teams are actually almost on the same points.
Yeah, that's right. They're almost equal in points. There is a slight lead for the Czech Republic, but however, tomorrow is going to be a big, big day.
Yeah. And let's go to the water. We are getting ready soon to have an interview.
We see a team change right here.
Yeah, there's a team change of the things. We are getting ready to have an interview with the leading or the winning team of this race in a few seconds when Marco is ready on the water. But right now you can see the teams are shifting.
That's
we are
Team
going
Venezuela right there.
We are going into to the second group coming in. But let's go on water. Let's talk with Marco and hear how Team Portugal is feeling.
Yeah. Hi, guys. I'm here with Alfonso, the helmsman for SSL Team Portugal, who just got the win, obviously. So great performance by your team. Came downwind, left mark. You were second. Upwind, you were first. What did you see on the left side?
We saw more pressure, so it was about that, and we were on starboard, and was more difficult to go to the other mark. Even that mark was biased, but we took a shot, and it was unluckily was good.
Good. So very obviously tricky conditions today on the race course, difficult to navigate. What's the key in your opinion?
The key is in the first upwind we were really well in some moments, and then another boat pick a huge shift, and we wait. And that was the key, to wait that he get our wind and then get closer to him. So the key was try to get closer, and when we have a good opportunity to take the risk, take it, and if it's okay, it's okay.
And of course, now you have a little break. We have 2 races for the other group. And how are you gonna use this time? Are you gonna talk tactics? Are you gonna debrief, or just relax and get ready for the next race?
We're going to talk about this race. We didn't make the debrief yet, and then we're going to relax, pray a little bit to the God that help us in the next race.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and good luck later. Thank you.
I'm quite amazed to hear Team Portugal's captain here saying, hey, we need to pray for the gods for luck. What he did on the water there was not luck. He's winning the race, getting 4 points, and then Team Turkey 3 points, Bulgaria 2, and Czech Republic 1. So he's saying luck, but there's nothing to do with luck, isn't it, Jan?
No, it has nothing to do with luck. I mean, I think these guys are downplaying it. When you've been to the Olympics 3 times, it's not a question of luck.
And now you see the provincial overall. Turkey 9 points, Bulgaria 9 points, Portugal 9 points. It's all open. And because Czech Republic lost that race, they are 12 points. This means that if the next race, Czech Republic is getting second and third, hey,
they may lose.
They might be out of the Gold Cup. So they really need to find out what to do in the last race of today. And if they're very unlucky, all the races tomorrow are double points, then everybody can win this race. It's all about being number 1 and number 2. they are qualifying into the next round.
That's right. There's 6 races that will be held during this qualifying series, this round 3 of the qualifying series. So either we have 1 more race today or 2 races tomorrow.
And with that said, let's have a small race replay and see the actions. Great pictures we had there coming in with in this race we just had here, and a great win for Team Portugal. And this just opened up the whole qualifying series for the European group stage this time. And now we're going to the South American group stage. And before going in and talk more about that, let's have an interview with the team captain. No, we are not going to have an interview with him, but let's then instead of go into the team comparison and see something about the teams.
So team comparisons here. We have Team Chile, which is called Finis Tarrera Sailors. They are SSL ranked number 25, so they are our best ranked team right now of all the nations here. Next to them we have Peru, Paracas Warriors. They are SSL ranked number 43 with team captain Stefano Pesquera. Just going back to Chile, the captain with the number 10, his name is Pablo Lorca. Beneath him, we have Team Uruguay La Celeste, SSL ranked number 36, with Ricardo Fabini as the captain of that team. And last but not least, Team Venezuela with Los Caciques, which is ranked SSL ranked number 64 with Andres Lage.
I have one question, Jan. When I'm looking at this, last time we talked about the SSL rank, but there's something with total weight. That must mean a lot that Chile is so light according to the other ones, 30
kilos.
It's
a very interesting thing right here. You're seeing at the bottom of each one of these guys here, each one of these team comparisons, we have total weight. So that is the combined weight of everybody on that boat. The maximum weight each boat can have is 730 kilos. And you're seeing it, those are in kilos. So we see that the team which is the closest is Team Uruguay. They are 4 kilos and some odd away from the maximum. Basically, the more weight you have on this boat, the more righting moment you can have. The straighter the boat is, the longer the flotation line in the water is, and actually the more the faster you can go.
Yeah, and let's go in and watch the overall leaderboard right now on these teams, because we are here in Group 5. It is the South American group. It's Team Uruguay in the lead with 10 points, Team Chile 10 points, and then there's a gap to Peru and Venezuela, 6 and 4 points. Venezuela looks like having a hard time here in the first 3 races, but now Peru and Venezuela can come back in this one. A victory for them will actually open up the whole group, especially if they're coming down.
As we saw in the last race, we saw that Portugal was having a difficult week as well, and they came back and they won, and we have a 3-way tie in the first group. So anything could still happen. Look, there's still 3 races that can go on. We've only gone halfway through, so really points are open. But we are seeing that Uruguay and Chile are leading this group for the time being, and looking as though it's been a battle between these two guys all week.
Yeah, these 2 teams are really looking forward to try to qualify to the finals in Bahrain. That's going to be in October, November. So this is what they're fighting for. And if you're just new and just join in, let's just tell you a little bit about what SSL Gold Cup is. So if we can have the graphics on, we are in the group stages now, the qualifying stations coming in here. So this is Group 4 and this is Group 5 we are watching today, the European group and the South American group. And these groups are fighting. Top 2 will go into the next round, Jan.
That's right,
and
the
in the
32nd
next
of finals, which will be happening during the month of November. Yeah. Exactly,
we
right
can
here.
see it there. So they're fighting to meet some of the other first and second places from the other groups, and there they will come into the 1/16 finals where other teams are joining in. These teams, hey, why are they already qualified?
Well, these teams are qualified because we're talking about the SSL ranking system, which is something which is really interesting, and it allows everybody to know who you are, where you are ranked in the world. It's the idea has sort of come from the ATP tennis ranking, and we're doing the same thing here. It's the very first time this is being done in the sailing world, and for all you sailors that are watching us and listening to us, make sure you go on that SSL ranking, check it out, because you're probably already on that ranking. You may not even know it, and therefore you can compare yourself to everybody else who's sailing in your country. You can compare yourself internationally, and it's really interesting. It's really fun also to be able to see where you are, and don't hesitate to contact the SSL and make sure you fill that form out and let us know if there's any information that's missing.
Yeah, and with that said, let's jump into an interview with the captain of Team Uruguay.
Well, we have a good start yesterday. In the last race we were a little bit slow in the downwind and we have some trouble with some maneuvers, but I think it was a good start for your Uruguayan team, and we hope to have some good wind today to go on the road with the sailing we have just show to the others in the first day.
And welcome back in the studio. It's quite interesting to hear what he's saying. They are in the lead, but there must be quite some nerves for Team Uruguay coming in there. And with that said, Jan, you've been meeting the teams and all that, so let's hear a little bit about the team lineups.
Let's do it. Team lineups. Here we go with Uruguay, as we just saw there. That was the team captain, Ricardo Fabini. And here we also have Pablo De Facio, which is the tactician. We have also here we have Nicolas Gonzalez, which is one of the trimmers, along with Santiago Silveira. Quite a few other people that are here. We have in the bow, Dominic Knuppel, and we'll talk a little bit more about that team as we are watching the racing.
Yeah, and then we're jumping into Team Venezuela. They have been having a hard time on the water, but here we have the team, and they are also quite happy to be here.
Yeah, helmsman Andres Larche, which has been to the Olympics. We also have Jose Gutierrez as the main trimmer, which has also been to the Olympics. Yamil Saba, another Olympian on this team. Johnny Bilbao, as well, has been to the Olympics. Jose Miguel Ruiz, as well, has been to the Olympics. And these are just the top names.
Yeah, and Team Venezuela, they have something to fight for in the water, and they're meeting Team Peru. They also need to sail a little bit faster and take the tacticians with them.
Yeah, Team Peru, we have in the bow, we have Alonso Coyantes. We have as a grinder Jean-Paul. We have main trimmer Javier Arribas. Captain of the team and helmsman Stefano Peschiera. And we have the tactician Luis Olchesay, and we also have some substitutes such as Joaquin.
Yeah, and if you're new to this, you can see it's a mix of genders. It's both females and males sailing this, and it's old and young, and they're all collected by the team captain. So let's go in and meet Team Chile.
Team Chile right here with at the bow we have Tomas Middleton as a tactician, Felipe Echenique at the helm we have Felipe Robles, the main trimmer Rodrigo Amunategui. And we also have the couple of brothers here. We have the trimmer and the grinder. We have Rodrigo and Andres Ducas. And we also have, as a trimmer, we also have two other brothers, the Robles brothers with Rodrigo and Felipe.
Interesting to see these teams. And let's see if we can hear more from one of the teams. I'm just hearing if we're having an interview with Team Chile.
We feel in a comfortable position. Yesterday we have a good day. We think we did a part of the job. It's not the entire job, but we did the things well. The atmosphere on board is great. The team is working together as a very well-oiled machine. But we're just in the middle of the championship. The job is not done, so we have to stay focused, keep pushing, and stay calm.
And Jan, just hearing the captain here from Team Chile talking about, hey, we are in the lead, it's going well, but the job is not done yet.
Yeah, I was talking to him this morning. It was very interesting. He was telling me that a lot of the guys that have been on this team have been sailing together actually for the last 3 years. That they have sort of a core group that have been sailing together. And then to that, they've brought on some also big boat experience, other guys that have been sailing on the same boats. They have their own type of boat over in Chile. And Chile is a very hard place to sail. He was telling me you have a current which is coming up from Antarctica, which makes it really cold water. It's on that western side of running all along South America, so it's a very sort of dynamic. There's a lot of things happening. Mountains. They also have lake sailing. There's all sorts of things, earthquakes and things. A lot of things going on in Chile, and so they're coming over here and with a very strong team that have been practicing together, and so we'll be excited to see what's happening.
Yeah, and that's quite amazing that way. And if you're new to what you're watching here, this is the SSL Gold Cup. That's the World Cup of Sailing. And we are in the qualifying series, and what we're going to see now and who we're going to meet is the teams that are in the South American group. So let's go in and hear the national anthem of Team Uruguay. just see that joy on their faces. They really enjoy to fight for their nation. And this is the difference in the SSL Gold Cup and other type of sailing events. Here you're representing your team as a nation. It's not one sailor or one captain. It's the nation, but it's the captain that's choosing the team.
Yeah, part of the team, as a matter of fact. Some of the team is really coming from the SSL ranking we were telling you guys about earlier, and then the captain can choose. So basically, we'll have a bunch of people that will come to the team, and then the captain can choose and create a team of about maximum 22 people. And from there, he will choose who's going onto the boat, who's doing what, who's coming there, and who's sailing the best. You know, you have to figure out who can sail with who and different character types and things like that. But the SSL ranking allows basically anybody from their country to be able to come up and sail on these boats and be part of the team. If you are the best in, for example, sailing on a laser or a 470 or a sunfish or anything else that's in a major category in your country, you have the opportunity to qualify yourself through this SSL ranking and to be able to come and be part of this team, depending on what the captain chooses.
And with that said, let's go into the second team. Let's meet Team Chile. Wow, Jan, just seeing them so proud. And I have to say, shouting the national song, the national anthem, and at the same time cheering on the nation and celebrating it. It's really great.
I love it. It's just absolutely wonderful. You know, coming, being here from Switzerland where no one knows the anthem, and you see these guys, and they're giving it their heart and soul, and they're just, you know, you could really tell the passion for their country, and it must really be quite like a family, because don't forget, on this boat you have two pairs of brothers. So I think there's definitely a very strong bond between these guys, and you just saw it right there. Really great to see them singing their hearts out. Just wonderful.
And with those words, let's meet Team Peru.
Al faltemos al voto solemne que la patria le debe. Que faltemos al voto solemne que la patria le debe. ¡Viva el Perú! ¡Viva!
Team Peru also joining in here. They have a little bit battle on the water today, but one thing I love is when they're walking around the HQ where everybody's relaxing during the day, they're walking around with their national hood walking around, and you can really see this team is real from Peru. It's not just in the cartoons we're seeing those hats. They actually have them on.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. They are bringing. Every team is bringing a couple things from their country and bringing it over here. As a matter of fact, I've got a little great story to tell you. I'll talk about it in just a little bit. But yes, it is wonderful to see these teams, and again, we see how proud they are, standing up nice and straight, and yeah, it's great. It's wonderful.
Yeah. And with that said, let's go to Team Venezuela.
Señor, gritaba el Señor, el joven su choza libertad pidió, al santo nombre templo de paz, el egoísmo que otra vez triunfó, santo nombre, templo de favor.
Team Venezuela, they've been having a hard time on the water. But when you see again the mix of genders here, then we have a special person on the boat also.
Yeah, we have on this boat Andrea Saba. She's the only female that's sailing on this team, and she comes from the laser class. She's actually a national champion.
Yeah, national champion, and now they're fighting for their nation and trying to come in. And with that said, let's just see the match board, what's coming up here, because we are in the qualifying series. This is Group 5. It's the South American group, and they're fighting to get in top 2 to go into the next round in the finals in Bahrain this October and November. And that's where they're going to battle for going into. And there they are going to meet some of the other first and seconds from the other groups, and then qualifying, and that's going to be mixed also on continents and nations.
Like you said, the top two teams of each group will qualify themselves, and that's going to be right here. We see on the left-hand side in the 32nd of finals. You see it from the 29th of October to later in November. It says 2nd of November, but it'll be later. It'll be 20 some odd in November. So they're qualifying themselves for the 32nd of finals, and then it'll allow them to race against some of the better teams that have already qualified themselves through the SSL ranking that we were just talking about a minute ago.
Yeah. And you just joined in and watching this SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. Here is the race schedule of what we're going to see today. We are going into race number 2 of today, but it's actually Group 5 race number 4, so it's the 4th race they're going to have. And approximated 12:30 we'll have the start coming up here in Group 5, and they're going to do 2 races in a row. So there's going to be action on all the way. But with that said, let's see where in the world we are. We are in a beautiful city of Grandson.
Welcome to the castle of Grandson, a 14th century medieval fortress which overlooks the lake of Neuchâtel. That's here, some 500 years ago, where Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, lost his first battle against the Swiss Confederate. This event changes the face of European history. Currently, until the year 2026, the castle is under heritage renovation. Still, the castle remains open and you can come here to visit and discover more about daily life and the history of Switzerland. Throughout the year, the castle organizes a lot of activities like animation, visits and workshops. If you want to discover daily life in Middle Ages or just discover the region, you can come here in the Castle of Grandson. We are really happy and thrilled to welcome SSL Gold Cup athletes in the Castle of Grandson, and we wish good luck to all of them. 500 years ago happened here a battle that changed the face of Europe. Now and here, athletes from all over the world are fighting to win an international championship. And if you come to the Castle of Grandson, you will be able to see from the walls all the battle on the lake between these world-class athletes.
Wow, Jan, I have to say, I've been here in Grandson almost for 5 weeks now. A beautiful city and everything. But on Monday, something extraordinary is also going to happen.
Yes, on Monday, we will all be going to the Olympic Museum in Lausanne here in Switzerland. And we are going to be, this is really the beginning of the SSL Gold Cup. This is the official opening of the SSL Gold Cup.
So if you are in the near, then come visit the Olympic Museum from around 4 on Monday. A lot of activities will happen there, so look by. And maybe we could see a little bit more about what's going on the Olympic Museum.
In 1930, football had its first World Cup. In 2022, it's time sailing finally has its own. The SSL Gold Cup is designed to crown the best sailing nation from the world's top 56 countries. And it all starts here in Switzerland. On June 13th, the inaugural day of the first SSL Gold Cup will be held at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne. During this day, everyone will have an opportunity to discover sailing as you've never seen it before. Winch speed and hoisting contests, you will live and feel how demanding our sport is. Help the 2021 French Lego Masters build an incredible fresque. Meet the sailors that are making sailing history, and play the SSL Gold Cup game and get a feel for what e-sailing is all about. SSL Gold Cup is like the Football World Cup but in sailing, and much, much more than that.
Quite an amazing program there's going to be on the Olympic Museum. It starts at 4 and it ends at 7, but just watch in this program, Jan.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, you'll be able to try the sailing simulator and test your sailing tactics. We're also going to have the Lego World Champions that are going to be there, and they're going to be building a fresque out of Legos. We've got winching challenges and trying to see if you can hoist a sail faster than the professionals. And we've also got some signing autographs and some e-game. We've got a brand new e-game that's coming out.
Yeah, there's something new brand with the e-gaming, where SSL Gold Cup is coming in with a brand new brand in the virtual world also. So you're watching this World Championship, World Cup qualification here, but you're also going to hear something and see something about the virtual world. With all this said, let's see about the race, what's going on here. We are going on the water in around a minute. So the race is coming in. What you're going to watch is they're racing what we call a classic LA2. Means that they're going from the start and then they're zigzagging all the way up to the top mark, rounding what we call an offset mark, sprinting downwards to a gate mark. Here they need to decide which side they want to round, and then again racing upwind to the top mark, offset mark, and towards the finish line. And in the races we have been seeing today, that's been quite a battle because of the wind shift, everything is changing out there. And you can just see it here, Jan. The first race, it was the right-hand side. There was the deciding race here. And then suddenly the wind come in the left. So this zigzagging, that's very important.
Yeah, it's very important for these boats to be able. It's the only way they can actually gain distance to the windward mark. And as a matter of fact, because they do have a certain type of spinnaker, they also have to zigzag on their way down, making them tack on the way up and jibe all of them on the way back down.
And with that said, here we have the weather forecast. 4 knots of wind. Wind direction 70 degrees. So it's changed 20 degrees since the last race. The temperature is still sunny and 70 degrees. But with that, let's go to the most sunburned of us here on the team, Marco on the water.
Yeah, hi guys. It is quite hot out here, I have to be honest. But the breeze is nice and it's cooling. It feels good. What do we see here? Same conditions as before. It's going to be a game of snakes and ladders. Once again, we're going to see, you know, actually, nobody knows. Right, left, it's difficult to tell at this moment. We will see them with light sails, so with the big Genoa, obviously. And I don't know. We'll just have to see who's the first at the top mark.
Yeah, and here we see the boats are getting ready. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds to the start, Jan. And with this wind shift direction all the time, they need to think and test the boats and say where to go. And then we have Team Venezuela and Peru that needs to take the lead from the start.
Yeah, so they've been talking about the strategy they've been wanting to do before we get into the starting sequence. Now we are into the starting sequence, and now it's just a question of being able to apply that strategy, and then it'll be tactics. Tactics according to other boats. Now, if you look on the race committee boat, you'll see that there's a flag, which is the flag which is in the middle. It's a blue flag with a white square in it. It tells us the rule that will be happening in the last minute. And like we saw on the last race, we actually had a boat that was pushed over the line, and they managed to come back with just a couple seconds before the start. So this right here that you saw right there, or almost saw right there, with that flag with that blue and the whites right there, there it is right there, and that lets us know what the rule is in the last minute. So we'll see what's happening right now. But as we have 1 minute and 50 seconds left before we get started, right now they're jostling for positions.
They're jostling for positions. One thing we know about these boats, you cannot just do a dinky start where the boat stops at the starting line and then you speed up. You need to come in with speed, but at the same time, there's so much on the stake for the teams here that they will try to pressure each other, try to get the others getting a penalty here in the start. They want to push them out.
That's right, and the starting line is actually very short. It's only 6 boat lengths. There are 4 boats, and the starting line is 6 boat lengths. So at this level of sailing, the line is not very big. So there is really not very much room for mistakes.
And looking here, we can see Team Chile is keeping themselves in the right-hand side by themselves, where rest of the fleet are at the pin-end mark and now sailing towards the committee boat. And there are some special rules of overlap, leeward, windward coming in, and then we're coming in. Now they're spinning around up there, 50 seconds to it.
All right, 50 seconds. We just saw that P flag go down there on the race committee boat. So now that allows the team to know that there is only 1 minute left. If you didn't look at that flag before that, then you don't know what the rule is.
Right.
But trust me, these are professional sailors. They know exactly what the rule is. Now they're getting themselves set up. We saw that the most powerful position on this setup was the boat that is the most leeward. So that means that they can actually eject other boats off the starting line. Want to remind everybody that there is no room at the race committee boat.
20 seconds, 17 seconds. The bow is communicating. Oh, are we too early? What's happening here? They are speeding up and they're not allowed 10 seconds to the start. It looks like, I can't see who's on far side here. Another boat losing a little bit of momentum because they had to do attack. But it looks like a good start in the pin and mark. It's a very slow start this time. A safety start. Nobody is too close to the starting line. 5 seconds.
Yeah, we see that there's only one boat that actually got a good start. Look, right now, 10 seconds later, only the second boat is going through, and then third and fourth. So the only one boat really getting a good start. The other one's much too late to the finish, to the starting line.
Yeah, so quite some tension out there. And it's actually Team Peru. So they're doing what they want to do. They need that victory here. So they started this race well. But I have to say one thing. We just saw Team Bulgarian doing a very great first leg and second leg in the other group in the race number 1 today. So they really need to be sharp and look for that wind pressure. Here we have Team Venezuela, a very slow start for them. They're already 40 meters behind the rest of the fleet. So interesting what's happening. Overall, when we are going to look to the graphics soon, then we can see Chile and Peru went to the left-hand side. Uruguay and Venezuela went to the right-hand side. And Chile and Uruguay, they are battling it out. They are in the lead. So they need to follow each other somehow.
Yeah, you see with this with the start, which Venezuela here, we'll take a look at the start again here. Right now, the start is right now as the green flag goes up on the race committee boat right there. You see there's only one boat that's really on the line. So as we see Team Venezuela that then immediately tacked off to the right-hand side, it was basically for them the only option left right there that we see is to go off onto the right-hand side. We'll have probably as well in the blue, the guys that are in the blue, that is Team Uruguay, are probably going to have to tack as well, because they are in the wind shadow of the team in front of them. So not a very good start, frankly.
Maybe a nervous start for all of them, because they know, hey, we have 2 teams in the lead. They have 10 points. Then we have 2 teams that need to win. So the 2 teams in the lead just need to keep it safe. The 2 others need to pressuring. And I have to say, Peru was pressuring it. They took a chance, went to the pin end, opposite the others, and there's a small tack battle because it looks like the wind pressure is in the right-hand side, while we're seeing here on Team Venezuela, the boat here.
Yeah, I've sort of noticed that the teams sailing from South America have a tendency to be very friendly, very lenient, not very aggressive in comparison to some of the teams that we see sailing from Europe. So I would like to see a little bit more aggressivity off the starting line and in some of these maneuvers. We saw that this was happening more and more as the racing was going on and as the points were getting more and more important to get.
Yeah, and now we're coming into the boat handling. We're talking about the teams. You can see here, when we see this graphic here, we can see the boats are actually very close to each other. 30 meters, 60 meters, 90 meters. So it's actually, everybody can win this race. It's not over for none of the teams. They are very close. Peru is followed by Uruguay. Chile keeping themselves in the middle. Venezuela keeping on the right-hand side. But you can see there's a small tack battle here.
Yeah, there's a tack battle, and we saw just like in the other race that there are some wind shifts. So the wind is moving around quite a bit. Oh, look at this. We see Uruguay right there in the back that's attacking just behind Peru. So we see them, not only are they jostling for to find the wind, but they're also jostling for positions. They're already, sort of trying to block one another, and that's great. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to have an aggressive battle, both in the pit, where they're hoisting taking the sails up and down, and you can see they're there with the winches and spinning around. So they're going to work a lot when we have this type of tack battle here. But it's quite interesting to see they're they're looking for wind, and they're very close, all the boats, when they're coming in here. There's 2,000 meters to the lead, to the top mark, where they're going up to the first upwind leg. And there we have Ricardo.
There's Ricardo right there. You see on the bottom of your screen, he's the guy that's steering the boat right there with the number 10. He's a two-time Olympian. So we've got, the big dogs are at the helm on these boats.
Yeah, and what he's watching for, you can see they are in third position. They are in the middle of the fleet. You can see there we have Venezuela tacking away. We have opposite side, we have Venezuela crossing over to Uruguay. So they are approaching them and getting ready to attack Uruguay. But it's pretty hard to attack upwind, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to attack upwind, and right now the idea is really to get out in front right now. It's just to go as fast as possible to find some free wind. But it just already looks like they are sort of trying to attack one another on these teams.
Yeah, it's quite split. Peru is all by themselves in the left-hand side. Here, while we are seeing Team Chile here going in with Felipe Robles, and they are trying to go to the right-hand side, sailing their own race. Uruguay is following them. Venezuela is going opposite, so there we have Venezuela. You can see they're sailing opposite the rest of the fleet.
Right there, Felipe Robles.
Yeah. And just see, you can see this is sailing. Something you can't see there is they are moving from side to side, and they're trying to find this wind. And there's only 1 meter in between the two leaders. But Peru is in trouble here, isn't they, Jan? Because they are coming in a position where when Chile is tacking in, they will have the right of way.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what's going on here in terms of Peru. Right now, everybody's on a port tack, so it's very, very close between Chile and Peru. Uruguay as well being on the starboard tack, even though they're just a little bit behind. It's just very, very close racing, and this makes it very exciting right here to see what's going on. Here's a wonderful drone shot. Oh, look at that boat work right there, where everybody's coming up at the same time. We see there's more pressure right now on the race course, so this is really great.
And now you can almost imagine how Team Chile is going towards the top mark. They're crossing to the opposite side, so all the other boats, they're coming from port side, the opposite side. They need to bear away if Chile captures up with them. So they are in a very good position going towards the mark.
Right now they're in a good position. They are on the right-hand side of the race course. They are on starboard. However, if we do get a left shift, then they'll be on the wrong side. So really, we got to see. But it looks like everybody is on the right-hand side of the race course, and we should have more or less the same wind for everybody.
Yeah, interesting. It's going to be very close. This is going to be one of those battles where a small mistake will actually make you bear away and give more room for the others, and you will lose fast 20, 40 meters in one of these maneuvering. Here we have Team Venezuela coming here. It looks so calm there.
Yeah, you see the captain, number 10, which is Andres Larque. He's a Finn sailor, and he was at the 2020 Olympics. 2021, which we've been in Tokyo, 2020. Yeah. We have a lot of Olympians on this team. We have the main trimmer, which was number 7. He was also been in the Olympics. Here we go. We see them just tacking away right there. They just got tacked on top of.
Yeah. It's Peru versus Chile here. There's really battling out, and this is what we mean about the rules, because Team Chile, they will either be caught in wind shadow or they will be caught in a penalty, because they have to bear away, and then they choose to go straight opposite. So now they're splitting up, racing to each side, and now it's interesting. Where is the most wind pressure? Nobody is looking at Uruguay. They're sailing away. They are in third position at the moment.
Yeah, there's a tacking battle going on between Peru and Chile, which are the two boats that are sort of in the middle. We have Uruguay, which is going off on the left-hand side. So let's see exactly what's happening. Is it going to be enough for Uruguay to be able to come back into the picture, or are we going to keep seeing a attacking battle between Peru and Chile, with Venezuela taking the right-hand side? everything is up for grabs right now. We have almost all the boats exactly lined up. I mean, there's really not much in it. 100 meters between the first and the last one, but they still have to come back together.
And see how they're battling in the pit. It's in the pit. It's a pit battle we have today. And if we go into the word pit, it's the arena. And that's where they're using all the muscles, fighting for getting those sails up and down and actually strengthen them. They're not easing them. They're strengthening them up to get more speed. So why are they doing this with the winches?
Yeah, the winches. The winches are the the grinders that you see that are turning. That looks like a coffee grinder in the middle of the boat. Well, that's actually turning the winches, and the winches are what all the ropes are attached to in order to set the sails. So to be able to turn that coffee grinder is actually quite difficult because you can choose which winch you're doing, and if you choose the wrong one, well then you'll be doing the wrong thing. So it's not just a question of just having a lot of power and turning that as fast as you can. You really have to think about what you're doing and which winch you want to turn on or off.
Wow. And when we were saying all that, we just saw the graphic that Peru is going to tack in front of Uruguay. That's coming in with speed. They are so close. So right now, Chile, they are in a position where they can just watch the battle between two of the other boats and maybe go in the lead, because when you're battling against each other, hey, then you forget to focus on the other boats sometimes. We have seen that a lot of times here in the SSL Gold Cup. See, they're going in front of
Uruguay. It's a
Uruguay.
question of are you going to win the battle or are you going to win the war, really? So you can't get too focused on fighting with another boat. You really have to be able to have an idea over the large picture. What I'm really liking right now is Peru. Peru is being aggressive, and they have just tacked on top of Uruguay. They've been tacking on top of everybody, and that's the way you do it. If you want to be out in front, you need to make sure that you're taking your opponent out one by one. This is the pit. These are the gladiators of sailing today, as you were saying earlier, Thomas.
And we just saw the pictures where we are watching from Chile. See, they're coming in front. They have to ride away. The two other boats needs to bear away. We see Uruguay. They're already going behind, or else they will get a penalty. So Chile, while the other ones are battling, coming in. Will Peru survive and go in front? No, they're attacking on them. So they're leaving Peru going away.
Very aggressive. We're seeing some very nice maneuvers. However, now they have to keep some wind. Now, the boat, which is in the right position right now, is Uruguay. They have the more powerful position. They have a little bit of a windward wind shadow that they are now casting. So this is actually, I don't think this was a very good move on their part, because they're going to have to tack again now, and that's going to make them a double tack. Here we go, and that is not ideal for Chile. Very good with Uruguay right now that is just following them. They are actually over ley line, and we're seeing a boat which is coming up from under two boat lengths underneath. So that boat that you're seeing at the top of your picture right now is the boat that has the right of way. Now, will they be able to keep their engagement, and will they be able to have room at the mark, depending on if they are getting wind shadowed? And it looks like they are getting wind shadowed, and they're dropping back.
They're dropping back, but they're still overlapped. There are some rules. If the boats are overlapped with each other, so you can see Uruguay is overlapped with Chile, but Uruguay is also overlapped with Venezuela. That means Venezuela keeps that right away until none of them are overlapped or they are slowing down behind. But
that's right.
Overlap
is getting into. You see that that yellow round 3 boat lengths that we saw earlier on the tracker, and that's the 3 boat lengths around the buoy. Anyways, a little bit of rules right there. Let's take a look at the boat handling right now, because we are now getting here to the weather mark here with Team Peru that is going to be starting to set up themselves to. Here we see the spinnaker, which is starting to come out. You see they don't have that spinnaker pole, which is coming out. The bowsprit has not come out yet, and that's a very good thing. They're going to be waiting until they get to the offset mark to put that up.
For the others, you can see on the inside we have Team Chile outside Uruguay. They need to bear away and give room, because the boat closest to mark needs to have room to round it when they're coming into this mark.
Yeah, Chile managed to keep that that inside line, and they had room at the mark, and that's why Uruguay had to leave a little bit of room. Now let's see how this is going to go on with hoisting the spinnakers.
But one interesting, see, Venezuela has not rounded the mark yet. So they lost it. They sailed in a wrong angle towards the mark. We'll talk about that later, because here we have an interesting mark rounding again, the offset mark and the spinnaker launch. That
we can see the
mean
tack
everything.
go up here on Team Chile. Now they're going to be putting that spinnaker up as fast as they can. Don't you worry, Uruguay is right down behind them, breathing down their necks, making sure that's going up. It looks like we're at a half boat length. Not even a half boat length, and we already have the spinnakers that are up. This is going to be a good battle. Now we expect to see some pressure being put on by Uruguay. Nope, they're going for a jibe.
Yeah. So they're crossing away from Team Chile. So we have... Oh, what's happening with that spinnaker? No. Such a slow jibe. Remember, 2 weeks ago, that was decision for all races because of the boat handling. Now Team Venezuela is back in the race. So hopefully Team Uruguay will have more wind in the opposite side. Let's see what's happening in this battle.
Yeah,
so
Team Venezuela almost having an issue there with their spinnaker. It looks like all is good on that boat right now. The spinnaker is up, and we do have a split right here with Team Uruguay, which has decided to go off onto the right-hand side. They are the only boat that has decided to go off to the right-hand side of the track, of the racing area.
And right now, this looks very good for Team Peru. They were aggressive in the start, aggressive in the upwind. And now, all the three other teams are battling each other so they can sail away. But one thing that's never sure in lake racing, and especially here at the SSL Gold Cup, is where is the wind? So, will they be able to find that wind? It looks like they're losing momentum to the other teams at the moment. So, can they keep their lead here?
They look very confident and in what they're doing in their strategy. Obviously, they're looking around left and right. It's a little bit difficult, though, when you're not with the other boats to be able to compare your speeds because you are so far away. Yeah. From one another.
Yeah, but one thing here, again, back to the rules. Starboard port side right away. Uruguay is going to the right-hand side, and when they jibe towards the gate mark, they will have the right of way, but they're jibing in towards the middle instead of. So it's looked like there's a lot of wind in the middle of the race course. See also the rest of the fleet coming in there. So they are approaching the other boats and will be able to jibe in front of them or side by them and throw a lot of dirty air wind shadow on them.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how as they're coming back, because keep in mind Uruguay has now done 2 jibes as all 3 other teams have only done 1 jibe. Now, if Uruguay could come back and be in front of the other teams, and that just proves that the right-hand side was better.
Just see here. That's a perfect graphic describing it. Uruguay has the right of way. Venezuela needs to take care. If they manage to get in front of Venezuela, they need to jibe away or else they will get penalized. Then we have Chile. See, there it is. Oh, beautiful pictures. They have to go behind.
That's right. Uruguay was on a starboard tack, and these guys were on a port tack. Starboard has the right of way. You know, I've had some comments, people asking me, well, is it the windward boat or the leeward boat? No, it's port and starboard.
Yeah, it's port and starboard. And to those of you that are really saying geeks, a simple rule number 10. Let's go a little bit down to the battle, because this is very interesting. Uruguay and Venezuela is battling for position, jibing it. But then we see Peru. They're a little bit under trouble of Chile. I know it's 130 meters, but we saw Bulgaria was in front 155 meters, rounding the gate mark, and then dropped to 3rd position.
Yeah, so tactically speaking, you see that Venezuela has now come back into the game, and they went off onto the left-hand side. So it looks like as though Uruguay did go to the wrong side there, and now they're taking some chances. Very interesting tactical decisions to make a split from the others. Now, either they feel that they have nothing to lose and it's the only way they can get back into it. But seeing as this is the first downwind leg of, you know, I'm quite interested in the fact that they're going off to the left-hand side of the regatta.
But it's quite amazing also to see here, because we have access to some data. The wind is disappearing once again. So we're going to have the same situation as the last race, where we had a quite fast upwind leg, and downwind we're sailing the same speed. We're not speeding up. So they really need to take care they're not going into a minefield where suddenly the wind disappears and they will lose everything. And it's looking a little bit like Uruguay is doing that right now. They have hit no wind at the moment. They're losing momentum. See the meters in the top left corner.
Yeah,
they went from 260 to 400 meters within,
we've been seeing this on the windward on the windward beat. You know, there are certain areas where there is more wind and others where there is less wind, and that's been shifting also. So we've had quite a bit of differences in direction of wind and also in strength of wind. So now is that just a little loss that they're taking in right now, or is it going to pay? Are they trying to get into some more pressure? We have to see. It's a little bit difficult for us to see here, but maybe we have some on-water information that could come in later.
We will try to get that in later, but you can see Uruguay on this graphic how forced they are. But let's hear Marco. What's happening with that wind on the water?
Hi guys. So Uruguay's decision to go all the way out to the left, I don't know what it will bring, because we saw that they jibed right after the top mark on the right side, hoping to find something. It seems like he didn't find anything, but now Venezuela is on that side, so it's quite tricky here to figure out. But from what I see, pressure is on the left. So at the moment, Peru, Chile, and Uruguay have it correct. I don't know about Uruguay though, because they're quite farther behind. I can't see a lot of pressure, but here Peru is doing very well. They're just going for their jibe now and hopefully heading to the mark. Chile, I think, will copy very shortly behind. Venezuela is still to be seen. But yes, there is definitely more pressure on the left side.
So a split in fleet. We have a battle between Peru and Chile at the moment. Thank you, Marco, from the water. Interesting observation we had there. So we have a split between Peru and Chile here. And then Venezuela and Uruguay will also have a battle because
Chile with a jibe.
Yeah, they're splitting up. Oh, this is very important. So what's happening there on the boat when they're doing all this, Jan?
There's a lot of teamwork. You see everybody's working together, and there's 9 people. Oh, look at that. Everybody coming up at the same time. That's really beautiful teamwork right there. Trying to get that righting moment, trying to get a little bit of a push from all of them coming up and righting the boat at the same time. So we're seeing a lot of working. There's 9 people on that boat. Each one have a very specific job to do, and if they don't do it, then they can't jibe correctly.
Yeah. And now we have the overall graphics again. We can see the overview. Uruguay coming from the left-hand side, Venezuela from the right-hand side. And you can almost imagine how those two boats will hit each other with 372 and 374 meters in between. So there we'll have a small
now
battle.
this is the drop, and this is very important right now. We see them bearing away. They're probably going to do a windward drop here and try to get that spinnaker in without it going into the water. It looks like they've jibed. The spinnaker isn't full, but it doesn't matter. They're taking it. Ooh, look at that. They're having sort of issues. It looks like the drop line is not coming down. There's something going on right there. Now, there we go. That probably was the halyard. And now the spinnaker is in the water. And the jib's not up. Oh, no. This is catastrophe.
But they are still in the lead. But this is the moment for Team Chile to come back in the race and challenge them. So let's see the next drop coming in.
Oh, no. Oh, that was just, that was terrible. That's yeah, a couple of issues. All right, now they got to get concentrated again. Here we go. This is what they wanted to do. This is what Peru wanted to do, is the maneuver that Chile's doing. But they've got a problem, Chile as well. They've got the Genoa, which is on the wrong side. It looks like they've got an issue with the sheet on that. They've just managed to get it. So they've lost as well. They've lost a little bit of speed right there. So a lot of action going down here on this first drop. And we'd see in the background right now that we have team, who's that coming in?
Uruguay
Team
and Venezuela, they're coming at the same time. No, Uruguay, they speeded up. They won that momentum. And luckily for them,
okay, now it looks like
Chile
everything's going all right there. Look at them. They're grinding as fast as they can. That's what we were talking about right there. Oh, it looks like the spinnaker's not down either. Uruguay having some issues. It looks like the spinnaker might be in the water as well for them. So it's looking like a little bit of a catastrophe here, as we see for the first drop for all these teams. Now let's see if we can get our last team here, Team Venezuela, to do a good drop.
Water also.
Spinnaker a little bit in the water. Doesn't look too bad. I think that's probably the best drop out of all of them.
Yeah, but they're going opposite. They're splitting up. They're taking a chance. They know we are behind. Let's go to the left side. Uruguay come with more speed downwind, so there might be a wind pressure in the left-hand side when they're going upwind.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you coming from e-sailing, this is maybe something that you a move that you'll do as you're e-sailing.
Yeah, it's all about looking at that wind pressure and delay lines when we are going into the virtual world. But you can see all the other boats are now crossing to the opposite side. They're tagging to the left-hand side. So Venezuela saw that wind pressure over there, and that's giving them an issue.
Maybe they even got that wind pressure before the others.
Yeah.
As we often explain, the last boat on the downwind is the first one to get that new wind. Perhaps they felt that, and they knew that there was going to be a little bit more pressure.
But I'm just saying, Team Venezuela was 435 meters behind. Now they're only 285 meters behind. See these beautiful pictures. All the boats are lined up, and it looks like they're sailing side by side. Yeah, they are. It's all about the angle. But right now, it's Team Peru still in the lead, but only 110 meters. A small mistake will cost them the lead to Team
Yeah, they're
Chile.
pretty lucky that the other two behind them also had issues going around that mark. Now, I'm going to check out real quick here to see if we have any change in the race course, because if we do, then okay, apparently there is no Charlie, so there is no, we will not be shortening the race course or lengthening the race course, so we should be able to see that offset mark up at the top, which will give them a little bit of time in order to be able to put up those spinnakers.
And now we have a battle. All of them going to the left-hand side. I know you're saying, hey, they're just sailing to the same side, but it's all about position. We have Uruguay in the middle. We have Chile almost in the middle of race course also, and then Peru coming a little bit later. Peru are in the lead, but it's all about if there's more wind in the left-hand side where Venezuela is, then Peru might lose momentum and lose their position, but they have to ride away because they're coming from starboard side. So interesting battle coming in here, but here you can see how they're hanging out. Why are they doing this, Jan?
It's really important, as we said, you know, we were talking about the weight before as we were comparing the teams, and we see that the weight is important because the more weight you can have on the side of the boat, if you want, the flatter you can get your boat. So the mast is actually going to be more straight. It's going to be more straight in the air, and therefore more wind will be catching into your sails. More wind catches into your sails, the faster you can go. The faster you can go, the more, the closer you can sail to the wind.
Yeah, and let's just have an interview with one of the persons from this team.
Well, it's a big opportunity to us to being here with such a professional sailors like Ricardo, Fabini, and Pablo De Facio, and many others. So yeah, we are very happy about that.
Yes. Well, as he said, it's a big opportunity for us. There are tons of great sailors in Uruguay, and it's good to have an event that gathers all of them. And yeah, for us, it's kind of our first time on big boats, so we are learning a lot. But yeah, really grateful to be here.
Wow, great to hear the youngsters saying, oh, it's so great to sail here with them. What do we know more about the team, Jan?
Yeah, that was Hernan and Fernando, and these two are 49er sailors, and they've actually been sailing together, doing a lot of world championships together, junior world championships. So these are two teammates that, you know, they're coming up through the ranks, and great to see these guys and to have a little bit of an interview.
Yeah, and while presenting this thing, we see Uruguay doing a double tag, and Chile also doing a tag in front of them. So the reason why we just saw double tag here from Team Uruguay is because Chile reacted straight away and tagged in front of them. And now Chile is following Uruguay. It's because it's the battle of the leaders. So actually the best thing that can happen for Chile is to keep Uruguay behind them all the time. But they need to take care while they're battling that Venezuela is not coming back in this race and going in front of them. You can see Peru also following them. So the three leading boats are battling, and Venezuela is sailing their own race.
This is absolutely amazing. This is we're on the second windward leg, and all the boats are very, very close to one another. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and Marco, while taking that, what's going on the water?
Yeah, guys, so as we've seen in the past days, Uruguay is very, very impressive upwind. They have an extremely high mode that works very well for them. I don't know what their secret is, but they just crank the backstay Traveler all the way up, and they manage to do like 3, 4, 5, at times even almost 8, 9, 10 degrees more than all the other boats. And so it's very interesting to see them play right here against Team Chile, right here in the middle, kind of battling between each other. As you guys said perfectly, we have Venezuela all the way out to the left, and it looks like they have more pressure, but it's going to be interesting because they're going to have to come back at some point. They're going to have to attack. And Peru is right here, all the way on the right side with the starboard. So it's going to be interesting what's going to happen, but I think Peru now is in a very solid position, and hopefully at some point we're going to see them attack and control the whole fleet all the way up to the windward mark. Also, something you can't probably appreciate, there are 6 spectator boats out here. Quite a few, actually. Obviously, it's a great day to be on the lake, and so everybody's taking advantage. But this competition is gathering attention from all the locals, and so it's really nice to see all this support. Hopefully, they don't interfere with any racing.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. It's just incredible to be able to watch this right here. We have all these boats that are sailing so close to one another, and we're seeing this battle of epic proportions, which is just happening right in front of us. All these boats, there's just nothing in it. We just saw a couple tacks right there by Team Uruguay, which got tacked on top of by Team Chile. Now Peru is tacking on top of Team Chile. We have Uruguay and Venezuela on the left-hand side that are coming back together. There are so many things that are happening right now on this race course that it's just beautiful to see this, and we could totally understand why there are so many spectator boats out there.
Yeah, and it's a whole other race than the first race we saw today. Here we have some teams so very close to each other. Peru is on the inside of Chile, so they are in the lead. But see the tag where Uruguay just go in front of Team Venezuela just to cover and save their position. So well done. And you can see these beautiful pictures, how the boats are following each other upwind towards the top mark, where they're going to round it, and they really need to time it.
Quite surprised Chile isn't actually tacking over, because they are, they've got that wind cover by Peru, and I know they're getting closer to the mark, but are they going to want to do a double tack, or are they going to stay in that perturbed air?
I think they will stay and keep this position, because in the tactic virtual world, I've been staying here and then tag in towards the mark, because then I will having the right of way if I'm arriving at the same time as Uruguay at the top mark. So this way I'm actually more control of Uruguay and also Venezuela if they are catching up on us.
Well,
so
it
let's
looks
see what's
like
happening.
that's exactly what they're doing. It looks like as though they're staying, and they're going to stay there in order to have that advantage when we get up to the mark number 3. So this is the second windward beat that we're seeing right now. We're going to be going down for the last leeward run all the way to the finishing line.
Yeah, and see here, following them in, you can see side by side, nice and slow going upwind, but you can see how they're trying to capture the wind, trying to pressure it to the limit. Team Peru, you can see here, they are in the lead there. We have Team Chile coming into them, but Peru is actually in control, the mark coming up. So now it's all about timing that tack towards the mark. But we have 2 battles now.
Yeah, we have 2 battles. We see here on the left-hand side, Venezuela and Uruguay. Venezuela being able to pull out a high mode in order to be able to not get covered by Uruguay. It's really difficult right now for Venezuela to be able to sail their own race. They've been getting covered by all the boats, and it makes it really, really complicated. Uruguay right now is just trying to go to a fast mode, trying to get as fast as they can over to that mark, well knowing all the boats still have to put in 1 tack.
Yeah, and there we have Team Peru tacking in. And so they are now in the lead. They are in comfortable position. They can launch the spinnaker earlier than the others, and hopefully for them, they also find the wind and not taking a wrong decision as the last downwind we saw with Team Uruguay. Then they will lose a lot of speed and more, maybe 200 meters. But I'm looking at the battle with Chile and Uruguay when they're coming up to the mark, because right now Chile is in that favored position we talked about. But it looks like they will arrive at the top mark at the same time as the 2 other boats. So now it's going to be interesting while we're seeing the leaders rounding the mark.
Yeah,
see
exactly. So this is the port and starboard you were talking about, and that decision to stay in that dirty air from Peru. Well, let's see how them drop back. But they do now have the advantage, you're right, over Uruguay and Venezuela. So seeing what's going to be happening here, theoretically we should be seeing Uruguay either attack right in front of Chile.
Now it's coming.
Or
It's coming.
are they
They're
going to go?
hitting
They're
each
bearing
other.
away. They're bearing away right there. So they've decided. So they have the right of way. That was the right move. You called it. Very good.
No, they're making room. Or what are they doing?
Now they're going behind and they're going to attack behind. But that just leaves Venezuela a great opportunity to come back.
So close there. Great, great, great. So 3 boats are going to battle downwind. So will one of them cross away, so we have a split, or will they follow each other like pearls on a string? Interesting.
Now it's really important for Venezuela to not lose too much speed here. It's a very, very, very tight turn right there, and that's unfortunate because that loses quite a bit of speed. Now, let's see the spinnaker go up. We see Peru up there on top left behind the stats. They've done a great job at putting their spinnaker up, so they're off and away. And now let's take a look at these 3 teams. This is where the battle right now is happening.
Yeah, a great battle. Peru in the lead, but now the spinnaker launch is coming in. If they are failing on this one, they are losing. It's a great one for Team Chile.
That's very good. 1 boat length for putting up the spinnaker. That's very, very good. Uruguay, half a boat length.
Oh, it's spinned around. No, trouble with the spinnaker. It's a slow one. Oh, this
a little bit slower than what they've done.
So Venezuela, what they're doing?
Team Venezuela, now don't put the spinnaker in the water. Come on, guys.
Coming up also.
Oh,
it's
they're going
around.
straight.
No.
Okay,
and they're jibing also.
Right, that was right there. They were just hoisting and going into an immediate jibe. Oof. Now it's a little bit unfortunate that that Jenniker was still taut, so they lost a little bit of speed. But apparently they're going off to the right-hand side of the race course because they don't want to be just following behind the others, just like a little choo-choo train.
Yeah, this is their chance. They're trying to find the wind, the Kim wind from the opposite side here. They're trying to find it, but we can also have a situation like Uruguay. Last time they went downwind. So this is maybe Venezuela already jibed over to the opposite side, because last time there was less wind in the left-hand side where all the 3 other boats are.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going on tactically, but right now there is a battle going on, and that's between Uruguay and Chile, and Uruguay is breathing down the neck of Chile, and they are probably putting the pressure on. So we'll see what that battle what is going to come out of that battle. Now they got to make sure that they don't lose Venezuela as they're battling as well. Here we go. Great shot right there on board from Chile with Uruguay in the background, and notice how there's always somebody who's looking in the back to make sure that they're not getting attacked.
Yeah, and Marco, we need your help. Where is the wind? We can't see it here in studio. We can't see it on the graphic. Where is the wind, right or left?
Guys, the wind is left. I can almost with absolute confidence say that left is the side that pays. And actually, we can see everybody here heading to the left. Peru actually is about to get ready for the jibe, but it's on the left side. Everybody's coming down this side of the race course. We've seen this throughout the previous rounds. We keep seeing it today. Left side pays. But Venezuela, for some reason, split. They're all the way out on the right. Who knows? Maybe they saw something I didn't see. I have no clue, but we'll see what happens when they cross over.
Thank you, Marco. And with that information, we can also see on the stats that Team Venezuela lost 200 meters in that jibe. 200 meters within 400 meters of racing. No, not even 100 meters of racing. Yeah. So they've really slowed down here. Amazing stuff what's coming in. But this is the battle for points. Chile, Uruguay, they are the leaders in this group. But Peru doing what we said they had to do. They need to win. They need to win. And they are taking the lead right now.
Yeah, this is very good for Peru. That's making them really come back into the game. We're seeing some very good moves. Here we go with a simultaneous jab pretty much between Uruguay and Chile. So this is the battle that is going on right now. And I expect for Uruguay to be able to put on a lot of pressure on Chile and really get them in their wind shadow. Peru is just hoping that a battle of epic proportions will happen right behind them, and that way they can just sort of get away clean and just make sure that they keep their distance. And it's looking good so far. I mean, they've got 215 meters of a lead over second and third place, and this is the last downwind leg that they'll be doing, and the next thing that's coming up is the finishing line.
Yeah, and you can see here the battle between Chile and Uruguay behind here, where we are seeing Team Peru on board, and they are watching those sails. They're watching them right now.
Yeah, right there, number 14, Christian Sass. He's just making sure that he's see how he's talking right there? He's telling what he's feeling in terms of there he goes. He just told the grinder that give me a grind a little bit more. Okay, he's saying, all right, now it's good. I've got pressure, and he's easing it out a little bit. And at the same time, you see in the back over there, you've got the helm, which is bearing away a little bit. Now look at them talking. You see, this is really teamwork, and it just takes 3 people just to be able to make that boat go fast. So looking at what's going on inside there, it looks like not a lot of action, but if you look at what's going on and who's speaking and who's doing what, see there, number 14 and number 6, they're working together as well as with the helm. So really interesting in terms of boat mechanics, in terms of how it's working, how they work together. You see the rest of the crew on the left-hand side up there, close to the mast. They're making sure the weight is far forward, making sure the back of the boat is not dragging into the water. So 9 people on that boat, everybody's got a job.
Everybody has a job. It is quiet communication. And here we can see Venezuela. They're dropping down 600 meters now. They're out of this race. They really need to have a storm coming that way over there. You can see with the pictures here, they're doing a jibe, and then they're moving the spinnaker to the opposite side. And now it's interesting. Are they capturing wind, or are there no wind? If they have much more wind there, they can recapture those 300 meters. But it looks like a hard task for them. But they are here. We are on board with them. They're doing what they can.
It looks like they were having a little bit of an issue getting that top batten to flip over. I'm not sure it is flipped over. We'll see.
This
is
Chile and Uruguay coming down. So
look at how close they are. That's incredible. There's probably like 2 boat lengths between them.
So now the jibe comes
nice
in,
jibe.
The battle starts. Peru already jibed, so Uruguay jibing. So Chile, are they reacting? Yeah, they are. They need to follow Uruguay. It's like the wind pressure.
Making sure you see that guy. You just saw him touch the grinder right there. Oh, they lost the hat.
Down in the water. So
yeah, making sure they're in the right gear. These guys are full on right there. There's a massive concentration right now, and they have to make sure, because Uruguay right now has, even though they are a little bit further down, it looks like they did a very, very nice jibe and have gained a little bit of position. Now, it's hard to see, even though it looks like 100 meters.
It's the dance of the jibes.
It is.
It's really
wonderful.
The dance of the jibes here. Uruguay and Chile is battling it out. Peru is afraid of losing their momentum and need to keep their position.
Yeah,
that's why they're jibing. And while they're doing this, then let's hope for the teams that Venezuela is not capturing wind, because suddenly they will come like a speedboat from the right-hand side.
I do see Venezuela coming off the right-hand side right there, and they're going fast, but they're too far behind. Now, this is great for Peru. They're just wanting Uruguay and Chile to battle it out, and they're just making it more and more distance. Check it out. I mean, we're talking 300 meters. Before it was 100 and some odd meters. So this is very good news for Peru. Very, very good news.
You can
look
see
at that concentration.
Gaining, see
calm.
the stiffness,
They're very calm on board. They know that the others are battling, and so the worst thing that could happen for them right now is to make a mistake, and they only have one more jibe to do. They want to make sure this is a clean jibe, have no issues, and they should take it home.
320 meters left for Team Peru. They have been doing
there we go.
Let's
take a look at this jibe. It's looking like everything's going fine, nice and smooth. Getting the battens on the mainsail to pop through. There we go. Good teamwork. Look at that. You see that nice and sync, getting that little push off of when the final jibe. Nice.
But we have to say one thing of Team Peru. A fantastic start. Great upwind leg, great downwind leg, and they've really been nailing this race for them. And this was what they needed. They are in second last position, and with 4 points, they are joining in the battle of winning it.
Yeah, they had a little hiccup on that dropping of the first drop of their spinnaker, but it looks like they got back into the game. They're very concentrated, and now I guarantee you they're not going to be celebrating until they pass that line.
No, but they're passing the line. Congratulations, Team Peru.
There it
taking
is.
A victory here in race number 4
there
in
you
the
go.
South American group.
There you go.
See
Staying
you happy,
concentrated all the way until the end, making sure that they don't celebrate. So that very nice to see that concentration, and now they deserve it. Yes, good job. Yeah, congratulations. Very nice, guys.
And now the race winner, race number 5, Team Peru. And then we're going in. You can see behind there's a very interesting battle. 2 teams coming in, but it looks like one of the no, they're coming. You can see they're just on the line. They are coming at the same time towards the finish line.
Yeah, there's a jibing battle going on between Uruguay and Chile. Chile is just barely managing to stay out there.
It's going to be on the finish line, so they need to jibe to come into the finish line. That can mean a lot. If a small mistake, one team is losing it. Hosting this the best one, Jan.
I don't know, for the time being, it's looking very equal. We'll see Uruguay, which is coming out really up high in order to get some speed. It looks like Chile has not failed under the pressure, and they've managed to both do a very, very nice job. Congratulations, Chile, there on a wonderful second place, you know, holding out Uruguay, which has been just breathing down their neck.
Yeah.
That was a great race right there.
Yeah. So now Chile made a small gap to Uruguay in the points, and Peru is breathing in the neck of Team Uruguay now because of the victory. So that's quite amazing.
And here we go, Team Uruguay passing through, doing a little jibe as they're getting down, just probably to bear away and get away from the other guys. I bet they'll be a little bit frustrated, even though they sailed really well.
You can see that they're not cheering the same way. They're saying, okay, that was a battle, we lost it. But now they're getting ready, all ready to the next race. It's going to start short after this race when Venezuela is crossing the finish line as the last team here, getting 1 point. Then we will, then they will already get ready for the next race all the way. There we can see.
They know they're out, so now they're just dropping the pressure right now. All they got to do is go through that finishing line and then get themselves set up for the next race. Now, what's really difficult is for these next races, when you go with one race after the other. For example, for Peru, right now they've got to concentrate, and they can't stay on that high too much. They need to get back and concentrate again, because Venezuela right now, I'll tell you what, their concentration level already right now is very, very high. I bet you they're already starting to drink some water and making sure they've got energy in order to be able to come back strong for this next race.
Yeah, and when you're saying that, Jan, how much energy are they using in this boat? It looks like they're just laying down and relaxing, and the helm is just moving the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, it's a lot of concentration. Right now, obviously, yes, it is light winds, but you have to think, there are 9 people on this boat. Everybody needs to be working together in order to, as we're seeing right here, drop the spinnaker, not put it into the water, making sure that all tactically everything is correct. You got to be thinking about what the others are doing at the same time you're doing, and you got to keep your nerves. And it's so hard because the boats are not really moving that quickly. I mean, they are, but they could be going a lot faster had there been more wind. It's a mental game, it's a physical game in terms of coordination. And then they got to be hiking. Have you seen? There's no hiking straps on these boats.
There are no hiking straps on these boats, so they need to actually have holding themselves with the legs up there, so they're not falling over. We had 2 weeks ago, one from Team Bermuda fell into the water, so it can happen. I need to ask Marco out there. What's happening and what's seeing. I think it's him. We're seeing him approaching one of the boats to see it. But Marco, what are the teams doing out there right now? Yeah. Okay, Marco, we can see he's approaching the boat, so he's not hearing us at the moment. He's coming closer and closer to a small interview.
That's a great shot as we're seeing him, as we're seeing the onboard shot with Marco that's trying to join the boat. He's on there. There you go. He just hopped on.
So
we're expecting him
let's see. Marco, let's have an interview with the winning team of Team Peru.
Yeah, so hi guys, I'm here with Stefano Pesquera, helm obviously on the winning SSL Team Peru. Yeah, that's the camera, say hi. Nailed the start, nailed every single aspect of this race, controlling always your adversaries. How are you feeling?
We're feeling good, I think confident now, but very humble to try and give our best on every race. I think that's what we were able to show here on this race. Good start. I think that's a big percentage of the race there in the pocket from moment 0. And then it was pretty much molding the boat and looking for pressure out there, because it's not that easy.
And so obviously you're always attacking and controlling all your opponents, but something happened at the downwind, first downwind. You got a little nervous there. What happened?
Yeah, we were not early enough to drop the kite. I think our timing was a little late, so the kite didn't go down at the time we expected it to go down, but we were able to solved that problem pretty quickly, and our team is. I'm super respectful of them because they saved our race. Now we spoke about the incident, and we're gonna take our time a little bit earlier to drop stuff.
Okay, and so now another race for you guys. What are you going to focus on mostly? Nailing the start and controlling again, hopefully?
I think we're going to try and mimic what we just did. I know this is racing. It's not that easy to copy it, but I think we're going to just press copy paste and stay focused on trying to do the same.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you so very much and good luck.
Thanks, Marco.
Ciao, guys.
Thank you, Marco, for that. And with that, let's enjoy some replays of the fantastic race we just had. So, Jan, fantastic races and beautiful pictures of this fantastic race we just had with a lot of battles in there. And that's giving us a whole new overall score. So let's see what happens when Team Peru is winning the race.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to see right now.
Yeah.
Here's the points awarded today in this race number 4 of the second fleet.
And the way the points are working is if you're winning a race, you get 4 points, second place 3, third 2, and fourth place 1 point.
Yeah, exactly like the Soccer World Cup.
Yeah, and then we, when we're shifting into the overall, we can see now the score in this group is coming in here because Peru just won, so they're on 10 points, Uruguay on 12, and Chile on 13. But Venezuela, it looks a little bit hopeless for them. They need to win the next race and hope that Uruguay and Peru ends in the last position. Because one thing you need to know if you're new to this format of the SSL Gold Cup, the last day of racing will be double points. So tomorrow the last race will be, because they will do the race 5 now, so there will only be one double point race tomorrow on the golden day.
Yeah, so exactly, and it's great to see that we have the top 3 teams with just only 3 points difference between the first and third after 4 days of racing, or 4 races actually.
Yeah, great stuff, everything we have here. And yeah, now when we're coming back to the studio here, quite amazing battle we have in between these teams. They fought each other and really battle against each other because I have to say, this was real racing. It was almost a match racing between four boats. They were switching into tacking and jibing in front of each other, and it was almost a dance we saw out there.
Yeah, we saw that beginning there with the boats not quite being on the line at the correct time, and I was a little frustrated seeing are they going to be a little bit aggressive, and as soon as I said that, they just really went into it, and we saw them crossing, tacking on top of one another, and that's what sailing is all about. This is what we want to see. Obviously, everybody's following the rules, everybody's playing the game. That's the game. I mean.
That's the game. And we're also lucky that we have a great interview with Team Peru ready for us. So let's hear what they're saying.
It's almost the same team that came to the test event. We tried to keep it as similar as possible in order to make sure we take advantage of that experience. We made a couple of changes to make sure we added enough people from the ranking and meet the regulations as well. But let's say the spinal cord of the team is kept the same. So far, I think we are not doing how we expected. We think we missed a couple of opportunities. We had two good starts, the first one and the third one. We could have won both of them, and we just got a nice second place on the last one after a very tricky race. But the first two, we made a couple of mistakes on our maneuvers, and I think we can also get a little faster downwind. But we're competitive, so I think we have a good opportunity to fight.
Wow, we're just sailing our own race, but I have to say they just won the last race here. So great performance by them. But if you're new to this and you haven't seen the first race, you're getting it ready to race number 2 in the South American group here at the SSL Gold Cup. And we have the team lineup. So let's start with Team Uruguay. Who's on that team?
So Team Uruguay right here, we have as a team, as the team captain and helm is Ricardo Fabini. As a tactician, we have Pablo De Facio. As a trimmer, we have Nicolas Gonzalez. As another trimmer, Santiago Silveira. We also have a floater, Herman Umpiere, and we also have Roberto Fabini and Fernando Diaz.
Yeah, and then let's jump straight into team lineup from Team Chile, because these are the 4 teams we're going to watch again.
Team Chile, we have 2 brothers. We have the Ducas brothers, Rodrigo and Andres. We also have another pair of brothers, the Robles brothers, which is Rodrigo and Felipe. We have as a tactician Felipe Echenique, as well as the main trimmer Rodrigo Amunategui.
Yeah, and then Team Peru, the winning team of the last race. And let's see how they perform in this race. Coming in here, and the team captain, he must be so proud of this performance.
Team captain, we just saw here in an interview Stefano Peschiera, which very proud of his team. We also have as a tactician, we have Luis Olcesai. We have as well on this team the grinder, Jean-Paul De Trazinis. We have Christian Sass as a trimmer as well. Main trimmer, we have Javier Arribas, Alonso Collantes, Augusto Nicolini, Eduardo Cano. That's pretty much your lineup right there.
Yeah, fantastic. And then we have Team Venezuela that has everything for fight for in this race. They need a victory to stay in the competition.
Team captain Helm Andres Larque, the tactician Yamil Saba, floater Martin Nesperia. We also have the bow Ricardo Martos, mid-bow Gonzalo Sendra, and pitman Rodrigo Fevla, grinder Johnny Bilbao, trimmer Jose Bilbao, trimmer Jose Miguel Ruiz. There's your lineup right there for Team Venezuela.
And when saying that, let's meet Andreas Lagen in an interview.
Actually, no. I mean, we know that the 4 teams, we have quite the same level. But yesterday we lost some key points that now today and tomorrow we have to work twice hard to get it back. But we think we can do it, so it's all about going out and do the best we can and have fun.
Wow, there we're getting ready for the next race. And we heard Team Venezuela saying that the teams are actually at the same level, but they've been having quite a hard time in this race. And we are ready for the start in 3 minutes. But before that, should we hear Marco? Is there anything changed in between the races in the small break we have?
Actually, it looks like there is slightly more wind. But race committee has still decided to go for the light wind sails. And once again, pressure looks exactly as it was before. So ideally, left pays. But we'll see what happens and what the tacticians on the teams decide to do.
Thank you, Marco. We can see here light wind sails, LA2. So we are going to have the same format where they're racing up to a top mark, around an offset mark, down to the gate mark, up again, and then racing towards the finish line.
That's right. We can see here the middle flag right there that you're seeing with the white square in the middle. There you go. We were talking about the orange flag. Now that orange flag tells us that we can go racing. And that flag with the square right now tells us that we are somewhere between 4 minutes and 1 minute to the start. We can tell you we are exactly 2 minutes and 10 seconds to the start. And that lets us know what the rule is on the last minute.
And now 2 minutes to the start. Let's see how they time it. It was a nervous start in the last race we had here. So now we're going into race number 5. And we saw it takes around 1 minute to speed up and come to the starting line. And last time the teams, they actually use a lot of time, except Team Peru. But are Peru allowed to be at the pin end mark for themselves?
No, yeah, they can. Of course they can. They can be anywhere along that line they want to be. And they were the ones with the best start last time, and they won the race. So now let's see what's going to be happening here because as you saw, having a great start can allow you to win the race. It doesn't mean that if you get a good start, you will win the race. But in any case, if you get a bad start, then it's very difficult to win the race.
Then it's very difficult to win the race. But let's see how it's going. Let's see. The start is coming up. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds to the start. See Team Peru there under pressure. Chile is not letting them go.
Yeah, it's a kind of a strange position, and just because they don't have the right of way, they are the windward boat. But it looks like Team Peru is not phased by any of this. They're not letting themselves get influenced. Here they go. They're luffing them a little bit here. We see. Now we'll see exactly what's happening. It looks like a big luff right here from Team Peru.
Whoosh, they're under pressure. They need to spin
now,
around. It's a tag battle. It's a position for this position. And where's the starting line? That is the committee boat. Oh, they're not pressured all the way out.
It looks very good. We've got 35 seconds to go. Now I'm guessing that Team Peru is going to pick up a little bit of speed and create a little bit of space leeward of their boat. And I'm expecting Team Peru to have a great start. Here they go. They're windward. So they're going to be blocking Team Uruguay right now.
Yeah.
Peru has got room underneath them. As soon as they bear away, they're going to be getting some wind. 15 seconds left to go. Here we go. That's a bear away from Team Peru. I'm expecting them to have the best start right now. Looks like as though they're the best. Oh, we've got a port tag boat that's going across. And that's definitely, there we go. A penalty for sure. Penalty right there. Peru having the tag. Or not. Oh, there's a go.
There's the go. But Venezuela, what
so
happened
penalty
there?
plus individual recall right there. You see that white flag with the blue cross in there? That's an individual recall. So we're looking like not only are they gotten a penalty, but on top of it, they were over the line. So
Team Venezuela.
Is that Team Venezuela that's over the line?
They are going back to the starting line and doing a penalty at the same time.
I'm excited to see that again.
He's very unsatisfied there. I would love to see that replay. But
that replay is going to be unbelievable.
They got pressured by Team Chile, and then they did attack and going port side.
So many things happened on that start right there. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly what's happening because as you're concentrated on one boat, something is happening. There's only 4 boats. I mean, it's just wow, what a start. In any case, Peru got a great start. They were saying copy and paste. Well, there it is.
Yeah, a little bit, but Chile is on the outside this time. But Peru just needs to focus on them. And you can also see here on the graphic that Team Uruguay is tacking away, going opposite. So we just heard, Marco, that the rich are getting richer in the left-hand side. And now we're seeing Uruguay going to the right-hand side. Or will they just keep themselves in the middle? That's quite interesting because here it's do or die. Because if they choose the wrong side, they can lose that point and go down.
Here we go. This is the replay. Yeah. Now look at, we see Peru, Uruguay right there, closest to us, getting a great start. And it looks as though right there, so they're on a port tack boat.
Yeah, they just went over 1 second before
I'm not
time.
sure if it was them or if it was the boat that was closest to the pin that went over the
We
line.
we will see that, because if one of the boat needs to turn around, then it's game over. But we have a split battle out there. But see there, it is Team Venezuela.
So Venezuela
doing it.
was over the line. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
have confirmation right now. Venezuela was over the line, so that was them.
So that's it. But we have an interesting battle here. You can see how Team Peru was in the middle, caught in a sandwich. But they are right now covering up for Team Chile. You can see they're on the outside of them. So right now they are in control. So Team Chile, they will be pushed away from it. And my graphic overview here, Uruguay right now is sailing the shortest distance towards the mark, according to wind shifts and everything. So quite good battle. Uruguay is sneaking away. Peru, Chile battling it out. So now Uruguay can come back in the lead of the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, so Uruguay is going off on the right-hand side. It's again, very daring tactical maneuvers, leaving your opponents to go to the other side. They must be more confident. They must be seeing something else, or they're just trying to sail and not be in any perturbed wind.
Oh, it's like Antigua Barbuda.
Antigua Barbuda.
Yeah, it
Antigua
just
Barbuda.
lost the words there. They sailed to the right-hand side in their battle, and they just slipped away while the other boats was battling, and that way they survived and qualified to the next round.
They were actually doing that all week long.
Yeah.
So
keeping away from the battle is also a way of winning it.
It is. You're not getting disturbed by the others, and that's just what we saw on the last race, with Peru being out in front, Uruguay and Chile battling it out behind. Just gave the lead to Chile. So maybe that's a tactic that Uruguay is trying to use right now, is to go off to the right-hand side, get some free air, get some unperturbed air, and make their own race.
But also at the same time, we can see there's less than 20 meters in between top three. This means Uruguay is doing what Chile did in the last one upwind leg. Remember, they went to the right-hand side, came in front, and forced the others to bear away, and that was Uruguay. So now it's like they're doing, hey, payback time. It's our time to have to ride away at that mark.
Yeah, they've definitely taken that into consideration. But as Marco just told us, pressure's on the left. So let's see what's happening as they get back together. That'll be really interesting to see once they cross.
Yeah, but 20 meters is really, really uncomfortable, both for Chile and Peru in the left-hand side, while you see Uruguay is crossing over to them now, and they can actually force them to bear away, and then, or they can tack in front of them and pressure them with some wind shadow. So let's see what happens. But Venezuela with that start, it's amazing they're only 260 meters behind, so they're actually doing a great upwind leg here.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what's happening here with with them sitting a little bit further behind. However, they probably are in a little bit of a wind shadow now. The question is, maybe do you want to come back towards the center and not take as much risk, or it is kind of looking like. It's difficult to say whether it's a left-hand shift.
It's difficult to say. The stats we have on the boats are they're actually sailing the same speed. It looks like Uruguay is sailing a little bit faster than the other boats at the moment.
Nice boat handling right there on Peru.
So let's see. Yeah, they just tacked up towards the top mark.
They're in it.
Yeah,
they're in it. You can see the concentration on these guys. It looks like the windward backstay right there is a little bit loose.
But let's see. It's now a lot of things are going to happen, because graphically we can see they're approaching each other. Chile is on the outside, Peru in the middle, and then Uruguay will come in, and you can just see here they're also very focused, but they are a little bit in trouble here, because Peru is on the outside of them. If they keep this distance to each other and come up to the top mark.
Well, look, just 1 second. Just want to interrupt you. You see it in the background there? There's a kite surfer.
Yeah.
If there's enough wind for a kite surfer, then there's enough pressure.
Yeah. So they're looking after the kite surfers to find where the wind is.
Well, maybe. You can use everything. Everything's allowed. So
everything is allowed. But here you can see on the graphic, Chile is on the inside, Peru on the outside. When they're coming to the top mark there, then right now Chile is in a good position, because Peru needs to make room for the boats on the inside when they're rounding the mark.
There we
but
go.
Uruguay is crossing in. Oh, they're going close to the boats here.
Well, those are foiling kite surfers, so I guess they do need a little bit less wind, but you could definitely see there's some pressure right there.
Yeah.
I mean, for them to be able to go out there. That's very impressive. It looks like everybody's come out today and playing out on the water, which is great to see.
Yeah. Great pictures, two boats following each other, Peru, Chile. We just have an overview there. There's 14 meters in between them. So it's all about the boat handling at the top mark. Right now, Chile is in the best position. Uruguay, they tacked up. We can see that on the graphic. So they bear the way and didn't get the wind pressure. So they lost momentum. They lost actually 82 meters in total of doing that trick going in towards the middle. So it didn't pay off for them. Right now they're under pressure because Venezuela is coming after them.
Yeah, it's just as Marco said. There's more pressure on the left, and so it is an option now. We see them; they're the ones the furthest to the right. So they are planning their move for when they get to mark number 1. So it's not because they're just sitting a couple meters behind that. I mean, they're only 84 meters, and really, frankly, is it really 84 meters? It's difficult to say. At least one thing is for sure. When they're going to be getting up to that windward mark, all those boats, those top 3 boats are going to be very, very close.
Yeah. And here you can see the tactics. Uruguay, they lost that one. They tried to get the right away, but they're too far away now. So now Chile and Peru is going to battle when they come up to the mark. And it looks like Peru is in the lead, but there's one issue. They cannot just turn in front of Chile. Yes, they can, if they can manage to straighten up the boat and keep their course. So they need to win a little bit more, and then Chile needs to bear away and go behind them. But in these big boats, wow, that's going to be daring.
Well, if Chile can tack as well and place themselves and have an overlap over Peru, they'll have room at the mark. So it'll be really interesting to see how this is going to go down. For the time being, it's kind of looking like perhaps Peru might get to that 3 boat lengths mark before Chile. Well, let's see what happens. It's really difficult to see. We're sitting in here, but anyways, it'll be very exciting when we get to that mark.
It will, and right now we can see Peru. They are actually catching more wind speed at the moment. 360 meters towards the top mark. Peru is the leader. They have 32 meters now. They're winning a meter at a time, so they're capturing the wind.
Remember, they have to tack, and they're going to be losing ground.
Yeah, but
right?
if they manage to tack and straighten up the boat, then Chile, I have to say, straight honest, then they are caught and need to bear away and going behind.
Here we go. Things are, it's all settling in right now. We've got Uruguay that is just tacked, and they are now the starboard boat. So they have the right of way over Peru and Chile should they get there first. It doesn't look like they will, so it looks like we're going to have Chile and Peru just tacking right in front of them. Now, is that a left-hand shift that we're seeing right now? Because if that is bad news for Uruguay.
Yeah, and see also the angle of the boat from Uruguay. It's all about finding the best perfect angle. And if the wind speed is going away from them, they are changing the angle to a smaller, to a bigger angle, 45
look at this
degrees.
high mode here.
Oh, there we're coming in. They did the tack.
Very good.
Yeah.
So a very, very nice maneuver there by Peru, managing to put in that high mode and squeeze out in front of Chile.
Yeah, and there Chile is coming around. So it's a really close one. So Peru managed to get enough speed to just turn in front of Chile and not tack in front of them and keep them behind. But now when we're coming downwind and the spinnaker is launching, Peru might be in trouble.
I think, you know who's in trouble right now is Uruguay, because I don't think they're making the mark.
Uh-oh, if that's the case, because of the angle, that was the light wind we just talked about before we're seeing this turn. But let's just see this turn before we're talking about that.
Yeah, let's see these spinnaker hoists. This is always an interesting moment right there. Peru doing a great job on the spinnaker hoist. There you go. Very smooth, taking their time, doing it right. Chile a little bit faster, but hoisting the spinnaker. They're not even a half a boat length, and they've already got the spinnaker up. So very aggressive move. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Uruguay. I'm seeing it. They're doing an attack to get back. They have a double tack. There we go. Right there.
Double tack, yeah.
Double tack to get back to the mark. So. Good news for Venezuela, being able to maybe put some points on to Uruguay. Terrible news for Uruguay. Now they've just lost they're just on the back foot with Peru.
But
and
I think this is the best news ever for Peru, because now they will be tied with points with Uruguay before the Golden Day tomorrow. So then they can do a match race. Who is going to win that one? Because they will be squared on with the points overall. There we have Venezuela coming in. But what happened for Uruguay was what before we saw them turning around the marks was they've caught lighter wind, and when they're catching lighter wind, they need a bigger angle to sail with these boats. So they go to 43, 45 degrees towards the mark, and they came in with an angle of 35 degrees, but then they will slow down, and 35 you can only sail if there's more wind pressure. So that may be what's happening for them.
So it is very complicated with all these wind shifts and pressure going left and right, and right now we're seeing here the hoist on Team Venezuela, and it looks like everything went well on that hoist. So now they're just trying to keep Uruguay in their sights.
Yeah.
It looks as though everybody here is on a starboard tack.
Yeah, they're split up, and the battle of this race is Peru versus Chile. But here, like pearls on a string, sailing downwind towards the gate mark. And who dares to do the jibe first? Because there's been light wind in the right-hand side all day, but they need to jibe somehow. Will they go towards the middle, or will they go all the way to the left-hand side and then aim for the gate mark and round it there?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the two back boats definitely don't want to be taking any chances. It looks as though they, that every time they've separated themselves, they've been getting further back. Now the real battle is between these guys right here. Here we go, Peru and Chile. Chile breathing down the neck of Peru and trying to attack them by sailing a little bit of a higher course and getting Peru in their wind shadow. Peru is not going to let that happen.
Yeah, and I'm just getting a small question, Jan, here. Why are Peru suddenly in the lead? Has they a better boat than the other ones, or what's happening here?
Well, they did things right. They got the best start out of everybody, so that already gave them an advantage over at the start. They haven't had any penalties, and therefore they're just staying out in front, sailing well.
So the boat they have is not better than the other boats. They don't have a bigger sail or bigger mast or something like that.
No. All the boats are exactly the same. These boats have, as a matter of fact, all the lines are exactly in the same place, the same color, the same. It's identical. As a matter of fact, that's why we're going to see this after this race. The teams will be switching, so we're going to get the teams that we saw earlier today, which was the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Portugal, coming back on these boats, the same exact boats that these four teams are sailing on right now. So very, very even boats. Really, it's a question of the guys that are sailing on that boat.
So it's not like we heard some of the other guys saying in the interview earlier, how I was a little bit lucky. We need to pray for the guards that it's going our way. No, it's all about skills. It's all about team collaboration. This is what it's all about, and you'd see how they're working here. The jibes are coming in for both teams, and Uruguay, they need to defend their position, not losing more points to Venezuela, because right now they are tied with points with Peru, so they need to keep that third place and not drop down to fourth.
Yeah, we're almost at the halfway point here of this race. We still have another couple hundred meters to go, almost 1,000 until we get to the halfway point of this race, where they'll be going upwind again and then back downwind. And you're right, it is not a question of luck, and it's not a question of having the best boats. This is what's so interesting. This is what makes the SSL Gold Cup so different than everybody else. It's not about the boats, it's about the guys sailing on those boats, and that's what we want to see. We got guys, they're coming from you got to have the passport of your country to be able to sail on these boats, and whoever sails these boats the best will be the best sailors.
And while we are enjoying this battle, Peru versus Chile, they're so close to each other. It's going to be a dance of the jibes again, I'm pretty sure of that. But who will do the first jibe again? They're crossing in towards the middle a little bit early, so they need to do at least one or two jibes to enter the gate mark. So they're just defending each other. So how does this team captain getting selected? There's something called the SSL ranking list. People are asking out there, what is the SSL ranking list?
Yeah, what is the SSL ranking list? That's a very good question. And basically what it is every time you participate into a regatta, each regatta will have different amount of points. So whether you're doing a local regatta or you're going off to the Olympics, you'll have a different amount of points awarded to that regatta. If you win that regatta, you'll get all the points. If you get in second place, you'll get a percentage of those points.
Yep.
And then all that is added onto your score, and that puts you in the ranking list, and you can compare yourself, just like the ATP has a ranking list, to all the people around in your country or around the world.
Yeah, and when we're looking at up the top corner, we can see the projected score right now. As foreseen, Peru is tying with Uruguay and actually getting into second position. So there's special rules according to tie. It's all about who got the most first positions, who got most second, who got most third, and so on. And right now, Peru, if they're winning this one, they are in a very good position to qualify into the next round. But one thing is for sure, tomorrow is Golden Day, so there will be 3 teams defending their position. Chile, Peru, Uruguay, they can all lose it. Venezuela, it looks like it's game over for them.
Yeah, Golden Day, meaning that tomorrow each one of the races, all the points will count double. So today, if you're first, you get 4 points. Tomorrow, if you're first, you'll get 8 points.
Yeah, and now we come to an interesting battle. It's the last yard towards the gate mark. Peru still in the lead, and then we have Chile just coming in behind them, throwing dirty air on them, actually controlling the leaders.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight right here. If they can make it now, it's going to be all about the drop, and we've seen that there's been disaster in the last race. 3 out of the 4 had issues. We're looking like we already might have a little bit of an issue keeping that spinnaker.
It's the wind shadow.
Full.
See, Chile is taking the wind shadow, dirty air, throwing on Peru. So Peru, they need to do something.
Look at that! Look at the attack by Chile.
Oh, they're jibing. Oh, that's a very dirty decision to jibe. So close of the mark, dude. They need to do a double jibe.
Okay, we're going to get a split here, apparently. So, it's looking like Peru is dead downwind. They have no more speed. The boat is completely stopped now. This is a great opportunity for Chile to come right back in it. If they get a good drop right here, they'll have the speed, because right now they're going much faster than Peru is going. So let's make sure they get that. Let's get it in. Come on, boys. Get it in right there. You're seeing them yelling and screaming. There it is.
Split.
So
left
they did a
side,
split,
right side.
and they've got a lot more speed.
Yeah,
we've seen this in different races. If you have more speed down at the leeward gate, you are going to be coming out in front. So I expect now to see Chile coming back in front of Peru.
So close, but there's one big issue now for Chile. They went to the right-hand side, and we have been discussing all day, and I need to ask Marco again on the water. Is there win at the right side now, since they're taking this huge chance, because Peru is playing it safe?
Looks like it's in the middle.
So maybe we can have Marco tell us if the wind
it looks like it's in the
there.
middle. Like looking from that drone shot, it just looks like the pressure was in the middle. And how can I see that? Basically, I'm looking at the color of the water. We can see the wind shift, and look, there's an issue here on Uruguay. There's an issue right there. They looks like they haven't gotten their spinnaker all the way in. Okay, they are going back upwind, but looks like they've had an issue putting the spinnaker back into the bottom of the boat, the bilge of the boat.
But it's a double split. Venezuela following Chile, Uruguay following Peru. So right now we have 2 battles in 2 different sides, and this is where sailing, sometimes you can't see who's the leader and who's not. It's all about the wind. No, there's no wind in the side where Chile is. See, they're tacking in towards the middle.
That's
they
right,
took a chance, so they're bearing away, straight away, tacking to the opposite side. So Venezuela might also lose this one to Uruguay. But one thing is happening in the opposite side. I thought I just saw with the camera there that Peru tacked in towards the middle.
I think so, yeah. I think so. And we see them clearly behind. If that is Peru right there on the left that we just saw, then it just goes to show that having a good leeward gate rounding
that
with
was
some
Uruguay,
speed.
sadly.
Okay.
But still interesting call, because Chile has the right of way when they're coming to the opposite side.
Peru has not tacked yet,
no.
And there's only 15 meters difference. As soon as Peru tacks, I think we'll have a very equal. The boats will be equal, and at that point, Chile will be on a starboard tack, have the right of way.
Like in the last race, but it looks like Peru is speeding up. They're capturing more wind. There's more wind in the left-hand side than in the middle of the race course, where Team Chile is at the moment. Uruguay is also going in towards the middle. They're trying to covering up Venezuela. They need to defend that 3rd position. They don't care what's happening in front of them now. They need to defend it to have the tie, so they can have the match race tomorrow on the Golden Day.
Yeah, it's all about defending your position, but right now we're seeing a battle within a battle. We're seeing Peru and Chile right now trying to duke it out right there for their best position. And we see Uruguay and Venezuela just a little bit on the back foot there, and that's just it's really disappointing because Uruguay was just so close, and they had to do that double tack at the last windward mark, and that's just sort of what put them behind. Now anything can still happen, especially if we were to get any sort of change in directions. Apparently there will be no Charlie, so that means that there will be no changing of the length of the race course.
Yeah, and now we are on the boat here of Team Peru, and this is the pit area. Yeah.
3 times third at the Junior World Championships. It's great to have these young guys right out there. And as we said, the best of their country, and that's why they managed to get onto these boats. So for all you young sailors out there, you know, keep practicing, keep going out there, keep sailing, because one day you might just be sailing on one of these boats.
Yeah. And Peru, while we were on board, we saw them tack, and now the battle comes. Is Chile close enough to do anything with it? They need to take care that they're not coming behind Peru and getting wind shadow, so getting too close for them, or will they get in front of them and then have to ride away? But it looks 40 meters.
They'll tack just before them.
Peru might defend this one, so they might tag in front. As
they're definitely not going to let themselves pass behind that other boat.
No.
There are already quite far to the left-hand side of the racing area, and so for sure Chile should tack. And there we go. We just saw that's Chile, that's Peru on top right there. So we have both boats on a port tack right now, heading back towards the center of the racing area.
It looks quite good for Team Peru right now. Now we're looking at who's getting the most wind pressure in. Will Chile win meters like we saw Peru did in the last race in the second upwind leg? They are in the lead, but if Chile is getting, let's say, 30, 40 meters on Peru on the last distance, then it's going to be very interesting at the top mark. But there's only 190 meters to the top mark now for the teams. But just see the meters between the two teams behind, Uruguay and Venezuela. There's also a very interesting battle coming up there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting right here to see, is Chile going to sail into that high mode, or is Peru going to keep cruising in that sort of low, fast mode? Because right now, the way it's going right now is really looking like Chile's got a high mode right there, and if they can just sneak out in front underneath Peru, they will have an advantage by casting a windward wind shadow on Peru. So a very, very tight racing right here. We'll have to see what's happening. But we did see Peru going up with that high mode earlier. Can they do it again?
Yeah, can they do it again? And it's quite interesting, Jan, because here it looks like they're side by side while we're seeing number 1, number 4, this beautiful golden boat, the SSL 47 coming up. But Peru is on the inside. They're closer to the mark. Both of them need to tack when they're coming up there. I think they will follow each other to the right-hand side. The two other boats are far, far away. So is Chile satisfied of being in second position? They will still be the overall leader in the group. But is that good enough for them, only leading with 2 points for tomorrow?
No, Thomas, I'm telling you what, these guys are never satisfied. You don't come here and get to this point of sailing a level because you're satisfied. You know, you come here because you're eager to win. You never stop, and they will not stop. This will be a fight till the end. They will hesitate. At no point will they hesitate to tack over Uruguay or anything like that. This is these guys. You know, they're in it. They're in it to win it.
They're in it to win it. And right now, Peru is doing what we said when we started the story of this South American group in the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. They're battling for a spot in Bahrain where they're going into 132 finals. And Peru with this lead, and if they keep this victory here and keep Uruguay behind them tomorrow, they will be qualifying into that one. And that must be huge for them.
That's just enormous. You know, it's a great comeback story. We've seen them really concentrated all week. It's great, and this is exactly what we love. This is what we want. We saw in the other group we have 3 boats that are tied. Here it's looking like we're going to get 3 boats in this group as well. That could win. So anything's still open. We still have 1 race left in each group, and we still have no idea who is going to pass. Either one of the 2 teams.
Either of the, actually 3 teams actually, because Peru, Uruguay will be tied, Chile will be in front with 2 points only, but Venezuela will have a hard time tomorrow. If they're losing this race, then tomorrow is for the glory and the honor.
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, that's sort of what mathematics are looking like right now. But let's take a look at this. I mean, this is just absolutely fabulous sailing. Look at this. We're getting 2 boats in the same shot. These both concentration. Look at that. Everybody's you see how they're looking at one another. Oh, they're doing this. They're doing that. They're going to try to. They're taking and keeping an eye on each other. You see both the tacticians right there. They're both holding onto the backstay. They're both looking at one another, figuring out what they're going to do. Now this is going to be a super important move. Here we go with what I believe is going to be. Look, you see how they're looking at one another?
Now the tack comes in. Chile attacks straight away with them. It's straight reaction. There's only 20 meters in between them. They need to react, but they have one issue now. They will have a little bit of wind shadow.
Yeah, they will have a little bit of windward wind shadow right now. So what they got to do is they got to just keep it as close as they can and pray that they don't see that left-hand shift that Uruguay saw again. And now it's looking like Uruguay just behind, which is just catching up, but looks like they're in their wind shadow. Yeah, there they are. Uruguay is the boat in the back right there. They're in their wind shadow, and they're going to have another double tack.
Look at the boats. Remember the mistake Uruguay did in the second upwind leg last time? Can you see the angles of the boat? They are having a bigger angle than the other boats, so they are again missing the top mark.
Yeah, but it's because they're getting all that wind shadow, so they can't actually get the same angle as the others, and we can clearly see that right there. Look at Uruguay; they're not able to see. So there we go. So they've decided to attack, and they get back out there into that fresh air, undisturbed air, and it's just going to be a battle against Venezuela for the time being. Uruguay, Venezuela. It's looking like Peru and Chile have breaking out in front and have taken the lead, and it looks like we're going to have an epic battle here on the last downwind leg of this race number 5 of the 3rd qualifying series.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. Now they're rounding the first top mark, and then they're coming to the offset mark, going to the last leg, racing towards the finish line. Last time we saw the dance of the jibes, but it's all about where the wind pressure will Peru try to jibe in front of Chile all the time, if Chile jibes, or will they just keep racing calm to one side? That's interesting what's going on, but the launch of the Spinnaker here can decide everything.
Look at how eager they are. They almost have the Spinnaker up. They haven't gotten to the mark yet.
No. The Spinnaker launch.
This is full attack. This is maximum attack right here from Team Chile. Look at that. Bringing it all in as fast as they can. Now this is going to be very aggressive. Look at that. We've seen a little bit better boat handling skills from Chile, if that's the case. Now look, they're going to be. There is an issue right now.
They're losing momentum again. Again.
Peru is just barely managing to stay out there right in front. So now they're getting, there you go. They found that angle. I think they were a little bit too much to leeward. It looks very calm and concentrated on that boat, but
oof, that's not calm and concentrated.
There's
that's
some aggressivity coming out there from Team Chile. Looks like Team Chile is also having a little bit of an issue here. Now they've got a. Oh, this is great. What a wonderful onboard camera shots right there from the grinding pedestal. And it looks like Chile is trying to get that overlap, just bearing away. Those look like some big bearaways right there that they're doing. So we'll see what's happening. But this is really interesting, and we'll see if we can. What Chile is going to try to do is either get on top, stay between the wind and Peru, and so that they can cast a wind shadow on them, or they're going to try and get an overlap by getting the bow, the very front of their boat, to go past the transom of the boat in front of them, the back of the boat.
Yeah.
And so if they do that, then they get themselves into a strong point, and they can try to luff the other boat and therefore try to make Peru have a penalty. And this is all part of the rules, and this is part of the game. So this is what we're seeing. This is the action that we're seeing right now. This is all about tactics. And what the other 2 boats in the back are hoping is that these 2 get so concentrated in their battle that they can catch up.
But Uruguay, yet again, they're jibing away from the rest of the fleet. If they're losing that 3rd position to Venezuela, there's no tie, and then I know there's only 1 point between Peru and Uruguay in that case, but still taking that chance.
I don't understand.
No.
But they've been doing it. You know, they've been doing it sort of all week. They've been taking a chance, so they're very confident in what they're doing, and we're sort of seeing some mixed results that have come out of this.
It's like in the graphic you see Venezuela is almost capturing into them in that tag. Oh, who's that? Who tagged there? Is that the leading battle? No, it's not. It's Chile. Chile already tagged. So the battle is coming in. The tag of the jibes is starting. But will Peru continue their path?
Well, you saw in the drone shot earlier, it just kind of looks like, now it is a drone shot. Yes, the cameras are excellent on those drones, but it does look a little bit lighter on both sides. So it looks like the pressure really is in the middle, and let's see what happens here with the speeds and with what's going on. I mean, the battle Chile Peru right now is hot.
Yeah, and Marco, we are here on the water. There's 1,500 meters to the finish line. We are seeing the dance of the jibes. Where is the wind? Because, see, they're looking after it in our pictures.
Yeah, wind seems to be right here with Chile, if I'm being honest with you guys. From what I see, they've got better speed probably. You can confirm this with numbers. They've got the speed. I feel like they've got a pretty good angle all the way down to the finish. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here, but wind is definitely dying slowly but surely. So it's going to be interesting to see who negotiates these conditions better, because Peru had a very solid lead, but then they kind of messed up there at the top mark. There was some troubles with the jib. I don't know what happened precisely. And now they're out on the left side. I don't know if there necessarily is more pressure over there, but Chile is back in it and hoping to get this win.
Thank you, Marco. And right now we can see Team Chile is only 25 meters behind Peru, and they need to follow them. They jibed in following Team Chile right now. But one thing we can say to you guys and girls and all of you following this interesting battle for points, right now both teams needs to do either 1 or 2 jibes more before they're entering the finish line. So it's a battle of wind, but it's also a timing of that jibe. Chile is getting more speed. They are winning momentum right now, Jan.
And quite literally 10 meters is about the boat length.
Yeah. So side by side, but still some things in between them. And it looks like Peru is taking a more straight angle towards that finish line. But let's see. Peru coming in, Chile coming in, side by side. They're switching the leaderboard now.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and we see that there is a little bit of a lead here going into it. Peru is a little bit more centered. So now we'll see if that can actually make a difference. But I'll tell you what, when they get down to the finishing line, I think it's going to be meters in between these two. Chile having the right of way, they will be on a starboard tack when they jibe. But Peru being more in the center of the race course, they will have that advantage to being closer to the finishing line. So we will see what happens. This will be a very, very decisive move. It looks like Chile is ready right there to do a jibe. There we go. Here we go. They are jibing. You see
this is going to be very interesting what's happening here. How much speed are they losing? How much time? How many meters every time they do a jibe? It's all about the boat handling now. If Team Chile is going in front of Peru, they have the right of way. Then Peru needs to either go behind them and switch position and then take the right of way to the finish line. I might do that going behind the other boat, behind Team Chile. You can almost see it here. They need to bear away, go behind them, switch position, or they need to jibe with them.
They'll jibe with them. They'll jibe on top of them as close as they can, but they don't want Chile to be able to have that overlap, which they will have.
Oh, they're jibing there. In the virtual world, I might have chosen the other way, because then I have the right of way at the finish line. So this is all about boat handling and knowing. But overall, this is changing the score. If Chile is the lead, they have 17 points. Uruguay now takes the second position with 14 points. Peru 13 points. So then it's more a match race between only 2 and not 3 teams tomorrow. So this is very good news for Team Chile, but it's not over yet.
No, it's not over yet. I mean, let's just see what's happening here, because we see Team Peru has just attacked, and they are just slightly behind Team Chile.
but they could be casting a wind shadow over them and coming back into it. Now Chile definitely is back in the powerful. There it is.
The
Now
Jive
that's-
is coming now.
yeah,
They're
here we
doing
go.
what we talked about.
This is Peru
They're
now.
going
They're trying
opposite
to,
side now.
that's
They're
right.
trying to switch
inversing.
position.
Yeah, they're switching position. So
Yeah.
now Peru is trying to do the same move on Chile. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to be able to do that. Chile's not going to let themselves, and they are in the power spot right now, Chile. So they've just managed to get back. I thought they would take the lead earlier in the windward race. It doesn't look as though that's the case, but they've come back right now. And they're in the powerful position right now.
But now it's quite interesting. I think Peru was a little bit too defensive and just jibe with them. If they actually had going behind Team Chile in that case, they actually have been taking the initiative here. You can see there again. Jibe and jibe. It's the dance of the jibing
That's
now.
right. Chile just trying to stay between their opponent and the finishing line. But we did see Peru having issues at the windward
spinning
mark.
issue for Team Chile. They can force issues for each other
No,
while
now
they're
they've got
jibing.
an issue. Now they've got an issue on Chile. Before it was just the spinnaker passing through. But look, it's looking like the windward sheet on Team Chile is having an issue, and they're going to have to jibe. Now this could be coming all back for Peru, which could be coming back because they have a big problem now on Team Chile.
The boat
is stopped. Peru still has right now has some speed. Chile still needs to do one more jibe in order to get there. Peru could be coming right back into this.
Yeah, this is the mistake. So jibing and then hoping one of the boat handlings is doing a mistake. There is the
Look
finish
at
line.
this,
It's side by side.
Exactly. This is not at all what we were expecting, but we said it was going to be close. We weren't expecting this.
Jibe Peru. And now it's all up to Team Chile. When do they do the jibe?
It's looking like Peru just managed to get back into it. It looks like Peru's going to be taking the lead.
Oh, not the jibe coming in. The camera angle is making fun with us side by side. Right now, Chile is defending their position.
And it
with
looks
2
like
points.
Peru is just both lengths away from crossing the finishing line. There it is. Their comeback. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, that slight little mistakes on Team
they're
Chile.
so
Look at that. Oh, what an emotional roller coaster right there. God, taking the lead, losing it, getting it back. Oh, Chile must be so disappointed. They had that small issue with that leeward line.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So 2 cases here in this SSL Gold Cup. Either you could go behind and switch position, or you could dancing the jibes and hope the other team is doing a mistake because of the boat handling. You see, they're not satisfied. They are competing.
It's never over.
Yeah. They are really.
Oh, they're talking to the jury. I'm wondering what they're talking about. I believe that there was absolutely no issues there whatsoever.
So, and now the 2 other teams are coming in behind.
What a day!
Yeah,
What a day for
I just have to
Peru!
say, we will see that one again maybe in a
2
replay
wins.
afterwards because that's changing everything. Uruguay is coming over at 3rd, and now they're tied with Team Peru. So tomorrow the Golden Day is 3 teams fighting for the 2 last spots. Uruguay, Chile, and Peru is fighting for it, and it's double points day tomorrow. Team Venezuela coming in 4th.
I love it. This is great. This is wonderful. Yes, it's a little frustrating for Chile, but it's a wonderful for Peru. There we go. There we see the other teams that are getting ready. That's Bulgaria right there on the motorboat that are going to switch out. Like we were saying, all the boats are exactly the same. Now we're just switching teams. And we'll get back into it for the last race of the day.
For the
race
last
number
race
4.
of today, if we are so lucky, we can see that battle where
that was
Chile
great.
lost it. Let's see if we can see it once again. Then we can really see it in that jibe when we are a little bit lucky here later. Here we just see Peru.
There we go. Here we go.
Yeah, the jibe battle. So
now look at this. Now, okay, at this point here, everything is okay. But you see here, they're not managing to pass that spinnaker, and the windward sheet, which was the leeward sheet, has gotten stuck onto something, and they're not able to fill up that spinnaker. They decide, okay, we don't have any choice. We can't make it go across. So now they jibe. and this is where they lose it all because they have no more speed and they have to jibe. Now they're doing everything they can, and this is where they gave it away for Peru, which you see has got some nice speed. All Peru had to do is keep their speed up.
Yeah, and if I have to say, they must be very happy, and we'll have an interview with them in a few seconds. But one more time, it actually looked like that the wind shadow of Team Peru made them not to be able to fill that spinnaker. So
Yeah,
I will be really looking forward to see this later again, because it really looked like that at that exact moment there was no wind passing away, leaving the way from Team Peru into it, so they couldn't fill it. So it's all about seconds and meters and everything, but very well done.
There's so little in it,
Yeah.
you know, and that's what makes this racing exciting.
Yeah, and let's say I can see Marco might be ready on water. He's sailing there behind us, but we will get an information when we have an interview ready. But this is just making the Golden Day in the South American group very, very interesting yesterday. And we're just getting a small information that there's a huge protest on Chile, from Chile on Peru, and that's going to be decided because they meant they have the right of way or something like that. So that's an interesting what's coming in. We will get more news about that. But before getting that, maybe we should see some replays, because that might take some time to decide that one.
We saw Marco just hop onto the back of that boat, so we're expecting to hear from him just a little bit. I mean, Frank, honestly, I didn't see anything that that looked like Chile could. I guess, you know, it's a do-or-die situation.
Yeah, it is. They need to do something. They need to discuss it. These team switch on the water and everything. Great. I have to say, 2 great races here in the South American group, so that's good.
Yeah.
So let's. You can just see they're coming in. The other teams coming in. So if you're new to this one, the program of today is that we just had, starting with a race in the European group in this qualifying series, and then we just had 2 races in the South American group, and now we are going back to the European group, and it's going to be race 5 out of 6. So the last race of today is coming with us in around 20 minutes, I think. But we are waiting for our on-water reporter. He is trying to find one of the teams to interview while they're shifting here. So let's see what's coming
Peru,
in.
huh?
Yeah, maybe, but that's it. But while we are waiting, maybe can we see there's a protest from Chile? Maybe we should see that replay once again so we can see if there's a reason for it. And now we're just getting called. There's an interview ready, so let's go on the water.
Yeah, hi guys, can you hear me?
All good, Marco. So let's hear of this interesting battle.
Yes, I'm here with Stefano, obviously, second bullet for the day. That was stressful. Talk us through that last downwind. Like, what were you thinking?
We were trying to keep the boat moving forward as fast as possible, but the wind had dropped, and we just couldn't find the right groove to make it go fast. And Chile did a really good job splitting the course. But we knew after we lost the lead that we had to involve them in some jibes and cross our fingers for them to miss one jibe, and they did. So we just were able to have better maneuvers and steal the race in the end.
Well, that's great. 2 bullets today, and obviously you celebrated a lot at the finish. So that must feel good heading into Golden Day.
Yeah, I think it means a lot for the team, because yesterday...
Just see how they are battling and everything.
Some celebration happening here.
I love it, Marco. And while we are seeing this team happy and fighting and singing and dancing, Marco, thank you for the interview. Then I have some news about the protest.
Yeah. Thanks, Stefano.
It means a lot. It means a lot.
Okay, guys, we've got to finish this. He's got some stuff to say.
Yeah, let's hear.
I think it means a lot. Means a lot for the country.
Well, thanks, guys. Well, back to you guys, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. We just had some news about the protest. Rule 14. Maybe we can have a small explanation about that. Chile is complaining about that, and that might change everything. But it's interesting what's coming in. But we can see the scoreboard also from the boat. Peru is winning, Chile coming in, but we're waiting for the result of this protest. So So, but,
anyways, it's very nice to see these teams celebrating after and just relieving themselves of a little bit of pressure, putting themselves into a really good spot. And here we go with the provisional overall, and we're seeing here Chile with 16 points, Peru getting back into a tie. So now that tie, right? Remember, tomorrow's Golden Day. Only teams 1 and 2, or the best 2 teams of this group, will be going through. So Peru just gave themselves a winning chance to get through tomorrow.
Yeah, but Team Chile has a big issue tomorrow, because if they're getting third, Uruguay is getting second, and Peru is winning, then Team Chile will be out of it and not qualifying, because the rule says if it's a tie, then the team winning most races will qualify, or having most second places. And right now, Uruguay has 2 victories. Team Chile only has 1. That means that there will be a very intense battle tomorrow. Team Chile is not allowed to come third at all. If Uruguay is in front of them in second or first, then they will be out.
Yeah, there's a lot to say.
And it's the same thing with Peru.
You're very good at calculating all this.
It's the same thing with Peru. They also have 2 victories. So it's actually Team Chile that will be under pressure tomorrow, where the 2 others can actually race a little bit more free on it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. As you see, anything can happen. We just saw these last 100 meters before the finishing line. It turned the world upside down, and you got some news?
Yeah, but before we're going into it, the news is there's going to be a big discussion of Rule 14 out there. So let's just enjoy this battle, this race replay of this fantastic battle we just have in the South American group.
Wonderful.
And welcome back in the studio in the SSL Gold Cup, the World Cup of Sailing. It's the Battle of Nations. And when we're saying that, we just had a very interesting race here where we can see that Uruguay and Peru tied with 14 points. Chile is 16 points in the lead. But I have to say, the team that's most in trouble is Chile with 16 points, because they only been winning 1 race, where the 2 others have been winning 2 races. So tomorrow, the battle in the Golden Day will decide who's going into the next round. But before that, let's just show the overall match board about what we're seeing here. We are here today with Group 4. We're going to see in 15-20 minutes. And then Group 5 we just had here. First and second qualified into the next round. And Jan, can you explain us a little bit about the next round, the final in Bahrain?
Yeah, so the next round, the finals in Bahrain, as you're saying, is the 32nd of the finals, and this is what these teams are fighting for. And each one of these groups that we saw right here, now we're going back into Group 4. We were just with Group 5. They're both. We want the top 2 teams of each group will be able to pass and qualify themselves to the 32nd of finals, which you see on the left-hand side of your screen, and that's really important because that allows them to go into the final series.
So if they get first and second, so that's why the pressure is on Chile actually. The 2 others can race much easier. Then they go to Bahrain, but then we have some teams that's already qualified, because there's a lot of viewers out there thinking, oh, why are they battling for their nations? So why are these other teams qualified?
That's right.
already?
These other teams have already been qualified according to the SSL ranking on the team ranking. So all these teams that you're seeing here in the 16th, 8th, and quarterfinals are all teams that are high enough in the ranking to be able to go straight through.
So that's amazing, and we can see here when they're coming to the grand finals, let's just call it that, the final series in Bahrain, then you can see there will be 3 days of racing. If they qualify and go further on there, then they will have 4 days of racing again. If they go further on there, then they will stay in Bahrain and doing 4 more days of racing until the finals. So this is the battle for the nations.
Yeah, it's really interesting because when you look at this bracket system, as a matter of fact, we've seen before that the teams that are in the brackets, for example, in the 8th of the finals, they'll have sailed more than the teams that are in the quarterfinals, and they have a certain advantage because they're already sailing, they're already on the boats, as opposed to a team which has qualified themselves to a quarterfinals, which is sort of coming in cold. And so we should expect to see some big changes, and it's not because they've been qualified to the quarterfinals that they will necessarily be the team that's going to go on further on. So we should expect a lot of rebounds. We should be expecting a lot of different teams going through, just like we saw in the last race.
Yeah, and while we're coming back to studio here, before we're getting ready for the next race, because a lot of you are coming back in the race here, we're going to have some team lineouts. But before that, enjoy this beautiful country we are part of. So let's see where we are in the world. We are in Canton, Switzerland, but this is a beautiful place to be. And welcome back in the studio of the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. We are here in Canton, Switzerland, and right now we're waiting for the next race to start. It will take a little bit of time because they're switching positions on the boat. But Jan, something very interesting is happening on Monday. Can you explain a little bit about it before we're watching what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's right. On Monday, we're kicking all of this off officially in Lausanne at the Olympic Museum. And so we're going to have a full day over there with a bunch of activities that will be happening, and we're going to have some absolutely unbelievable sailors that will be coming over there. So it should be a day for all.
Yeah. And then let's just see what's going to happen and the program of it. So please enjoy and hope to see you on Monday.
In 1930, football had its first World Cup. In 2022, it's time sailing finally has its own. The SSL Gold Cup is designed to crown the best sailing nation from the world's top 56 countries. And it all starts here in Switzerland. On June 13th, the inaugural day of the first SSL Gold Cup will be held at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne. During this day, everyone will have an opportunity to discover sailing as you've never seen it before. Winch speed and hoisting contests, you will live and feel how demanding our sport is. Help the 2021 French Lego Masters build an incredible fresque. Meet the sailors that are making sailing history. And play the SSL Gold Cup game and get a feel for what e-sailing is all about. SSL Gold Cup is like the Football World Cup, but in sailing. And much, much more than that.
And what an exciting day Monday is going to be. So if you are near Lausanne and the Olympic Museum here in Switzerland, come by. There's going to be a lot of activities from around 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the evening, also for the kids. But Jan, we're now jumping into the other group, the group we started with today, the European group here in the qualifying series. And we're going to, first of all, before seeing the lineup again, then let's have a small interview with Team Turkey.
Yeah, we are on the halfway of the regatta, and of course we knew that it's going to be challenging, and we have some new team members on the board. So every day we are still coming together, and I feel that we have quite an improvement from the first day. So, but now it's time to pull it off. So today will be very critical for us, and tomorrow of course. But today we have to pull it off.
And I just have to say, it's going to be a blast because this group is as close as the other one, and Team Turkey has 9 points, Bulgaria 9 points, Czech Republic, they have 12 points, and the last team has 9 points. So it's very close. But let's just compare the teams here, how they're going to be here. Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Portugal, and Team Turkey.
Yeah, so Bulgaria, the Lions, SSL ranked number 59 with a total weight of 718 kilos, which we remind everybody, 730 kilos is a maximum weight. Next, and the team captain is Javor Kolev. The next team is the Czech Republic. The Czechs, they're SSL ranked number 30 and a total weight of 722 kilos. Team captain Andra Tepli. Portugal, the Navigators, SSL ranked number 31, being one of the lightest crews here, 616 kilos, with Joao Rodriguez. And Turkey, the Young Turks, SSL ranked number 34, weighing in at 714 kilos with Alishan Kainar, which is their team captain.
And Jan, there's these ranks here, and it looks like Bulgaria is the lowest rank and the other ones is following each other, but it's quite a close group we have here. So before talking more about that, let's see the team lineups here. So let's start with Team Czech Republic.
So here we sit the Czech Republic with the captain Andrej Tepli. At the helm we have Petr Fiala, main trimmer Tomas Vika, trimmer Honza Danek. We also have another trimmer Stara Gleskova, as well as the grinder Stefan Novotny, pitman Jakub Dobry, the mid-bow Vota Lambel, and in the bow we have David Kovacic.
Yeah, and they're going to battle against Team Portugal. So let's go in and see who's on that team.
Team Portugal, we have a tactician, Hugo Roca. We have team captain, which is Joao Rodriguez. We have the kite trimmer, Mariana Lobato. Alfonso Domingos is at the helm, Paulo Manso at the pit, John Tavares as a trimmer, Diogo Costa as well as a trimmer, grinder Felipe Silva, another grinder. We have Bernardo Plantier, jib trimmer Petro Costa, and at the bow we have Mafalda Pires de Lima.
Yeah, and then they are very tight in this group. So let's see Team Turkey. Who's battling it for the Turks?
Team Turkey, we have Captain Alican Gaynar. We have a floater, which is Umut Eriparmak. We have a bow, we have Kevanch Sevinch. Pitman Typhoon Erai. The grinder, Jem Jenan. Trimmer, Beste Kainakche, yes. And trimmer, Sergen Birini Jeholo.
Yeah, and the last team coming into this battle we are going to watch is Team Bulgaria. The surprising team, they are lowest ranked, but they have been surprising us the whole SSL Gold Cup this year.
We have at the helm Yavor Kolev, the tactician, Luben Denekejev, floater Ivan Georgiev. We have at the bow Boris Minkov, mid bow Radoslav Gavrilov. Pitman Ina Ilieva. We have grinder Johan Kolev, trimmer Alexander Dimitriev, trimmer Mariana Alexandrova, and the main trimmer Ivo Todorov.
And with all this said, before going into the race, let's just hear from Team Portugal.
Well, it's always hard to watch the races from outside. I really wish I could be in the boat, but that's what it is. And I think right now they're struggling a bit, but we're still halfway, and I think they have the skills to improve their position. So we're looking forward for 2 more days of good racing, and hopefully they will get to top 2.
And with that said, let's see the overall standings in this group, because it's going to be a very tight race. This race number 5, it's going to mean everything for all the teams, because it's all about having a good start for tomorrow while we're here on the water.
Yeah, we see that the P flag is already up, so we are under the 4 minutes. So we're somewhere between 4 minutes and 1 minute to the start.
Yeah. There's 2 minutes to the start, but it's very important that we just have the provincial overall so we can follow the battle. The teams are getting ready here for it. So let's see here, 2 minutes for the start. There we have it. Czech Republic in the lead with 12 points, Portugal 9, Bulgaria 9, Turkey 9. So a victory in this race will mean a lot. So if Portugal or Bulgaria is winning this one, they have the right away together with Czech Republic if it's going to be a tie.
Yeah, so Czech Republic only has got a couple points lead, 3 points lead over the other 3, which is a tie. So let's see what's going to be happening, because this should be an exciting one, as pretty much anybody could be taking the lead over here.
Yeah, they can. The teams are getting ready for this battle. You can see how they are circling around at the starting line, trying to find it. But you can see here in the European group, they're battling it out at the committee boat. So maybe we'll see one team take the lead.
Yeah, let's see what's happening here. I just saw earlier that the Bulgaria was trying to be the most lured boat that's coming in here. We're looking like we're getting one boat that's getting squeezed out over here. Looking like they're going to be coming back.
Yeah, no, they're spinning around there. And
is
one
that
thing,
Portugal on the bottom right there?
If you're new to this to sailing, there are some special rules. The boat on the longer side away from us, the left side when you're looking at, they have the right of way, so they can pressure the other ones. This is also why you see this boat coming in here. So there we go. You can see how they're pressuring. Oh, they pass away, so they're giving room to the other team here.
I think it looks like the wind is relatively light. So even though the flags on the committee boat are flying, we see the P flag has gone down. So now we're under the minute. We have 35 seconds left to go. Definitely a very, very powerful position right now for that most lured boat. And we're seeing these guys, they're above the line right now. They're just trying to bear away. 20 seconds left to go. They all want to get a start with some speed. This is going to be very difficult
Two
to not
teams
get over
away
the
from
line.
the starting line. Oh, no. One team coming back. There's room for it, but they're sailing by the starting
10
line and
seconds
then
left.
tagging
They
up.
know they're going to get left if they go in too early. There are 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. It looks like a very even start between everybody, but for the time being, it looks like there are only 2 boats. The 2 boats in the middle are the 2 boats that are in the most difficult position. Turkey with a wonderful leeward start right there. And it's looking like they're squeezing the other 2 boats out of there. It's going to be very, very difficult for those 2 boats on the left-hand side of your screen right there to be able to get away from that line. Turkey with a very powerful position right here. There you go. There's already 1 boat sliding back, and now they're going to attack the second, or are they going to attack away?
Yeah, they have to ride away. They are in a good position when they're going upwind. They have to win, but they have one big issue. If they're sailing into lighter wind, they cannot tack away. You can see here we have 1 team behind tacking away. That's Team Czech Republic. They're tacking away. Team Turkey, they cannot do that because then they're sailing in front of the others and will get a penalty.
That's right,
so
but they
they're
don't
under
want to
pressure.
attack. Right now,
No.
what they want to do, this is a drag race, and what they need to do is they need to get off that line and go fast, 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 fast. So they're not looking to attack. They're looking really to get out in front of the others. Now, because of the fact that they haven't tagged yet, you can see now that they're getting into a pretty
tagging
good
now.
lead, and that lead should be growing.
And actually, it's almost like foreseen. Team Turkey is sailing into lighter wind when I'm looking at the data we have access to. So they need to tag. All the other teams are tagging towards the middle. So interesting what Bulgaria, you can see Bulgaria, they're continuing to the left-hand side. Team Turkey, Team Portugal, Team Czechia tagged into the middle. So interesting if Bulgaria is sailing into a minefield and losing that momentum. But right now it looks like they're speeding up on the data.
It looks like Bulgaria is tagged as well, so they're not leaving their opponents. They're not going to be doing any of these options to go off by themselves, as we saw Uruguay doing earlier. It really looks like everybody's been going to be sailing together, and they're going to be trying to block one another.
Yeah, this is a very tight group. Everybody can lose their position for tomorrow's Golden Day. 2 points between these teams can mean a lot, and especially if Team Turkey is winning, because if Team Turkey is winning, all teams has been winning 1 race.
Yeah, and so it's very close. Here we go. Look at that. We've already had an attack from the Czech team, and now we have Team Portugal.
Yeah, you can almost feel the excitement here in the studio. We are a little bit calm here because we're looking into the tactics and strategy, what they're doing, where is the wind. Maybe we should, I want to go to Marco just on the water, Marco, because it looks like the wind shift yet again today. And we are trying to get into Marco. There we are. There's no contact to Marco. He's trying to find a new position out there. He's blowing away out there. So let's just take it. We have Team Bulgaria still in the lead. Like the last race, we had the first race of today. Bulgaria was in the lead of the first and the second leg. But then Portugal and Turkey came back in the race. So this is not over yet.
No,
this is a battle.
it's anybody's game, really. But we have seen Bulgaria constantly sailing well in the beginning of their races, and then not being aggressive enough and getting caught back up with the others. So maybe they've learned a little bit from their mistakes. They have had, quite a bit of time, about 2 hours now, to debrief and to get themselves into race mode, into warrior mode, as I guess we would say, right?
Yeah, it's a battle, but it's a battle that was not the same battle as in the mornings. In the mornings, they had quite a better breeze. Right now, it looks at the speed, it's a very light wind. They're only sailing around 7 knots out there. Today, all the boats upwind have been sailing around 8 to 8.6 knots. So 1 knot is meaning a lot in this boat here.
Yeah, it means a lot, but also when you're sailing in these light conditions, it's actually harder to be sailing in light conditions than it is to be sailing in medium winds. Medium winds is sort of what everybody's comfortable in sailing. Light winds really makes it difficult. It's difficult to tack, it's difficult to jibe, and it's difficult to keep that boat speed up.
And right now we have quite an interesting situation while we're looking in here to Team Bulgaria. Javo, he's in the lead again here from the start, doing a great job in the start. The first upwind lane second. Let's see if he can keep it. But it looks like in our graphics we have here that Team Portugal is going to make a small tactical thing. You can see here here. They're all going to the left-hand side. But Portugal is much higher up than rest of the fleet. So when rest of the fleet is going to tack up towards the mark, Portugal is coming in with speed and can actually cut them off. So this is going to be a very close one. You can see it here on the picture. You can see Portugal. It looks like they're far away, but imagine the other boats need to turn up towards them. And when they're attacking, they're losing momentum.
That's exactly right, and that's exactly what they're counting on right now. So they're just waiting for those guys to get pushed out to the left-hand side of the race course, and then they have to tack back over. At that point, then they can decide whether they tack on top of them, whether they make the other guys tack again and push them again to the left-hand side, whether the others duck beneath. They really have a lot of options.
A lot of options here. This is all open, but it's a very good start yet again in this European qualifying group at the SSL Gold Cup for Team Bulgaria. I have to say, the team captain Javo, he's really doing a great start for them. But can he keep the pressure? Can he keep the team in? It's the team effort we have here.
It really is a team effort, and I think one thing we could talk about is a little bit about the positions on these boats. Speaking of the team effort, there's 9 people generally sailing on these boats. They can be up to 10 people. It all depends on the weight. We said 730 kilos is the maximum amount of weight that we can have as a crew, as a team all together. So we saw in the previous weeks, for example, Ecuador, they were sailing with 10 people because they were just a little bit smaller than everybody else. And so therefore, a maximum amount of people legally allowed on the boats are 10 people.
Yeah, that's amazing here. And now we are seeing the tacks coming in. Bulgaria tacks up towards the top mark. A little bit early, that goes into the middle. You can see Czech Republic following them in the middle. It's like the wind pressure is in the middle of the race course. And then you can see they're crossing each other. That's Team Czech Republic we have there going up towards the top. They are behind yet again, but we saw they come back in race number 1. And there we see the other tag. That's Bulgaria. And they survived going in front of Portugal, but see the other tag on there?
Yeah,
Turkey? They are in trouble.
Definitely, let's not take the Czech Republic out of this, right? I mean, they are leading in points currently, even though it is only 3 points and is very close. We've seen them come back, so really, yes, they are in 4th place right now, but let's not count them out. This is only the first upwind beat. There will be 2 upwind beats and 2 downwind runs, and that way, we still got everything to play. We're only almost an eighth of the way into this race.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a small battle. This is a beautiful picture of one of the teams, but there's a huge battle with Portugal and Turkey, and it looks like Portugal, if we go in their boat there, we can see they're just tacking in front of Turkey, but on the inside. That's an interesting call. That's a slow tag, not in front of them.
Yeah, it is an interesting call. Apparently, we'd have to see. There you go.
Yeah.
Not sure it's the best of choices right there, because that means Turkey right now is putting themselves into a favorable position, being a slightly leeward and forward of Team Portugal. Now they're not going to be giving each other any room, and they're going to be taking absolutely everything they can. We're expecting to see some quite aggressive moves.
This is interesting. See the angle of the Portuguese boat and the Turkish boat. They're having a much bigger angle, sailing a bigger angle and faster than the other boats. So the other boats are sailing slower but closer towards the mark.
Yeah, probably the reason why they're doing this actually right now is they're actually more into a low mode, and Turkey is trying to get out in front of Portugal, and Portugal is saying, no, I'm not letting you get in front of me, and so they're going to a low mode as well. Here we go. Now it looks like Portugal is now bearing up again, and basically they're playing that low-high mode thing in order to not give Turkey that advantage.
Yeah. So if you're new to sailing, what's happening is that the wind and the sail is the engine of the boat. You cannot just sail straight up to the mark like a speedboat. You need to sail with angles on the wind. And when they're making the angles bigger on the boats, they sail faster, but they sail a longer distance towards the mark. And this is what they tried to do here.
Yeah, and what we just saw here in these low modes from both of these boats, they have to make sure that they're not, getting in the wind obstruction from Bulgaria, because they could go in that low mode, but then they'll have Bulgaria, which is on top of them, stealing all their wind. So they've got a little bit of room, but not much.
No, and that battle actually changed the whole leaderboard, because now Team Czech Republic are actually coming back in the race. They are coming in a position soon where they will have the right away when they're going towards the top mark. Team Bulgaria, like race number 1, had the chance to sneak away, sail their own race, not being under pressure, so they cannot be more happy right now at the position. But they have one issue with this boat. We saw it in race number 1. It was the boat handling at the spinnaker. So that can also change everything again. So
yeah, they've
let's
been
see how they
sailing
do
well.
it.
They've been sailing well, but we have seen some issues with the spinnaker, and apparently, it wasn't today we saw it. They had some other issues earlier during the week, from what I heard. They're sailing very well right now. They're in a very powerful position. They are leading now. Like we said, this is the first leg. There's 4 legs to be had. They do have a quite comfortable lead, but we've seen that we've seen them have that lead and lose it.
Yeah, we have seen them having the lead and losing it. And now there's 2 interesting battle here when we see the graphic. This is Team Portugal. They are under huge pressure. You cannot see it when you see them here in the boat, but they have on their outside, they have Team Turkey. But then they also have Team Czech Republic that will come in starboard in front of both of the other team boats. You can see it here on the graphic. So when Team Czech Republic is going to tack in, it's all about speed. Then Team Turkey and Team Portugal might be in trouble, but I think Team Turkey will actually automatically go behind, but Portugal need maybe to change their course.
Yeah, it's we've how many times have we try to predict the future, and every time something else happens.
So there we're seeing this is the leaders, Team Bulgaria, coming in nice and slow, and this is a very good position for them. See how they're hanging over there.
Yeah, we see there's pressure, because if everybody's hanging out over the side right there, that means that there's definitely some pressure. Here we see the offset mark. We're getting closer and closer to the windward mark. Coming up right here. Let's see what's happening behind. This will be great.
And now the battle behind is starting. Let's see the angle of the drone coming in. See there,
just
it's coming in. Who's the leader there? Who came into the lead? Portugal managed to defend it, but it looks like maybe Czech Republic came in between Turkey and Portugal. So they managed to do it. So it was Turkey that got hit by this.
The Czech Republic right now is going to be falling behind Portugal. They're going to be in there.
Yeah.
Oh, they got to go into a high mode. They'll probably lose a little bit of speed. Anyhow, bottom of your screen right now, Bulgaria. Let's see this. This is very, very important. If they want to keep their lead, they must make sure that that spinnaker is going up nice, clean, and tidy.
Yeah, and there we have it. You can see how close they are. And this is the mark rounding. You can almost see there's a mark rounding zone around, and that's 3 boat lengths in real life. So inside there's some special rules, but you can see they are coming one by one here. Czech Republic in 3rd, Turkey in 4th. All these 3 boats have 9 points. Czech Republic doesn't have. They are 12 points, but the rest of them have 9 points. So right now, Team Turkey needs to put some pressure on Czech Republic.
That was a good hoist by Bulgaria, which is out in front now. Let's go. Let's check out the rest of the teams. You can see it. Very light wind conditions is very important right now for them. There we go. Look at the speed at which they're turning on those handles right there, and it looks like it's good. 1 boat length, and Portugal managed to put up their spinnaker.
Oh, is that 2 boats at the same time up there? No, that's 1. The other one is coming on. So
very nice as well right there.
Great.
So very good hoisting, very quick.
But it looks like Turkey slowed down. They're losing momentum there behind.
It's looking like Turkey is a little bit slow to get that spinnaker, which hasn't gotten to the top yet. Look at that. They're still missing a meter. Come on, just a little bit more. So not quite as clean as the other boats, yet it doesn't look as though they've lost anything.
No, 3 boats, pearls on the string. Bulgaria is getting, I have to say, they're in a very favorable position right now, but they're losing momentum because, as we have been saying before, when you're sailing downwind, the wind pressure is coming first to the boat behind. So Bulgaria is losing a little bit of momentum, but luckily for them, the 3 other boats are so close to each other that they will fight each other.
Yeah, now what Bulgaria really wants is that the Portuguese, the Czechs, and the Turks, they all fight one another and just sort of let them be and let them go and let them get out in front. So we're looking at these 3 boats here in the back.
Ooh.
Here we go. We've got a jibe from Team Turkey. Yeah. Remember, Turkey, Portugal, and Bulgaria are equal in points. Only do we have the Czech Republic, which is out in front with 3 points lead overall. So, very, very close race here.
Yeah, you can see it, the captain Ali Khan, he's watching there. Did we see a breeze out there? Did we see a breeze?
Did you see something?
No, I didn't see anything, but he was watching. You can almost see how he's watching out there. But the other teams continue going to the left-hand side, where Team Turkey going to the right-hand side. And until now, today, right-hand side has been quite rolling the dice and taking a huge chance.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to say it. Rolling the dice, yeah, for sure. Listen, if they jive that way, it's because they see something. Because they could have kept on going with the other teams and you know, been on top of them. So let's see what's happening. It looks like they are bearing away. So it kind of looks like there is a shift and there is something that's happening on the right-hand side. Now, is it just a wind direction change or is it also a pressure change? We'll have to see that.
It's interesting because in our data, when we're watching in here, we can see Team Turkey is sailing with a bigger angle than the other ones, so trying to speed up there. You can see they're all by themselves, but if you almost can imagine these lines behind it, they're opening up more the angle, so they're sailing faster, but sailing a longer distance than the other ones.
Yeah, they're getting like a downwind lift, basically.
Yeah, but will they go towards the middle, where the rest of the fleet will go to the left-hand side and only doing one jibe, where Team Turkey might to do 2 or 3 jibes? That's interesting, because what are the leaders doing? They are looking after wind.
Yeah, it's also interesting in the fact that now we have the 3 teams going off onto the left-hand side of the regatta, of the racing area. And we have Turkey, which decided to put in an early jibe.
Czech Republic and Portugal, but it looks also like the leaders, Portugal, is surviving. But see how Team Turkey approaching meter by meter in the graphics and the counting. They have won right now 120 meters within, I have to say, 100 meters of sailing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We're looking at it; it's just steadily going down. So Turkey definitely saw something that the others haven't seen, and they're getting back into this. Now they're only a couple 100 meters behind, 70 meters behind, as a matter of fact, as opposed to double or triple of that what it was earlier. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, we have a spectator boat in the middle of the race course.
Oh, no.
Well, that's fine, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Let me explain that to you a little bit. This lake is a public lake. It's open to everybody, and unlike some other regattas where we will close off the racing area, this is not the case. We can have other boats that are sailing within the racing area.
Yeah, and see here, the teams are lying down. What are they doing? Are they tired, Jan, or what's happening?
Yeah, very
here?
tired.
They're very tired.
Very tired.
Okay, but what's happening?
No, of course they're not very tired. These are athletes at the peak of their performance. Right now what they're doing is they're trying to create less windage, and they're especially trying to get the weight out in front, because if they do that, they can sort of lift the back of the boat out of the water, and by doing that, they will be creating less drag, just like on a race car.
Yeah, and while saying that, let's go on board. Let's go underwater to Marco, because something is happening out there. Turkey is speeding up and the other ones are losing momentum. What's happening, Marco?
Yeah, hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you loud and clear, Marco. So what's happening with the wind?
Amazing. So it's looking like the same as before, but apparently Turkey caught this small sliver of air on the right side of the course, and now they're coming back on starboard tack. They're accelerating. They're actually looking pretty quick at this moment. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here when we cross. All of these boats are going to come together. We have 2 on starboard, 2 on port. We're getting near the bottom mark. It's going to be an eventful bottom mark rounding for sure.
A fantastic battle. Thank you for that, Marco. Team Turkey, they are now in 3rd. They look like they were 500 meters behind, and now they're only 190 meters behind. So, Jan, a battle at the gate mark, according to Marco. We need him to watch it there so he can tell us with our own eyes what's happening there. But wow, what a strategy by Team Turkey.
Yeah, they, like we said, they saw something out there, and that's why they went out there. So just very, very good. They managed to get a little bit of that breeze and just to come back. So now they're sitting in 3rd place. But let's check this out, because so many things can happen here. There's only a couple 100 meters left to go until we get down to the leeward gate. This is our first downhill. We've got 3 downwind, sorry, and we've got 3 boats that are getting getting down to the gate. So let's see what happens. Remember, we have been talking a lot about port and starboard. Well, let's not forget, we've got to put these giant spinnakers down. Remember, we're talking about, over 240 square meters of sail area right now that they're sailing with.
It's amazing. Team Turkey just pressured Czech Republic to do another jibe. So there's only one team that doesn't need to do 2 jibes. That's Team Portugal. Team Turkey needs to do another jibe. And it looks like Bulgaria is coming close to the mark. And now Czech Republic going behind Portugal. But Turkey, when they're doing a jibe, they will have to ride away. Or are they so unlucky that they need to do a double jibe? Interesting. Here the spinnaker is going down for the leaders.
Here we go. Looks like a clean drop here for Team Bulgaria. A little bit slow, but it doesn't really matter. What counts is not putting that spinnaker in the water and making sure they're getting a clean mark rounding. And that just looks like they are. Right there, nice and smooth, making sure they keep that speed. We saw what happens when a boat loses their speed at the leeward gate. It's a tough position to be right there.
Yeah, a great mark rounding there. See, that's Turkey coming from starboard. They cannot attack Portugal, but see, Czech Republic will be in trouble. Turkey coming with speed. Czech Republic needs to find out what to do.
This is Portugal right here. They won't bear with. They're going to do a windward drop. It's a complicated maneuver here, what they have to do. And if they can do it right, they're going to keep their speed up. Here we go. Keep the speed up. Don't put the spinnaker in the water. That's not too bad. It's only just flirting above the water. Very nice maneuver. All right, guys. How about that Jenniker? Pull that Jenniker in.
It's
all right.
It's
not too bad. They kept their speed. They kept their speed enough in order to go straight into attack, and that's not too bad.
They straight away they go to the opposite side. So why did they choose that gate? Actually to keep their speed, and straight away they need to go to Team Turkey to cover them up, because or else Team Turkey will come in front of them, because we just saw most of the upwind is in the left-hand side. So it's coming from there right now.
Well, it's kind of difficult to say. Apparently they want to go back on the left. Now, is it because there's more pressure on the left, or is there because there's a left-hand shift? Kind of difficult to say. We saw earlier in the earlier races that you can absolutely not lose speed at those leeward gates. And I believe, the right choice for them was to go over to that gate, do not lose any speed. And look, they're sitting in second position right now. So, good maneuver from them.
But it's a battle where you're not allowed to lose any points because it's so close here. Right now, Bulgaria, they must just smile and focus on doing their race, because Turkey, Portugal is trying to battling out the leader, Czech Republic. And if this score is the overall score, then Czech Republic will be in trouble tomorrow. See, tagged by Turkey, they're crossing in behind Portugal.
I think Turkey's probably trying to get back into that little weather vane that they just saw. And there we go. That's Portugal. That's just tacked on top of them. They're not giving anything away to them.
And you just see the score. Czech Republic with 13 points because they're last. Bulgaria 13 points. Portugal 12. Turkey 11. So if Turkey goes in front of Portugal, then they are in a very good position. Everything can happen tomorrow with this standing. So let's say cross the fingers that this is the end result.
Yeah, absolutely. Unbelievable. I mean, anything can happen. Anything has been happening pretty much since the beginning of this racing series. A very good tactical move by Bulgaria, which is tacked over and is really just trying to keep themselves between their opponents and the mark, just controlling what's happening right now. So we've got Bulgaria that's right now on a port tack, just like Turkey and Portugal.
Yeah, and then Czech Republic, they need to, I have to say, take up the magic rapid of the hat right now. 250 meters behind, going to the left side, while the rest of the fleet going towards the middle. So what will they do? Just enjoy this picture. See how close they are to each other, these two boats.
Now, maybe something that has to be said. There we go with a quick tack here from Turkey.
Yeah, and will Portugal react straight away on that one? Great maneuvering skills they have there.
Yes, they are. They're following right along with them.
They need to defend that position. That 1 point they're battling for there is giving the 2-point difference. So that's one position in tomorrow's gold race.
Yeah, so it's absolutely vital that they keep this this position right now over Turkey.
Yeah, and You can really see on the graphics
Now
we have
I
they're
expect to
pressing
see
each other.
Bulgaria to tack right back on top of the other two boats, making sure they're controlling the other two boats, making sure that now this could be in the hands for the Czech Republic, having everybody battle in the middle. But they are taking a risk. The Czech Republic, they are out on the left-hand side of the race course, way out there. So let's just concentrate. Here we go. Bulgaria attacking on top of the other. So they're just controlling Bulgaria, making sure they're staying, like we said, between their opponents and the windward mark, and they are controlling the situation.
Yeah, it's very in control. Czech Republic, they need to do something, but they're winning momentum at the moment, according to the statistic, because Portugal and Turkey is battling in there. So the worst thing that can happen for Portugal is Turkey. It's if they're battling too much and losing their positions to Czech Republic, because then suddenly those two could be almost out of the Gold Cup tomorrow. So they need to stay in front of Czech Republic while they're still battling each other. So there's something they need to keep an eye on while they're battling each other for that 1 point.
And you see here on Team Portugal, we have got everybody just sort of looking around. We have got Alfonso Domingos right there with the number 8, just checking out what's happening. There we go. He's putting in another tack. So this is really a tacking duo. This is very good for the Czech Republic, which is on the left-hand side, just trying to keep their speed. Every time these guys tack, then they're going to be they're losing speed. Now Bulgaria, which was on top of them, I believe they'll probably end up by going a little bit further and making sure that they tack right in front of Czech Republic, which is quite far behind, and in order to be able to control everybody.
It looks like they're far behind.
There we go.
The
You see it? There you go. On the right-hand side.
Yeah.
So they've just tacked now right there on the top picture. That way they've got control over these two boats right here that we're seeing, and they've also tacked right in right in front of the Czech Republic. So they're doing a great job. There you go. Number 1, just controlling. They're not really. They're not. It's not them that's deciding where they're going. They're just placing themselves to keep that lead.
Yeah, but you said Czech Republic looks like they're far behind. We saw the pictures of it, but I have to say they're almost squared with Turkey at the moment. So it's only 30 meters in between them. So a small mistake for Team Turkey and too much fighting between Portugal and Turkey, then Czech Republic will be in the lead.
Exactly, and that's why Bulgaria right there is just knows this. I mean, they realize this, because this is all good for Bulgaria. The more the other fight, the further out they can get in front. So now it's looking like those 3 teams are back. They will be back together again. We'll see what happens when they have to tack now, and those teams will come back together. Really interesting to see these teams come back, fighting, losing distance, coming back. The game is great.
Yeah, and it's the downwind that's going to decide this game today. Who will be having the leading position for tomorrow's Gold Cup? The Golden Day, the final. Here we can see
Haluk Babakan.
Yeah, an Olympian sailor just trimming
He's the
it.
number 8. He's right there. He's steering the boat right there.
Yeah, and you can see just behind Team Bulgaria. So they actually
trimming. That was Onur Bilgan.
Yeah. So they're very close to each other. Team Portugal there also. So even it looks like, hey, there's too much distance between them. They are very close to each other. But right now it looks like in the middle of the race course where Portugal and Turkey is, there's much more wind pressure, because according to the meters in the top corner, we can see Czech Republic is losing momentum.
Yeah, so the Turks, we saw them going back over on this right-hand side on the downwind, and it looks like there is a little bit more pressure now that's coming off the right-hand side. And as we can see, everybody's hiking. There we go. We've got the tactician right there, number 10, Ali Can Kainar. He's, he's been twice to the Olympics. He was, he's been sailing in the Finn class. So. You could definitely tell that he wants to put in some effort right there. Those Finn guys are super athletic guys. That doesn't surprise me to see him being one of the first ones to hang out over the side.
And yet again, Team Portugal is following Team Turkey. Team Turkey actually tacked to the opposite side to control Czech Republic. You can almost feel that when you see the graphics. And then we can see Team Portugal here they need to follow. They need to cover because it's a good position for them. Let Bulgaria win this one, but we need to be second position. Then we have the advantage against Team Turkey and Team Czech Republic tomorrow.
Yeah, we see Lobato right there. Mariana Lobato. She as well has been to London in 2012 in the Olympic Games. So she's definitely got some experience right there. It's great to see that on this team we have several women that are sailing and at the highest level as well.
Yeah, and now zoom out, see Portugal, Turkey crosses the Czech Republic. So Czech Republic is far behind, not far, but still 80 meters. So they are so comfortable that they didn't tag in front of Czech Republic, but continue to the left-hand side. And then you're going to see Team Bulgaria is doing the same to be able to defend if Portugal and Turkey is capturing more wind than them. So right now, the three teams that has 9 points don't care about the leader. There's in the last position.
Yeah, maybe we could just go back and look a little bit on Team Portugal because we were talking about right there. You know, we have a lot of people here. If you look at the number 2, you know, he's also been to the Tokyo Olympic Games. We have number 3, the grinder Bernardo Plantier. He was in the Beijing Games. If we look at the number 4, you know, Diogo Costa, he was also at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. We're looking at the helmsman. We talked about him. He's been 3 times to the Olympics. The tactician also was at the Olympics in Atlanta. So a lot of Olympic experience on this boat. A very, very high level of sailors on this Portuguese boat.
And now we are coming to the left-hand side. Team Portugal, Team Bulgaria and Team Turkey is tacking up towards the mark. And now it's interesting to follow the battle from the opposite side. You can see Czech Republic continue to the right-hand side, but it looks great for the 3 other boats. Czech Republic needs to find some magic there, but we're going to have this battle downwind for the last leg of today's Gold Cup qualifying series in the European group between Portugal and Turkey. It looks very good for Team Bulgaria. What they couldn't do in race number 1 today, they managed to do here in the last race, keeping their lead.
That's good. Now, let's... we still got one more downwind to go here. But it looks like they're doing a very good job. They look nice, calm, and composed, and that's always a very good sign that things are going very well on the boat.
Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, that's very good. And Javo, he's so controlled there. He's so relaxed, and maybe this time he got it right. As he says, we're the only team in this group that's actually sailing on lakes.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a big advantage. And we saw some of the other teams, like for example, that's a very good point. The Czech Republic, the other days there had been a lot more wind, and they were sailing a lot better. Right now, there's less wind, and they just seem to not be able to keep up with the others.
Yeah, and if they continue in this position, it's 2 losses for them today, 2 last places, where they've been maximum performing the other days with more wind pressure. And that will be an issue for them for tomorrow at the Golden Day.
Definitely. It could be a very big issue for them. Here we go. Bulgaria right now coming over down towards the offset mark, and they're about to hoist that spinnaker. So let's just see what's going on here. There should be no issues. It looks like they have already started to hoist the spinnaker, and looks like the spinnaker is up.
Yeah, good
Jenniker
move.
is down. It's very nice, very smooth. Keeping their speed.
Portugal in second, Turkey fell behind. In third, that battle, Turkey lost position. Oh, Czech Republic coming in with speed, and it looks like Team Turkey under now. And Portugal, they very qualifying in the rain.
It looks like the picture is just frozen right there. No, all right, we're back. Yeah, obviously everyone's really having to fight. It's just unbelievable. We started this race off with 3 boats at a tie in points. Maybe we can get the provisional coming up, but it's unbelievable to see how close it is.
Yeah, it's
right
really
now.
really close.
Here we go. This is a real crucial moment.
And Turkey won the win leg. So what?
Of an issue, it's all right. Not too bad. Not Czech Republic. Yeah. Bad. Not quite that we saw, and they almost had the spinnakers hoisted as they were going around.
Now
But
we have a situation where it's pearls on a string. There's too much gap between Turkey and Portugal, and Bulgaria is a little bit safe. And you can see the overall score here: Czech Republic 13 points, Bulgaria 13 points, Portugal 12 points, Turkey 11 points. Turkey, if they're losing to Czech Republic, they will drop to 10 points. And then it will be very hard for them tomorrow. So they need to fight for that third position. So do they dare to do the same move going in towards the middle earlier than the other ones? Or are they just following the fleet and ensuring that they're not losing it and playing it safe? I know you said nobody's playing it safe here, but with this score, I might play it safe.
yeah, well, but I think this is what differentiates the boys from the men, to tell you the truth. And, just so much experience. We'll see. Decide that there's more, they'll probably go for it. You know, they're quite close in the back. So, is it? Are they going to attack and then have another boat attack on top of them, lose their speed? It's difficult to say. These, you see, sitting down to help by having the boat lean over. It's helping that sail. And so that's why they're all side. Right now, it's just so important. I think that you calculate the amount of risk doing one single.
Yeah, and right now, none of the boats are taking any risk. This for all the teams, because then to any risk or is oh no! Doing the type, you then Team Czech right. So there's a and then Portugal. So what will Portugal do now?
That's a daring move. Just done. Have to speed. Looks like now
Portugal and Bulgaria straight away jives. They are afraid that Turkey is doing the same, and you can see Portugal is capturing more speed on the leaders. The same with Turkey. It looks like Bulgaria went too far to the left-hand side and are in a minefield where the wind is disappearing for them. Because see, Portugal speeding up, Turkey speeding up, Czech Republic is not speeding up, so it's right in the middle. That's very interesting, because I know there's 1,800 meters left for the finish line, and with this speed difference, Bulgaria will lose.
Yes, perhaps, but one thing, you can't take the Turks out of commission. You just can't forget they come from a country which is surrounded by the sea. They've got the North Sea to the north of their country. They've got the Mediterranean Sea to the south. They have Greece over towards the west. I mean, these guys, if they're able to see these little wind veins that we're seeing in there, I mean, that's definitely because there's a long heritage of sailors in Turkey.
It's going to be a race towards the finish line. And Marco, we need to have some information. Why is all the teams going towards the middle? Is there a bigger wind breeze there? What's happening on the water? And it sounds like Marco filled in the water instead of, so maybe there's a little bit more wind there. So let's just go in. Marco, are you there with us?
No, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Marco, why are they all going towards the middle and to the left hand, to the right hand side?
Well, because obviously pressure is out over here. We're seeing something interesting, something different, hopefully, from the morning. from the other races we had this morning where everybody was sticking to the left side and always gaining on that side. Now the pressure seems to be more to the center of the race course. Actually, I think it's almost dead center, maybe slightly to the right, actually. We'll see what happens here because Turkey is heading out to the right. We have Portugal straight in the middle, and we have Bulgaria all the way out to the left. At the moment, from what I see, you guys tell me if I'm right or wrong with the telemetry, Turkey is the fastest, and they are all the way out to the right. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct, Marco. Thank you for this analyzing analytics on the water. But while Marco is talking, we saw something quite interesting. Czech Republic tacked to the left-hand side, losing the game, losing 120 meters just in that talk with Marco. So Turkey is speeding up, Portugal is speeding up, Bulgaria under pressure. But Jan, you're normally sailing here. Why is there maybe coming a bigger wind pressure now? Is that the mountains helping them, or what's happening there?
Yeah, we haven't had so many clouds on the mountains today. It's been a really nice day. We're in a very high pressure zone right now currently over Europe, so we're not seeing so many clouds that are over on the mountains, as you see. Yeah. Very nice blue skies right there. But what happens in these lake conditions is that you can have certain areas which all of a sudden you'll have a little bit more wind. For some reason, you'll have a little bit of pressure that's coming down over there, and that might be the case. As we see right here on the left-hand side of the screen, looks like there's a little bit more waves, a little bit more of a puff. So that might be what the Czech Republic is looking at. Honestly, it is kind of concerning to see them go off onto the left-hand side like that. But you know, I'm sure they're doing it for a very good reason. However, Turkey, we saw as Marco was telling us, the pressure is on the right-hand side, and the Turks very, very, very good at being able to see that all race long.
I have to say, watching this graphic, seeing what Czech Republic is doing right now, couldn't be better for the viewers for tomorrow. It's going to be nerve-breaking because this is giving us an overall score, a provincial score, that Czech Republic has lost their lead. Bulgaria and Portugal and Turkey has a chance to come into it. But the battle we're looking at now, Turkey just did a jibe in towards the middle now, is that Turkey can capture the other ones and maybe capture Portugal. See, 13, 13, 12, 11. This means no matter what, if Turkey is winning tomorrow and keeping the others below them, they have a chance to qualify.
It's exciting stuff. Let's just look at Bulgaria right now, which is in a really kind of a little bit of a difficult position, because here we go. We see Bulgaria right there with the bow number 4 and bow number 2, I believe. Portugal, yeah. That must be Portugal. They're trying to stay. There we go. We see both boats. Bulgaria is really trying to stay out in front of Portugal. And we're seeing this battle, this little duel that's going on, as you're saying.
The dance of the jibes.
Dance of the jibes. Yeah. So yeah, very, very interesting to see what's going to be happening here, and you know, looking at what's going on, and we still see everybody still sitting. Here we go. This is a very good position, and we see really they're defending like they always have been. But you see the distance has gotten a little bit closer. No, it has not. It's got 134. So they've been managing to keep their distance, Bulgaria with Portugal right now, and they're just setting themselves up so that they can do one more jibe and head off and have enough speed to cross the finishing line.
Yeah, let's hope that for them, because they are jibing against each other. They're trying to see if they can get a mistake into each other. They're not as close as we saw in the last race between in the other group, where we had Peru winning that jibe battle against Chile. Yeah. But here, 120 meters, one mistake in that jibe, and you lost it. So Team Turkey is now jibing yet again towards the middle in front of Team Czech Republic. But right now we can see it's like Yao is losing momentum.
Look. It's just really what we need to do is be watching what's happening right now on the boats, because they see a lot of concentrations, and now they're going to be trying to take each other out by doing these jibes. Either that or they're just responding to what Portugal has been doing. Like we've been seeing the mid-bow and the pitman right there. We've been seeing Ina Ilyeva, which is, just been right down there. She's got orange hair, really concentrating and making sure and calling out what's happening, because now, with these big spinnakers, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. As well as Radoslav, which has the number 2. He's sitting there in the bow. So here we go with a jibing duel. We're getting really close here to the finishing line. Just meters to go before we can see Bulgaria. Or are we going to have a switch like we had in the last race? It doesn't look it, but who knows?
I just have to say, when we're looking at this race overall, it looks like Bulgaria is going towards that finish line all by themselves. They're still focused, still concentrated, because this jibe, if that's mixing up, there they go in. Great race by Team Bulgaria. They took the lead from the start.
Wonderful.
They kept it.
There we
So
go.
they have
And
to
that's
do
the
it.
checkered flag right there. Team Bulgaria, congratulations.
Really great done by them. See the captain, Javo, he's still focusing. The other ones are really happy of that, and they're really putting the fist together. But now I'm looking at Team Turkey and Team Portugal. In my graphic, it's going to be very close. But let's see here. It looks like Portugal is going over the finish line there. No, they're coming in, but see, they lost momentum. So
they lost momentum right there. They had to do quite a few tacks. Bulgaria just staying out in front, but a very, very good race from this team. Having to battle their way upwind and tacking duels and all sorts of stuff. So that's, light winds. We said light winds are difficult. So they've really been battling it out, and so it's a mental game as much as it is a physical game, even though it is light wind conditions.
They are actually very satisfied with that race. That second position means a lot. Those 2 points in between Turkey and them will do a lot. And then we have Team Turkey coming in here. Great fight, great chances, rolling the dice, really putting some nerves into this game. But I have to say one thing.
Impressive sailing.
Impressive sailing. Even they're coming third here, I have to say they did a great job.
I think they took the most risk out of everybody, and a lot of times they paid. Man, these guys, they were really seeing what was happening out there on the water. Impressive.
They don't look satisfied. It's because they're really competitive. It's all about winning.
It is.
All about winning.
All
but
about
still,
winning.
With this position, having Czech Republic behind them, everything can happen tomorrow. There's one race. There's 2 points in between them. We will see the overall score afterwards while we're seeing Czech Republic coming in here. They must have the nightmare of today. 2 last places after being the overall leader, opening up the whole battle for all teams for tomorrow. And tomorrow they can lose that position they've really been fighting for the last
There you go,
days.
Czech Republic just passing in through right now. That's good. They're keeping their spirits high. They're not letting themselves get down. Look, they've been sailing outstandingly all week long. It's just today has been a down day. Look, tomorrow is golden day. Tomorrow everything counts for double. They're still in this. Let's not count them out. Tomorrow we will have a battle of epic proportions.
In both groups.
Yes.
In both groups. Let's say if we can have the overall score here on this one, because that battle tomorrow we really need to talk about. We know Marco is chasing the leaders out there. Czech Republic still in the lead with 13 points. Bulgaria 30 points. Portugal 12. Turkey 11. This means if Turkey wins tomorrow...
This is the closest racing we've had.
Yeah, they can come in. But there's one issue. Czech Republic and Bulgaria, both of them, has 2 victories.
And
that means
it's the
if they're
victories
getting
that count.
tied, we are looking into who has the most second places. So right now, Czech Republic just need to make sure they're not below Bulgaria and not losing to. They need to be second, and then they can let Turkey win. But if Czech Republic gets third tomorrow, they will be out of the Gold Cup. So everything is open here in this group, like the other one we had. And Turkey, nothing is over. If they're winning tomorrow, game over. The rest of the team, it's 8 points for the winner, 6 for second, 4 for third, and 2 for the last place.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than this. If you've got a 2-point difference between first and last place, just goes to show how open it is and how even everything is. Even though Bulgaria, as we saw in the statistics, was ranked 59th, as the others are ranked 30th on our SSL SSL ranking.
Yeah.
But apparently that doesn't mean very much because Bulgaria just won this last race and had a second place in the race before today, earlier this morning.
I think it's fine. I think
Yeah.
we're good.
Let's see if we can get Marco on the water. He has the winning team.
Yes. Yeah, hi guys. I'm here with Yakov. He's obviously SSL Team Bulgaria helm, and so everything clicked finally, start to finish. Talk us about the race. What worked well for you guys?
Well, we managed to start good at the pin-end where we wanted, and then we took the commanding position and we hold it to the end. Yeah, we keep it simple. We let the opposition to think, and we just covered. That's it.
That's great. And so now, I don't know if you know, but you're in second position in the group, so you could potentially qualify for the finals going into Golden Day. And so, how does that make you feel as a Bulgarian?
Well, I'm proud for Bulgaria, for the team. I'm happy. The group is difficult, and even we are on the second position now, we still have a race to race, so it's not decided yet. We will keep our minds cool and we'll try to repeat this race tomorrow too.
Okay.
And so obviously tomorrow, Golden Day, races worth double
What are they
points.
saying?
What are you going to do tonight?
We will stick to our routines, so we'll have the dinner, some discussion about the race, and yeah, we need to rest.
So no added pressure?
No.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Congratulations again on the win.
Yes. Fantastic to hear all this on the water. Thank you to Marco. Thank you to Team Bulgaria and Javo. And we are going into to see today's race, this battle, the replays of this fantastic battle we just was witness for. What a amazing race we just was witness for here at the last of today. And Jan, tomorrow is going to be very exciting, both in the European group and also the South American group, because these teams are so close. But Team Bulgaria, what a surprise. They were lowest on the ranking list in that group.
Yeah, they were lowest by the SSL ranking, but we've seen them really do a great job at sailing. And like we said, they're used to sailing on lakes, and so therefore, you know, apparently they've been shining out here, doing great in these very light light wind conditions as to the Czech Republic. We saw them doing a little bit better when it was a little bit more windy. So there's something in it for everybody, and it's really great to see that there's only a 2-point difference between first and last place. It's going to be amazing, as tomorrow is the golden day, and points count double for tomorrow. So stick with us tomorrow.
Yeah, and one thing we just heard a little bit about us. There's been a situation in the race, in the last race, race 5 in the other group. So let's see if we can get that replay in, because tonight there will going to be a huge discussion, and according to this, they are protesting because there's been a touch. And there's a touch. But who is getting that penalty?
Oh man, there's no. I don't think
It's all about if the jury saw it. You can see a flag behind there. So
well, let's see what happens, because you have to give time for a boat to react. So they luffed, then they stopped. The boat reacted, and then they touched the boat. So, and that's a red flag. So apparently that protest. Was good, but I mean, if you're going to push another boat, you have to give him room to be able to do the penalty. It didn't really look like it. But then again, I'm not a jury.
No, it's a jury, so they're going to watch it, because this is going to be interesting, because then they will switch positions.
Yeah, if that is the case, then we will get a switch in the position. Everything is so close. Everything that can happen.
Very
So, and on
close in
top
this
of
one.
it, if that does happen, that means that they didn't do their race. And are they going to get a point, or are they not going to get a point? So
and with that
there's
said,
a lot of things that
with
could
that
be
said,
happening here.
that's going to be very interesting. What's going to happen? But we are going to talk about the finals in Bahrain. So what are they going to look for? They're going to fight to go all the way to Bahrain here.
That's right. All these teams here are fighting to get to Bahrain, which will be where the final series will be held at. It'll be during the month of November. And basically what's happening is we have 2 groups. The best 2 teams of each group, and each group has 4 teams in it. Those 2 teams get to go over towards the final series in Bahrain.
Yeah, and another thing we need to talk about, if you're close hereby in Lausanne, then on Monday something very interesting is happening. So let's instead of explaining, let's just see it.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm really looking forward to these finals in Bahrain, and also this teaser for it, and we're going to hear much more about that. But let's talk about what's going to happen tomorrow.
So what is going to be happening tomorrow is the golden day?
It's the golden day tomorrow, and actually the race schedule is going to be quite simple. We're going to have 2 races, 1 in each group, 1 in group 4 and 1 in group 5, and number 1 and number 2 in each group is qualified to go into the finals in Bahrain. And I just have to say, it can both be in the European group, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Turkey and Portugal. All of them can qualify tomorrow. Group 5, it couldn't be better. It's like we are writing this Hans Christian Andersen story ourselves. It could be both Uruguay, Venezuela cannot be, but Chile, and also the last team has a chance to come that way.
Yeah, it's very, very close racing, and that's just what makes it so wonderful. So tomorrow, make sure you come around and watch it, because there will be 1 race tomorrow. That race will count double in points, and as you saw today, the racing was just absolutely amazing. We saw some really unbelievable stuff. We saw some problems with spinnakers. We saw problems with jib sheets. We saw boats catching up to one another on the line. It's just a lot of action, a lot of good sailing, and just super great weather that we've had. Some good winds and things. So we'll see. We'll see how that continues. But definitely tomorrow will be an exciting day.
Yeah, and then the last thing we're going to talk about today, before saying goodbye to you and looking forward to see you tomorrow, is Monday. Lausanne, Olympic Museum, something great for the SSL Gold Cup is going to happen there.
It's the launch of the SSL Gold Cup, and that's just going to be absolutely amazing. And if you are around, please come over towards Lausanne, and you can go over there, and there'll be all sorts of activities that will be happening, all sorts of contests. We have Lego masters that are over there building a fresque that goes around the world of sailing. We've got grinding competitions, and then, of course, we've got some of these like you just saw, Paul Caillard will be over there. Robert Scheidt, these guys, been Olympics 5 times. He's 12 times world champion. I mean, these are legends of sailing, and they're going to be in Lausanne. And if you're around, make sure you're there, and you could shake their hands, and you could probably get an autograph as well. So it's a big deal. We're sending it off. This is the beginning of this SSL Gold Cup. This is, like we said, it's the football World Cup, but in sailing. This is brand new. It's never happened before. We have the SSL ranking, which is based off of the ATP ranking. All this stuff is very new to sailing, and if you are a sailor, make sure you go and check out the SSL ranking because you are probably on there. So, very, very exciting stuff.
Yes. And with that said, let's see what's happening tomorrow, and hope to see you all tomorrow. Hope to see you all tomorrow, but let's see what's going to happen on Monday.
In 1930, football had its first World Cup. In 2022, it's time sailing finally has its own. The SSL Gold Cup is designed to crown the best sailing nation from the world's top 56 countries. And it all starts here in Switzerland. On June 13th, the inaugural day of the first SSL Gold Cup will be held at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne. During this day, everyone will have an opportunity to discover sailing as you've never seen it before. Winch speed and hoisting contests, you will live and feel how demanding our sport is. Help the 2021 French Lego Masters build an incredible fresque. Meet the sailors that are making sailing history, and play the SSL Gold Cup game and get a feel for what e-sailing is all about. SSL Gold Cup is like the football World Cup, but in sailing, and much, much more than that.
Wow, great to see all this. And with that said, remember, if you want to know more about the SSL and the Gold Cup and all the things, go to the social medias. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You can see everywhere. Go to YouTube, go to Facebook. There you can see the live shows. And with that said, Jan, thank you for all of you for being here today. And also thank you for you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. It was a pleasure to be here and see you tomorrow.
main engine start. We